Or just stop by your favorite local business. See you in the neighborhood. Square.
The final score, Baltimore 28, Miami 6. You've been listening to Westwood One's coverage of Thursday Night Football. Tonight's broadcast has been sponsored by Grainger, by Allstate, by Indeed, by Barbasol Shaving Cream, and by the official NFL app. I want to thank our crew for this evening. Studio coordinator Art Martinez, studio producer Jordan Markovic, studio engineer Matt Higdon. Production assistance provided by Jake Goldstein. Our statistician, Neil Golkis. Our spotter, Joe Casale. Engineer Ben Blevins, producer David Hagan, coordinating producers Aaron Cummins and Brian Finkelstein, executive producer Mike Eby. The senior vice president of sports for Cumulus Media and Westwood One is Bruce Gilbert. Join us again this Sunday night for more NFL action as the Washington Commanders host the Seattle Seahawks. Ryan Radke and Mike Golick have all the excitement. I'll kick things off with NFL Sunday at 7:30. Then Monday night, the Arizona Cardinals visit the Dallas Cowboys. Kevin Harlan and Kurt Warner bring you all the action from Dallas. Pre-game coverage with the Golicks kicks off at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. You can hear every Westwood One NFL broadcast on the Westwood One Sports app. Download now and take the game with you wherever you go. Once again, our final score from South Florida tonight, Baltimore 28, Miami 6. Now, for Jason Horowitz and Derek Rackley, I'm Scott Graham. Thanks for joining us. You've been listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan. It's KM to AM on WFAN.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan. WFAN.
Here, let's do another one. After Thursday Night Football, let's talk football on The Fan, right? In half an hour, it'll be a Football Friday. The Jets will not lose this week, but there's enough to unpack around the Giants and the rest of the league. I'm sure you're gearing up for Friday Night Knicks. We'll talk about the Knicks as well. Mitchell Robinson back? Okay. And then we got to get ready for Game 6 of the World Series back in the Rogers Center as the Blue Jays look to eliminate the Dodgers. It's the most wonderful time. The sports are sportsing. If you're a hockey fan in the area, maybe you're staying up right now watching the Rangers, who just tied it up. Taylor Radish with a goal to make it 3-3. The Devils gave up 3 quick goals before they scored 1, so they're down 3-1 out in San Jose. And I don't know how much puck we'll be doing tonight, but that's the update on where we are with the hockey. I can't get over how bad the Miami Dolphins are. They're miserable. Watching that game, they shot themselves in the foot so many times. From penalties, and hey, we got to start off with another NFL bogus. What a bogus penalty call, if you were watching the game or if you listened, that was called on Ollie Gordon, the backup running back, the second string running back of the Miami Dolphins. He was falling to the ground. He did not kick his leg out at all. And they called a tripping penalty, which negated a big, deep ball that was thrown to Waddle that would have flipped the field, put them in scoring position. And then his coach chewed him out because his coach in real time can't see it. And the kid's all mad and flipping out. And it's a tough look for the NFL. They have officials that just get it wrong so much. And in a time where everything is 4K HD, the whole world is watching, it's on Amazon Prime, it's the only game on, they got to be better. But, I mean, the Dolphins got to be better. That's the worst home loss that they've suffered under Mike McDaniel. Short week usually favors the home team, right? They lost by 22 points to Lamar Jackson and the Ravens in Lamar's first game back. Lamar being from South Florida, a little bit of a homecoming. The Dolphins being no good. Baltimore fans knew to travel down there to Hard Rock Stadium to see a win. And the Ravens roll. And now when, you look at the Ravens' upcoming schedule, a lot of people are saying, hey, this is a playoff team. This is a team that can contend for their division. This is a team that's not out of it yet. The NFL is crazy. Just last week, not even last week, just 4 days ago, you saw the Falcons with Kirk Cousins lose to those Miami Dolphins. And it looked like they had some life. It looked like they had some fight. Now it looks like they quit on Mike McDaniel. Tua is not good. And not good enough for what they paid him. Interceptions. They had an early fumble in that game that killed them. I gotta send Connor the audio of Tua trying to fire the team up. That went viral. The thing about Tua in his pump up speech, he's like, "Let's go for 4 hours." It's not a 4-hour game. Did you mean to say 4 quarters, Tua? The game is 8:15, just ended at 11:15. It's 3 hours. You can't pump people up when you're confusing them. But yeah, coming off of that game, and coming off of that performance by the Dolphins and that performance by the Ravens, you just look at that and see what it is. I mean, next week it's Raiders Broncos. That's going to be fun. Broncos should just roll them. But yeah, the difference a quarterback makes and a good coach makes. You can plug Lamar Jackson in, and I know the Ravens won last week against the Bears, but you plug that guy back in, and all of a sudden Mark Andrews comes alive. Derrick Henry is on the precipice of history, being one of the top 10 rushers of all time. They're able to get it going. Derrick Henry had 19 carries for 119 yards. You knew that because Miami's run defense is terrible. You knew that was coming. The first 2 catches that Mark Andrews had went for touchdowns. So, yeah, a good Thursday night football game if you're a Ravens fan. If you're a Dolphins fan, I feel for you. Gordon Damer, I'm sorry. You don't have to do this, bro. You can give them up. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to be a long-suffering Dolphins fan. They're not going anywhere. They're going to fire that coach. They might fire him this weekend. And then they're rebuilding. Then they're starting over again. 888-808-1019. The Jets and Giants are in a rebuild. Seems like they're in a decade-long rebuild. But I think that's where we're going to go for the most part tonight. I already see calls coming in about who should be the Giants' next head coach, Brian Daboll. But as I say that, I know that Brian Daboll has to win games. I've been saying it all week. Brian Daboll has to win games, and this is a big one. This is a swing one. I'm kind of worried about this one this week. As Rob Saleh is singing the praises of young Jackson Dart, who isn't? As Mac Jones is talking about his time at Alabama as a freshman when Brian Daboll was there singing his praises. The Giants are down so many important players, and the 49ers are a team that, they just win. They're consistently good. They have a good coach. They have talented players, and even though they're down their starting quarterback, this is going to be a tough one for the Giants. The Giants have 2 wins at home this year. They're only 2 wins. And the Giants can't lose another game here after the high of beating the Eagles to go on a 3-game losing streak right after. It's going to sour things. It's going to bring everything from the up and up to right back down. Jackson Dart is your offensive rookie of the month, right? Jackson Dart, I think this is the game where he's really going to have to put the team on his back. I mean, he already does. He already makes a lot of plays, makes something out of nothing, but I think this is going to be the game where he's going to have to run it. He's going to have to throw it. He's going to have to win it himself. 888-808-1019, and that's a lot to ask of the kid. I'm waiting for the game where he looks like a rookie. Can Rob Saleh make him look like a rookie? You always hear about, these top defensive coordinators and how they don't lose to rookie quarterbacks and how, they make rookies look like rookies. Jackson Dart is above that, or he's been. I don't know, without Scadaboo. He's been without Malik Neighbors. What happens Sunday against the 49ers in MetLife Stadium? I think there's going to be a good crowd. It's a legacy game. You've got the old school Giants helmets and uniforms, which should just be their full-time swag. They should just go with those all the time. You've got the 49ers in town, which the 49ers are a national brand. They're a national team because they've won so much, because of their success in the 80s, 90s, from Montana to Young to Rice. And then even, these years with Jimmy Garoppolo, Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey. Oh, and that's another thing. How are they going to stop Christian McCaffrey? 888-808-1019. They couldn't stop Saquon right away. They couldn't stop Tank Bigsby. Shanahan is looking at that film saying, we're just going to run the rock. We're just going to run the ball. And there's going to be a lot of eyes and attention on Dexter Lawrence. Obviously, the entire defense. But after the comments that Carl Banks made about Dexter Lawrence this week and Dexter Lawrence replying, I think it just really put a bigger spotlight on him where we're going to be watching to see if he dominates or not. I said to Carl online today, I said, hey, if he does play well, you're going to get some credit for that. He didn't want any credit. That's not what he's going out there, kind of calling Dexter Lawrence out for. But I do think we see a fired up, motivated Dexter Lawrence, and they're going to need it. They're going to need it to stop this offense. They're going to need it to stop this run game. They're going to need it to try and keep the points low so Jackson Dart can keep them in the game. The Giants injury report came out today. There's a few DNPs. Paulson Adebo, he's got the knee injury. Daniel Bellinger with a neck. Jermaine Illuminor with a pec. Cordell Flott, concussion. Chauncey Golston, neck. He's been out. Art Green, hamstring. Now, I don't know if Cordell Flott is going to clear the concussion protocol. Paulson Adebo, I'm not sure about either. Bo Collins was limited. Javon Holland, limited. Chris Manhertz was sick and limited. Jalen Hyatt has a tooth injury. He was a full participant, but news came out that Jalen Hyatt rumors came out that Jalen Hyatt has formally requested a trade. And there's a lot of conversation about Jalen Hyatt and Evan Neal as both names to watch at this trade deadline, as the trade deadline approaches. Two guys that we thought were going to come in here and be factors, Joe Shane picks, and they've been nothing. They have not been able to contribute much. Evan Neal, 0. Jalen Hyatt, minimum. So this is a big week. This is a crucial week against the 49ers, who have not had Brock Purdy since the first couple weeks. The 49ers are coming off a tough loss to the Texans where they gave the Texans life in their building. But the Niners, they have a couple wins. They've beat the Falcons. They've beat the Rams. But they're a beatable team. Their offense doesn't score that much, right? Their offense probably averages like 20 points a game. And if you can stop Christian McCaffrey, then you should be all right. I think Jackson Dart, in his own building, in front of his own fans, in those legacy uniforms, he knows it's on him. It's on him. But the offense has to pick him up. Guys like Tyrone Tracy have to come through. Darius Slayton, Theo Johnson, like those guys got to make plays for him. They got to catch the ball. They got to make it a little bit easier for him. I feel like we've reached the point in the Jackson Dart hype. He barely had Malik Neighbors. He had Scatterboot for a little bit of time. Now, a guy like Rob Saleh and the 49ers, they're going to do everything they can to contain him, keep him in the pocket, hit him, throw him off his game. And this might be the game that, hey, if Jackson Dart can't get it done, they lose one. And if you lose 3 in a row, it's going to get bad. Those planes will be flying over the building. The same kid that had the planes supposed to go, and then, he said he's a big Jackson Dart fan. I think he's got the Jackson Dart Instagram, the teenager. Yeah, well, those planes will be flying, and the message is to clean house. I took calls all week here on The Fan with fans trashing Brian Dable. There really isn't much support of him. Unless you listen to C-Mac after me, C-Mac has been supportive of the guy, and I kind of have been as well, just because I feel like they're not going to fire him. I feel like you're wasting your breath. You're wasting your time talking about how bad the guy is. The one thing that he was left to do was to draft his own quarterback, develop his own quarterback. He hit on that. He's doing that. But the message that will be flying over MetLife Stadium, where there's a lot of people going this game. I know there's a lot of people that are going to be out there before it gets too cold. And like I said, the 49ers are in town. It's a big game. The message will read, Mr. Mara, enough is enough, clean house. So if they lose that game, it just starts to spiral even more, and it starts to get bad. And there are fans now that are looking at this thing, and they're saying Jackson Dart can play without Brian Dable. Jackson Dart can do it without this coach. I don't believe that. I think it's kind of backwards how many people actually do believe that Jackson Dart is who he is by himself without Brian Dable, without Mike Kafka. But this is New York and New Jersey, the tri-state area. It starts to get really loud. So if you thought it was a must-win against the Broncos, going down to Philly against the Eagles, no, back in your building where you only have your 2 wins, in that same building. It's time to get a win and stop the bleeding. And when you look at the rest of the schedule, if you could beat the 49ers, potentially beat the Bears, I don't see them beating the Packers or the Lions or the Patriots, right? That's why it's important to win this game. Because there's another 3-game losing streak potentially in there with, 3 teams that are looking like playoff teams between the Packers, Lions, and Patriots. But if you can beat the 49ers, the Bears, maybe beat the Commanders, Vikings, Raiders, those are the 5 wins necessary. Those are the 5 wins necessary the rest of the way to kind of quiet the noise around Brian Daboll. And I think your quarterback is up for it. Got to keep him upright. Got to keep him healthy. And I think that the other guys around him will step up knowing, hey, we can't have this rookie out here by himself. We can't drop passes. We got to block for him. We got to make plays. We got to make it happen. 888-808-1019. I'm going to cue up some audio. We'll talk Giants. Of course, we're going to get to the World Series. Of course, we're going to get to Friday night Knicks and what to expect when the Knicks get back on the floor against the Chicago Bulls. And, yeah, I've got my eyes on the Rangers game in overtime, and I think the Devils are still down. So call me up and join the show. We're going to talk sports till 2 a.m. KM to AM returns right after this.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
I think what's happening in New England is legit. I think now they can win the AFC East.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
At Jake's 58 Casino Hotel this November, it's your chance to gobble up the green and feast on your share of $55,000 cash. Earn entries all month long and join us on Friday, November 28th from 4 to 6 p.m. 2 winners will be drawn every hour to win up to $10,000 cash. Then at 7 p.m., 1 lucky winner will take home a grand prize of $20,000 cash at Jake's 58 Casino Hotel.
If gambling is a problem for you or someone you care about, please call the 24-hour toll-free helpline at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Experience the excitement of Iron Maiden live. Don't miss Run for Your Lives World Tour 2026. Iron Maiden. Live in Harrison, Sports Illustrated Stadium, Saturday, September 5th. With very special guests, Megadeth and Anthrax. Get tickets Friday, October 31st at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. For more info, visit IronMaiden.com.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say Nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Sitting in the driver's seat of the Nissan Kicks is like the best seat in the house. You're in the action. And with the Nissan Kicks all-wheel drive, you can go find the best views. And with the 10-speaker Bose Personal Plus audio system, you can hear everything. Your new wheels await. Reimagine your ride with the reimagined Nissan Kicks. Now get the 2025 Nissan Kicks starting at just $21,830. Shop your local Nissan store or nissanusa.com. Starting MSRP at $21,830 for base model. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP. MSRP excludes up to $1,495 destination and handling charges, tax, title, and license. Dealer sets actual price.
What you want, what you want, what you want, what you want, what you want me.
Want the best deal on Bridgestone winter tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get Bridgestone tires at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, you get more free services than anywhere else. When you combine Town Fair's guaranteed lowest price with the most free services, you get the guaranteed best deals anywhere on your Bridgestone winter tires. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And you know we mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire. Let's go.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Let's go.
Talk New York sports on The Fan.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable. It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
Having the right winter tire matters. So take control of the roads this winter with a new set of Bridgestone Blizzak tires from Town Fair Tire. Town Fair has the region's largest inventory of Bridgestone tires, all at the guaranteed lowest prices you'll find anywhere. And with 100 locations, you'll find a Town Fair near you. For the guaranteed lowest price on Bridgestone Blizzak tires and the most free services for life, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Okay, let's do it. Keith McPherson on The Fan. We got 2 hours to talk sports. Exactly 2 hours. I won't take a call yet. We'll talk a little bit more about some things, and then we'll get to the update, and then we'll run through the calls. I see you guys. 888-808-1019. Everything is on the table. I opened up with the Giants because we're walking into a football Friday. I feel like that is the most important thing to talk about. No World Series on tonight, so we don't have that to react to. Obviously, you know we're heading into Yamamoto night in the Rogers Center. Shout out to the chat. Bourbon Legend just let me know in the chat that the Dodgers are favored. Yamamoto has thrown back-to-back complete games in the postseason, so I understand that. The Rangers win in overtime. 4-3, they defeat the Oilers. The Devils are down 5-1. They're probably cooked, but who knows? Crazier things have happened. They could come back. And, yeah, I'm just looking up a bunch of different things. Like I said, I'm queuing up some audio from Rob Saleh on Jackson Dart. I was reading about Ray McLeod, right? Special teams coach for the Giants says Ray McLeod, he's obviously got the juice, that the Giants might take a look at him as a potential returner. I mean, how soon are they going to elevate him? I don't know if he's going to be ready to go Sunday, but I also was reading an article on SNY about how Jackson Dart said he watched film on Ray McLeod as soon as they got him. Jackson Dart is the best. Like, everybody's a fan of Jackson Dart. At least you got that right. At least you have a quarterback that everybody loves, that everybody is in agreement on, is one of the best young players and is going to be a great player in this league. And, now they're even watching his moves off the field. All the talk yesterday about Sydney Sweeney, and then out of nowhere, it's like, boom, here's who Jackson Dart is dating. A 22-year-old model. It's not Sydney Sweeney, but she could give Sydney Sweeney a run for her money. And, hey, I think the last couple nights hit on the Sydney Sweeney stuff. That video went absolutely viral of her at the Variety green carpet in the see-through dress. Shout out to Hoff for booking her for BT and Sal. And those guys landing a Sydney Sweeney interview. I was listening today. Rami said they were trending on Yahoo, which is all good. All good for the station. 888-808-1019. As we get to the break, I was looking at an update that just came in about quarterbacks in the NFL. But Brock Purdy's not going to play. He's been limited in practice. It's already about to be Friday. I just don't think there's a chance he's going to play. A lot of times I have said this on the fan about quarterbacks. If you don't have two, you don't have one. And how, these quarterbacks get hurt so frequently. Look at the Ravens, right? They played Cooper Rush. They played Tyler Huntley. They got to win with him. The next week, Lamar's ready to go. But now Jaden Daniels is supposed to return this week for the Commanders. J.J. McCarthy is supposed to return this week for the Vikings. Bryce Young is supposed to return this week for the Carolina Panthers. Andy Dalton said he played last week with a broken thumb. Joe Flacco is hurt. Jake Browning might have to go for the Bengals, who only really got one good game out of Joe Flacco till the Jets ruined their party. Kyler Murray's been out. He's not ready to go back. So, these things change the complexion of the NFL, especially when we're talking about strength of schedule and who's going to win and who's going to beat who. We're going into week 9, and there's a lot of guys banged up. Got to feel good about the Giants because their rookie quarterback so far has been healthy. Fingers crossed they can keep him healthy and keep him on the field to make plays. 888-808-1019. As we're queuing up calls, I said I'll wait until we get on the other side of 12 to hit all the calls, just kind of lining some stuff up, some audio. I do have the Tua pump-up speech ready to go. I do have Rob Saleh, Mac Jones, and then I got to play a clip that I heard from the great Mad Dog today as we're going from Mischief Night into Halloween. I know I'm washed because I do not care about Halloween anymore. If my wife didn't tell me what was going on with my son tomorrow for Halloween, I wouldn't have thought about it tonight, and I would have been completely blindsided by it. I would have been like, oh, okay. I'm not dressing up. I don't think we're going trick-or-treating. My son's not that old to go door-to-door yet. But, as I'm driving in tonight, there's a car stopped and 2 cars stopped as I'm turning on to Hudson Street. And I'm like, what is going on here? And 8 girls hop out in miscellaneous costumes to go to this bar down the street. And I'm laughing. I'm like, I'm not even thinking about what is this here? These 2 vans stopping and, why are there all these different colors and what does this girl wear? Oh, it's a costume. Mischief Night into Halloween 2025. And then before you know it, it is daylight savings time this weekend. That's how you know we're cooked. Because as soon as daylight savings time, it's already getting dark at 6:15, 6:30. Daylight savings time comes. It's hibernation time. The cold is already hit. It starts to get colder. The days get shorter. And, we're going to roll right into it. So 888-808-1019 as we just hit midnight on the fan. I see the calls coming in. Of course, we're going to talk World Series to the Yankee fans and the baseball fans. Of course, we're going to talk Giants. Giants hosting the 49ers and the trade deadline coming up. And we'll mix in a few sound clips and some other things, too, to pass the time. Keith McPherson on the fan. Let's go right now straight to the update.
Talk sports with BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning. morning at midnight. I'm Justin Rock. This report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. All three local hockey teams in action tonight. One game still in progress. Devils trail the Sharks 5-1 at the end of 2. Just gone final. Rangers and Oilers. The Blue Shirts rallied from 2 down to tie, setting up heroics from JT Miller in overtime.
2:15 remaining in overtime. Nice move by JT Miller. Down the right side. Moves in, shoots, and scores! It's an overtime winner! JT Miller beating Stuart Skinner. Rangers off the bench. They win the game 4-3.
Kenny Albert with the call on MSG. Rangers now 2-1 on the West Coast road trip with a 4-3 victory. Top pick Matthew Schaefer scored his 3rd career goal, but the Islanders fall to the Hurricanes 6-2. Matt Barzal, a healthy scratch by the team after arriving late to the team's morning skate. Knicks and Nets had the night off. Knicks in Chicago to play the Bulls later tonight. Miles McBride off the injury report after missing the last 2 games for personal reasons. Mitchell Robinson was a full participant in practice as well. NFL Thursday night football. Ravens beat the Dolphins 28-6. Trade deadline less than a week away. NFL media reporting the Jets' Breece Hall and Quinnen Williams are drawing interest. Meanwhile, the Giants reportedly have no interest in dealing Kayvon Thibodeau. Fan weather is brought to you by Police Officers Right to Sue.com. 60 degrees and mostly cloudy in Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Justin Rock.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Good morning, morning. All right, let's have some fun, man. Shout out to the people in the chat. Shout out to the people in the chat defending me in the chat. If you're in the YouTube chat defending me, I appreciate you, but you don't have to. Any bozo in the chat that has anything to say about me or against me, they're in the chat watching. It's midnight. They could be asleep. They could be doing any other thing. I appreciate you. Let's get to the show. Right, this show wasn't always available to watch on YouTube. I did almost 4 years of this show. You couldn't see me. So it's a blessing to have people visually watching, right? We're in the future. It's not TV, but YouTube is pretty much TV. Some people are listening in their, cars, in the radio with the dial. Some people are listening on the Odyssey app. I appreciate it. I don't care if there's 1 person, 1,000, 100,000. Let's get into the calls. Josh is in Passaic. First up on the Fan.
Yo, Keith, what's doing, man?
Just let them know I can see you. I'm reading what you're saying and letting everybody out there know. Let's have a good time. Let's talk sports. Let's get into it.
All right, there we go. And first, we got to, I know Devils have dropped 2 in a row, but it's been great the start of the season from them. Of course, they dropped versus Carolina because that's what the Devils are versus Carolina. But it's just about keeping this team healthy, and the success will just come. Just got to have the core players stay healthy. And so far, except for the last 2 games, it's been pretty good to watch.
Yeah, they ripped off 8 wins in a row. It's a lot of fun to see them healthy, to see them playing well. There's a little bit of an adjustment going on with Jacob Markstrom coming back. I made a joke on Twitter before I left the house. I'm like, Jake Allen has picked up where Jacob Markstrom left off. Neither one of them could stop the puck from going into the net. But it is what it is, man. I think this Devils team is going to be good. They're going to lose games. Everybody's going to lose games. That puck goes a lot of different ways, off the stick, off a glove, off of whatever to go into the net. But, yes, I think the Devils have a good shot to be one of the better teams in the NHL. Make some noise, but it is October 31st now. Good morning. It's Halloween. Long way to go.
Right. And then, on the other side, the other sports starting, those Nets. Keith, have you watched any of the games yet?
Of the Brooklyn Nets, yes, I've watched a couple of them. Not really like full on.
Wow. Surprised.
They're whack, bro. It's like they're not good. They have a couple scorers. They have some young guys. They're not going to win games. They don't. I mean, Jordy Fernandez is going to try and coach them up, but I think it's going to be a struggle all year. And I didn't want it to be. I didn't want to believe that like their over-under being at 19.5 was going to be a stretch. But, yeah, we'll see how they come together. It's just a mix of like, Michael Porter Jr. was talking about them not having a point guard and having, young guys that they're relying on, and guys that got to try and grow. and figure out their roles. But, yeah, there hasn't been one Nets game that I thought was great. I watched some of the Hawks game the other night, the Cavs game, the Spurs game with Wemby. They're going to be bottom feeders, and I don't know. It's hard to get excited that, NBA is back as far as being a Nets fan. Luckily, I'm not too deep in that.
Well, you shouldn't be. I'm surprised you even watch the game.
You can't be. I mean, it's kind of my job to keep an eye on it, just in case, Cam Thomas did have a 40 ball, but they lost the game. Like, if they win a game and Cam Thomas has 40, then there's a talking point.
I hear. I mean, you're still waiting for that first dub then. And, on the other side, it's like, with Carl Anthony Towns, it just, I can feel for, a Knicks fan stressing. Most of the players on this team, you have mostly tough guys. And then you bring one of these, and that's why you call it old school. And you bring this guy in who's just basically one of the new type of NBA players that's constantly trying to fight with the refs. Now he's putting his head into it, putting stupid fouls. And it's got to be stressing as anything. It's a bad mix for the team. We got to know it's a year and a half in now.
Yeah, I don't know. With the Knicks, it is super early. Let's see how they come out in this matchup against the Bulls. It'll be panic time if they lose a third game in a row on the road to the Bulls. Mitchell Robinson practice, so he's questionable to return. Deuce McBride's going to be back, so I think that they'll be ready to roll.
And then, just a quick point before we get to the Giants a little bit. Dodgers losing to the It's very funny how, they always talk about how playoff ending can happen, and, you have them on two sides. You got a hot Blue Jays team, that was consistent, but really picked it up. The other month, you got the more consistent stronghold of the Dodgers. And I feel like the two Mets fans and Yankees fans, both taking the Blue Jays, even though, they're in the division, just can't stand. See, the Dodgers, they get to keep, the Yankees back-to-back record and stuff. But they go around to my Giants. Do you think at this point Giants fans can be confident enough in Jackson Dart as the franchise quarterback for the next few years without having to see any more?
Oh, yeah, you don't have anything else. You don't have anything else to latch on to besides this is the guy. We found him. He's already made a ton of plays. He's just going to grow and get better and do more. They got to build the team around him. And thanks for the call, Josh. Going back to what you were saying about the Blue Jays and the World Series, I don't know. There's a lot of discourse between who you're rooting for and why and whatever. And it's not over yet. It just feels like it's over. For the Blue Jays to bounce back from that 18-inning game and score 6 runs in back-to-back games and pretty much dominate the Dodgers look shot. To go back to Toronto and only have to win one game, it feels like a foregone conclusion. They dominate teams in that building. Yankee fans know that. Here it is Friday, game 6. We're hours away from, if they get to Yamamoto, that's it. I'm going to be on tomorrow at 7, so I'll be on during the whole game. And we might watch the end of the baseball season. We might watch a champion be crowned. And, I made a lot of it last night, but I feel like that should, and I can't speak for Brian Cashman. I can't speak for Hal Steinbrenner. I can't speak for how the Yankees should feel. Myself as a Yankee fan, if I somehow had control of the Yankees, right? If I was the owner, GM, could do something, I would be more bothered by the Blue Jays winning the World Series this year. That would motivate me more this offseason than losing to the Dodgers last year, which is just the Dodgers are a juggernaut. Ohtani's first year, Yamamoto's first year, they get, you know what I'm saying? They get to the World Series with a ridiculous team and deferred contracts, and you lost to them. And you also did a lot of stupid stuff, like the 5th inning and pitching Nestor Cortez and taking Cole out early. Even 2023, going 82-80, which obviously the fans were upset about that and loud and vocal about missing the postseason. And anytime you miss the postseason in the Bronx, it's hey, you better correct this. They went out and made the trade for Juan Soto and gave up X amount of players, and it was all right, here we go. We're back to business. I would be more motivated after watching the Toronto Blue Jays, who you had an 8-game lead on, a team in your division that was last place in your division last year, for them to go from worst to first, and for you to be so cavalier during the season where if you would have won one more game, you might have been able to change the course of them and yourselves in this postseason. that would eat at me if I'm Brian Cashman, if I'm Hal Steinbrenner, if I'm anybody in the Yankees front office that makes decisions. I'd be more motivated than the last couple years to go out and do something, especially with Cole coming back, Judge proving it in the postseason, Stanton being another year older and feeling like that window is closing. Moose is in Jamaica with us next. What's up, Moose?
Oh, you're a good girl and you know it. I know exactly who you could be.
Just hold on.
Just hold on.
We're going home.
The Blue Jays are coming home.
Yeah, Majid Jordan.
I told you, every single game that I get the chance to call you, I'm going to rep one of these songs. Because, to be honest, like, in terms of the beat, I can't really choose. Like, I think it's, like, maybe 50% industry, 20% personal, 30% to get the sales up. And you notice how that the Blue Jays are really good. Like, they're like, we had Certified Lover Boy in 2021. We had What a Time to Be Alive in 2015. Like, Drake's, strategically puts out music. And, 2018, Scorpion Soul for the 2019 championship with the Raptors. That was a year after, but it was a culmination of him divulging his soul, so to speak.
I actually had a thought today, Moose, now that we're talking hip-hop and Drake. There has been some news that, there hasn't been a top 100 hip-hop song, no rap song in the top 40 for the first time in 35 years. And so Drake stans have come out to say, oh, that's because Drake hasn't dropped any new music. That's because the game needs Drake. Now, we've been waiting on Iceman since the summer. He did that whole YouTube tease where he had all these Iceman videos come out. He dropped that song with Central C. He had What Did I Miss? He's got an album locked and loaded. The Blue Jays win the World Series. He might drop it tomorrow night after they win.
He's been teasing it since the jump. He's been putting out features and simultaneous singles and whatnot. But to talk sports again, not just music, the game was over the first two dramatic swings of the game yesterday with leadoff homers. And it seems, and if I'm not mistaken, every single World Series game has been won by the team who's hit more homers. But here's the nuance. When the Blue Jays homer to take the lead or whatnot, they tack on with little cuts of singles and walks and wild pitches and doubles and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, they add insurance. They hit home runs, but they add insurance with some small ball, a triple, a ball turning into a triple, some singles, and just heads up base running and hustle.
And the Dodgers are just simply waiting for that barrage of just mistake pitches and taking their walks. So it's an interesting mix with the starting pitching of both teams and the bullpen of the Dodgers collapsing all but one game. But to talk Yankees, to reference what I discussed with you in the chat prior to a couple nights ago, how they had $70 million. I give you that Cashman might have a big splash with Devin Williams, $10 million. Do you see them? Because here's the predicament. Going into the 2026 season, we have 3 healthy starters that are bona fide quality starters in Fried, Schlittler, and Warren, and Heel, so 4. That 5th starter, do we trade or sign a Michael Lorenzen type or a Savali type?
I expect them to sign a Carlos Carrasco type, a spring training invite. Thanks for the call, Moose. Check me out. I'm down to talk Yankees and hot stove stuff. We are going to get all of that pretty soon. And I see the Giants fans calling. We're going to get to you. I'll take another Yankee call. More so rather talk about the World Series matchup. But it is going to get old as hell in the next couple weeks. Like I said, we're heading into daylight savings time in November. We are going to have all these conversations on the Fan all day about, are the Yankees going to add another starter? Is it Kyle Tucker? Is it Cody Bellinger? Are they trading Jason Dominguez? It's going to get tired. Steven is in Englewood on the Fan. Go for it, Steven.
Yes, good morning, Keith.
Talking about the Yankees pitching in the off season. When Cole comes back, you don't know what kind of pitcher you're going to get out of him. Will they make a trade for a starting pitcher to supplement Cole and the rest of the pitching staff?
I hope so. I'd like them to sign somebody. But if they don't want to spend the money to sign somebody, then go trade for somebody. Don't tell me that there's another young kid waiting in the wings that you're going to come up, that you're going to bring up, and that's going to be enough to get through. Because, like you said, we don't know what Cole's going to be. Rodon's going to be a little delayed. They can't waste games. They wasted too many games this year. Not in the beginning. They came out hot this year, but they cannot be so cavalier losing games because we are in a postseason format where every game counts. Literally, this better be the last year that the Yankees mess around like that, because I think forever we'll look back and say, hey, if they wouldn't have got swept by the Miami Marlins, maybe things would have been different.
Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for the call, Steven. Yeah, I don't know, folks. I am not excited for Yankees hot stove. I am not excited for the Yankee offseason. The Yankees aren't stupid, though. The Yankees know that they have to create excitement. They have to make some signings. They have to make some moves to drum up interest. Last thing I'll say about it, I'm sure we'll talk Yankees all through the night. I had a tweet that I literally had to mute, but I was going off today, and on Twitter I said the Yankees go down 3-0 in the World Series. Game 5, Judge drops the ball. They blow a 5-0 lead at home. World Series over. John Sterling retires. Outbid for Soto. Lose Cole. Start hot this year. Hit another Boone, June swoon. Blow a 7.5 game lead. Lose the division and the ALDS at home to the eventual champs. Who's got it better than us? Like, if that is the story of 2024 and 2025, like, that's literally a year. Like, I was just looking at my time hop today. Well, now it's the 31st. I remember calling that the nightmare before Halloween last year. October 30th, 2024 was Game 5 of the World Series where everything went south. So if you look at a calendar year, all that happened from losing the World Series to John Sterling signing off, and he didn't make it about himself at all. He just called the game and he left because he'd already retired and came back. And then Juan Soto goes across town. Garrett Cole is out for the season. The Yankees start hot. They're in first place. They struggle for a couple months, and they try to get back into it with the softest schedule in the world, but the Blue Jays have enough to hold them off, win the division, get a bye, and then when we meet in the ALDS, it's wraps. And now we're looking at the eventual champs. Like, it's kind of crazy to think that's the calendar year for the Yankees. Wouldn't that be enough to motivate you? Wouldn't that be enough to get you fired up and get you ready to go? I don't know. Carlos is in Clifton on the Fan. What's up, Carlos?
Hey, Keith, what's up? Hey, a couple of questions on the Yankees and the Giants. I know you said the Yankees, we got a lot of time to talk about, but the Giants first. You see them going to get somebody, another wide receiver or something to help this kid out?
So we saw Waddle today for the Dolphins, and I know a lot of people have his name connected to the Giants. The Giants are supposedly the favorites for him. If Miami is firing their coach and they're tearing it down and rebuilding, maybe they go get Waddle. But, like, this is a 2-6 team. This is a team that, like, you just got Ray McLeod. That's got to be good enough. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you got him for free. I don't see them giving up what it would take. I think Miami would be looking for a lot for him. He's a former first-round pick. He's explosive. He's a playmaker. He's in his prime. I don't think the Giants are going to give up what it takes for Jalen Waddle, and I don't think Miami's going to move him. Not with, Tyreek out, and, they move him. They're light on wide receivers.
Right. Now on the Yankees, I know I saw something on Twitter or Instagram where somebody said, would you rather have in the outfield, we already know right field is already solidified, would you rather have the tandem of Kyle Tucker and Spencer Jones, or the Martian and Cody Bellinger? And I'll hang up and let you go, because I know you got a lot of people.
Thanks for the call. Would I rather have Kyle Tucker in left field, Spencer Jones center field, Judge in right? Or Dominguez in left field, Cody Bellinger in center, Judge in right? Assuming that's what they would do, or flip-flop Dominguez and Belly. Are you confident in Dominguez in either position? I don't know, man. There's a lot of you that think that he's going to be better suited for center field. I don't think that if the Yankees signed Bellinger, I don't think that the Yankees would sign Bellinger and put Dominguez in center field. Belly's going to play center field, and they're going to go at it again with having Dominguez get reps in left field and continue to practice and get better. If they sign Kyle Tucker, he's not a center fielder. He's also not a left fielder. That's why I really don't think they're going after Kyle Tucker. I really don't. I would like them to, of course. I think that's a go-for-it move. I know there are some Yankee fans that are also a little delusional that are like, get them both. Get Belly for center field and Kyle Tucker for left field. But they do want to stick with their youth. They do want to see, I think next year what Dominguez is. So give me Dominguez in left field and Belly in center. I wanted Spencer Jones to come up at the end of the year last year, but there was nothing. There was nowhere for him to play. There was nothing for them to do with him. And I was talking about Spencer Jones last night. All of this talk about the Yankees strike out too much. The Yankees have too many guys that strike out. The Yankees got to limit their strikeouts. You add Spencer Jones to the lineup, you're adding to the strikeouts. Jack is in the Bronx on the Fan. Jack, what's up?
What's good, man? You good?
Yeah, I'm hanging out. What's up?
Listen, I was going to make a different point, but you brought up Drake. I just got to put it out there. Ain't nothing to do with Drake that rap ain't up there. No one listen to Drake. Okay, I just got to put that out there. All right. This America, we don't care. This not our thing. Either way, Brian Dable, listen, you gonna argue with me. He's doing a fantastic job. Now I know people aren't gonna like the way they're looking at it isn't like that, but you gotta look at his experience and then realize he's coming from a place of knowledge. You understand?
Yes, I'm familiar with Brian Dable, where he's come from. I respect his knowledge. He's still got a ways to go to be the head coach that people want, but I honestly don't think Mara's firing him.
All right, cool. Because I was thinking people started like, oh, we got to get rid of him. You don't look at history because ain't nothing new under the sun. You got to look when you realize when you got someone like him with the experience that he has, he comes into the field, he's coming with a different view. Now, even if it's not going to be the immediate results you want to see, but, man, he's coming from a place of knowledge. And I think ultimately we're going to see it's going to pay off.
Thanks for the call, Jack. It's year 4. So, we're not talking about it. He got immediate results. They went to the playoffs. He won Coach of the Year. It's year 4. The Giants fans are tired of losing. This has been a losing operation. This has been a get to week 9 and have 1 or 2 wins operation for the last 3 years. It's annoying. It's frustrating. It's tiresome. Now, I've said this all week. I've said this the last couple of weeks. They got to win games. They're not going to fire him. So he's got to win games down the stretch here. They got to find a way. But they're running out of talent. They don't have their full complement of healthy guys. It makes it a lot harder. And when you see Dable fired up, yelling at the referees, yelling at his coaches, I'm sure he's frustrated. I think that, as we see, okay, perfect example. And even today in the game at halftime, the Dolphins didn't get anything before half, but at least they had a competent offense. Their head coach, quarterback were running plays, trying. When I saw Aaron Glenn fold at half with Justin Fields in London and just kind of say, hey, we're just going to let the clock run out, to me, that's a coach that's not prepared, doesn't know what to do, doesn't have confidence in his team. I don't think that's ever going to happen with Brian Dable. But there are other things that Brian Dable has to figure out and work on that I don't want to say they're out of his control, but Shane Bowen's got to be better. They got with the special teams kicking situation far too much now. Hopefully that's straightened out moving forward. But that record that he has, that's the worst record that any coach has had, I believe in the NFL that has gotten this far, 4 years. So the only way to make it look better is to get wins. But Jackson Dart is getting all of this praise from Tom Brady to Matthew Stafford. When we come back from the next break, I'll play Rob Saleh. And I think you're nuts if you don't think that Jackson Dart is benefiting from his relationship with Brian Dable and the coaching and the wisdom that he's bestowed on him. I'm going to play Mac Jones as well. We don't get to see, there's a version of Brian Dable that we don't get to see. We see him in the media. We see him on Sundays on the sidelines. We saw a little bit of Hard Knocks, which people hold that against him as well. There's a version of him as a coach that's respected. There's a version of him talking football, X's and O's, that people respect and that people know this guy knows what he's talking about. Now, he needs talent on the roster. He needs a talented coaching staff under him for that to turn into wins on Sundays. I honestly think that they're going to win a couple more games down the stretch. And if they do, it's going to be enough. I'm putting out there that they need to win 5. But it's the NFL. You know, even as they started to win under Jackson Dart, winning 2 out of the first 3 or whatever it was, I said it's not going to materialize with a long winning streak because there are experienced players and coaches on the other side. So, you know, I think this is a big game. The 49ers don't blow teams out. They score like 15, 16, 20, 26. If the Giants can move the ball and score points, which Jackson Dart does, then this is a game that they should win. And I think that's going to go a long way for, cooling down Brian Daboll's hot seat. King George in the Bronx back on the Fan. You know that. King George, live long and prosper. We lost King George. He's there, but I can't hear him, so I put him on hold. There's a little delay on the radio. By the time he hears this, maybe he comes back. By then, we'll probably have to break. Let's go to Matt in Brooklyn before we do hit the commercials. What's up, Matt?
Brother, thank you very much for taking the call.
You got it.
Just give me 1 minute to vent, if you don't mind, and a quick comment on Dable. This is regarding that brutal Giant loss, the refereeing, and the state of the NFL. Like, me and my brother, both in our 40s, we've been watching Giant football since we were 5, 6, 7 years old. And we both were texting each other during the game, and we were sick to our stomach. Like, we're spending money on a team that stinks, going to games, having people over, ordering food, and I just have no words for how horrible the refereeing was, and there's no accountability. It's just super disrespectful as a fan. It just makes me never want to watch again. Only problem is I'm a sports junkie, and I can't help it. I just wanted to, when I hang up, I just wanted you to touch on, like, what's happening in this league, and why is there no accountability? What could be done?
I'm not assuming you heard my show last night or the nights before. I've been going in on the officiating. I'm not a Giants fan. I'm not an Eagles fan. I'm a football fan. And I found myself yelling at the TV, going on Twitter rants, because I'm like, this doesn't make any damn sense. It's bogus. That was the worst officiated game. And that has been consensus. That game had so many blown calls. I had it in my notes. I had all of them. I could go through them. And I had said last night, being Thursday, like, yo, now it's week 9. We got to get over it. But you can't get over it because it sticks with you. It's like, how do they allow this? And then we even saw some stuff tonight. Like you say, you're a sports junkie, so am I. And I'm watching the Dolphins play, and they call a tripping penalty when the guy falls, and they can't challenge that. They can't reverse that. They can't look at that and say, okay, the ref made a mistake. That just negated a 40-yard play.
Well, I respect you for voicing all of this. I don't really catch you much late at night, but I do appreciate that because somebody needs to speak up and bring this to light because it's super disrespectful to the fans. And I'm almost at the point where it's like, obviously, every play that goes on, you got to wait 10 seconds, see if there's a flag. Flags come in late, no whistles. It's just super frustrating. And the term I keep going back, it made me sick to my stomach. I still feel sick after watching that game.
Yeah, because you feel cheated. You feel like the game can't. The game doesn't get into the competitive flow because there's janky things like that was a fumble on the tush push. Jordan Mailata moved. That's a false start. That can't be offensive pass interference on Darius Slayton versus Quinyon Mitchell. That's a touchdown. You don't call that. And they call it, and you just kind of you just kind of have to accept it.
Too. Yeah. It was brutal beyond belief. But real quick on Dable, I've been trying to get on the fan to vent on him. I got beef with him. I don't think he's it. I love that he likes Dart, because Dart obviously is a stud. There's so many games, there's a saying, players win, coaches lose. Mm-hmm. There were so many games that we needed to win. We had to win. I think there's 15 other head coaches who figured out a way to win. And I put that solely on Dable. Looking in the tent shows.
I think we have lost Matt, and that's okay. We will go to the break now. I heard you mention the Blue 10. It's funny, that'll come up again. Rob Saleh mentioned that, and yeah, Last night I was going through the 11 missed calls, and when you say somebody should speak up about it, a lot of people have spoken up about it. And honestly, I had hashtag NFL bogus created in 2017. I interviewed with the NFL in 2018, and I scrubbed my Twitter account of all NFL bogus stuff because every time something would happen, whether it was a roughing the passer or a pass interference or a phantom call or missed call, whatever, I would tweet out for like a picture or video from my apartment TV, hashtag NFL bogus, and like keep document of it. I do it now. It's just why I call it NFL bogus is it's a bogus league, and we just accept it. There are bogus calls in every single game that alter the course of the game, and we just take it as it is and march forward and eat it up and love the NFL and bet on it and play fantasy football and put our jerseys on and root for these teams, and it's egregious. 888-808-1019. Obviously talking about the Giants as they get ready to host the 49ers. Obviously talking about the New York Yankees as their division rival, the Toronto Blue Jays, are one game away from being world champs. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Call us up. We'll be right back.
Scatterboo is down and shaken up.
Adversity has presented itself all season in many forms for Big Blue.
Oh no, it's bad. I just saw his right foot bent completely to the right.
How that adversity is met reveals what a team is made of.
We got to start figuring out ways to win.
Week 9 brings San Francisco to town with Christian McCaffrey looking to wreak some Halloween havoc on MetLife. Will the Giants rise up and get back in the win column? Find out right here Sunday at 1 on your home for New York Giants football. 1019 FM WFAN and always live on the free Odyssey app.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Everyone knows when Sunday comes around for kickoff and tailgates, you gotta come ready. And who's the MVP of my game day spread? Mike's Amazing Mustard. This stuff just isn't a condiment, it's the first round pick. Put it on your hot dog, your sausage, or your favorite hero, and it's an instant touchdown. It's bold, it's got that perfect bit of spice, and it always delivers in the clutch. So this season, when it's 4th and goal at the grill, don't pass the ketchup, pass the mustard. Mike's Amazing Mustard. Find it this season at ShopRite.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club Come for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentlemen's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens. Just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Hey, let me ask you something. Would you seat your 3-year-old child on a windowsill? Would you seat them beside a lit fireplace or by the deep end of a pool? One last question. Would you seat your child in a car seat that's not correct for them? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Secure their future. Seat them in the correct car seat. For more information, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Real sports talk for real fans with real opinions. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Yeah. Yo, I just thought of something. Shout out to H&L Dre that listens to WFAN all day, and he listens to Infinity Sports Network next door. I gotta go find something that he tagged me in. Whenever I hear that beat, I think about the rap that I did a while ago on WFAN when I used to just kick raps randomly. Wrote a rap today. Figured I should snap today. It's a Freestyle Friday, no Apple Pay. Just download the free Odyssey app today. KM to AM on the mic until it's Saturday. I did that over the Busta Rhymes beat like, I don't know, many moons ago. We have somebody else in here who put together a rap. I'm going to send it to Fleegs. We'll play it before I get out of here. And, I'm due for a Week 9 rap. And I haven't written anything yet. So call me up with an idea for Week 9, maybe a bar, really a beat, right? Sometimes I draw inspiration for these raps that I do on the block by like last week they were playing in Philly. So I took the freeway beat, What We Do, just to tie into Philly, and then I was able to, come up with the lines. But I've got nothing right now. It is Friday. I got to wake up. What I do is wake up by 10 a.m. I drink some coffee. I find a beat, and then I have like a little studio in my apartment. I turn the red lights on. I just close the door. I lock in, and probably by 1 o'clock, I will have a 1-minute rap to submit. But right now, I'm telling you, I don't have a beat. I don't have a line written, so maybe I could start brainstorming tonight. And later, we'll play a little bit of Pat Boyle's rap that he had on Infinity Sports Network for Trey Savage. I'm not laughing at him. I'm just laughing because I want you guys to hear it. Let's take a call, and we'll cue that up. We'll cue some audio up for the Giants fans and Rob Saleh talking about Jackson Dart, Mac Jones talking about Brian Dable, and I did say I wanted to play you Mad Dog's take on Halloween. Is it Yosel or Yoselli? Yoselli is in Lakewood on the Fan. What's up, man? Yassel is in Lakewood on the Fan. Let's try that again.
Hey, what's up?
What's up, man?
Well, I want to say about the Blue Jays that they managed to win the World Series before the Yankees. That doesn't make sense.
I mean, it does, though. Speaking of managing, they have a better manager than the New York Yankees. Sorry. John Snyder's a better manager. And I just found out this girl that I went to college with, her brother played baseball with him. He pitched. I think I got to go look at the message she sent me. And John Snyder was the catcher, so their whole family's rooting for him. It does make sense. They paid Vladimir Guerrero Jr. the big bag, and look at how he's performed in this postseason, like a high-paid player. They put together a whole bunch of different style hitters and players. They have a deep lineup. They have also guys they can mix and match coming out of that bullpen. They have been able to get starting pitching out of a 22-year-old rookie that was enabled. Like there's a lot of things that have added up. Yeah, we had Schlittler, but we couldn't get him much further. You know, they were able to get this kid to the World Series, and he showed up. Could you imagine Cam Schlittler doing that? And I could. You know, I was there, both of his performances. I could imagine he's built like that. But yeah, you know, I don't want to take anything away from the Blue Jays. I found myself yesterday not hating on them, just giving them respect for how they play, how they show up. They could have folded after playing 2 games in one, an 18-inning game where Freddie Freeman walked it off. They could have packed it up. They're resilient. They've been all year. They came back and won the next 2. They jumped all over Blake Snell. Bo Bichette is playing on one leg. They lose George Springer. It doesn't matter. Davis Snyder, you're up. First pitch he sees. Placata. Like, I hate Toronto as a division rival, just like I hate the Red Sox, the Orioles. You know what I'm saying? But, like, as a baseball fan, I can respect it because they are beating the team that was supposed to be the Goliath to their David. They are beating the team that said they were going to ruin baseball. And it's not close. They've outscored them 23-7 in the games that they've won.
Oh, so is Ohtani in a slump?
I mean, he was in a slump, and then he had that big game where, you know, he hit the 3 homers, and then even in that 18-inning game, he had the 2 homers and the 2 doubles, and then they walked him a bunch of times. He was in a slump 2 nights ago. He better wake up and get out of it. Speaking of wake up, you know, a report came out that Ohtani sleeps in this like specially imported bed, and he's got this weighted mask, and like, you know, he gets, you know, anywhere from 10 to 12 hours of sleep. I'm like, wow, I can't imagine. He didn't get that after that 18-inning game, and then he had to get on the mound the next day, and he got rocked. So hopefully he's sleeping well in Toronto tonight before his boy Yamamoto takes the mound, because they're going to need him, and they're talking about him potentially pitching in relief. Thanks, Yassel. I gave you a couple beats there. I thought you might have had something else. If you don't, I can fill the airwaves with words. Fleegs, let's pull up. Speaking of, you know, the Blue Jays and Trey Savage and his performance and comparing him to Cam Schlittler, let's pull up Pat Boyle's rap from Infinity Sports Network. Shout out to the great Pat Boyle, my guy PB Radio and TV. I think his show is on right now next door, because I usually see, okay, it starts at 2. I usually see Pat. I thought some nights it started at 12, but I usually see Pat. And you guys have heard Pat. Pat has filled in here, and Pat is a regular here. So, and he's done some of the Yankee postgame as well. So here is Pat Boyle rapping on his show last night about Trey Savage. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can cue it up if this didn't send correctly. Because he had it on his Twitter. I don't know if the link went right, but it's October 8th. It's at 6:13 p.m. October 30th, 2025. He says, I rapped for Trey Savage, and he should absolutely use this for his warm-up song the rest of his career. It's a play off of Savage by Megan Thee Stallion. Okay, here it goes. Pat Boyle with some bars.
Trey Savage, doing major damage. He was the complete package. That splitter is wreaking havoc. He's a savage. Trey Savage. He's gonna be living lavish, 'cause the Blue Jays have the advantage. The title is within their vantage. He's a savage. Trey Savage. Catching the Dodgers slacking. He'll be making major cabbage. It's his rite of passage. He's a savage. Trey Savage.
PB Radio and TV. See, I'm inspiring hosts to get on the mic and spit some bars. You know, it's just another way of doing what we do, sports talk, but do it with the rhythm and the poetry. Mike is in New Haven, Connecticut on the Fan. What's up, Mike?
Not much. How you doing?
Hanging out.
Big fan. I just wanted to talk to you about Boone and something that he does that is so costly. I usually don't focus on Boone because I think Cashman is a bigger problem, but we go through these long spells during the regular season where we can't get out of our own way. And I know that it's a long season, people go through slumps, but we've gone through 6 and 16 slumps with Boone multiple times. We saw it in 2021. And if he could have just somehow, like good managers do, wrangled a few more wins when a team slumps, because a team is going to slump. He doesn't have the ability to think outside the box to steal a few wins, because if he did, we would have been division champions, and that could have changed the trajectory of the whole season.
I'm right there with you, Mike. I watch all the games. I go to 40, 50 games a year, and I'll say this. It's because of Boone being such a player's manager. And what I mean is, like, you know, there was a game where, like, there's always a game. I can't think of exact examples. Of course I can. Let's start with, like, Devin Williams. Mm-hmm. How many opportunities in a week can you give Devin Williams to blow the game?
Exactly.
Like if he does it once, why are you going to try and build his confidence up the very next day or like 2 days ago or 2 days after in the same series? Stay away from him. Like the week that I always say I got off the roller coaster was when they went to Texas and lost to the Rangers. Jock Peterson took him deep. And, you know, those 2 games they lost out there behind Devin Williams, I thought that was enough. And then we come back to the Bronx. It's Old Timers Day weekend. That Friday night, the Astros are here. The place is live as hell. And we're in a tie game late, and they go to Devin Williams. And I literally leave and come here and do the show. And I freak out. I'm like, it's malpractice. So when you talk about going through slumps and getting right, they don't look at it as, hey, we got to do whatever it takes to win, even if that means some guys can't participate. They look at it as, hey, if we break out of this slump and get Devin Williams right, that's huge for his confidence. Same thing with the hitting. It just came back into my head. I think Goldie got hurt, but there have been times like okay, there was a few times, whether it's Austin Wells struggling and we're like, hey, why don't you pinch hit the combination between Ben Rice and Goldie? And it's like, how many at bats can you give Austin Wells if he's already got 2 strikeouts or a pop up or whatever? Like, it's down to the 7th, 8th inning. Where's the pinch hitter? There's so many times during the season with Boone where we're like, why didn't you pinch hit for this guy?
Absolutely. And, you know, that's where leadership comes from, because those of us are old enough, when we all waited for it, that when the team just couldn't get out of its own way, the old man is coming down and he's going to drop the hammer. And it puts everybody on notice. Boone is a huge problem with it, but it's also an organizational problem, because these guys will go through a horrible slump where they can't get out of their own way, and then Boone will set a press conference about how much he loves them and they're savages, and you know how,
and they're right there in this team, and I believe in this team. They're going to turn the corner. It's right in front of us, and we're like, what the hell?
It's torture. It's like we're being gaslit.
No, we are, though. And, like, that's the thing. It's frustrating as hell for us, because, like, we'll lose to some bum-ass teams, and we're like, come on, man. Like, when they went out there and lost to the Cincinnati Reds, and I know the Reds made the postseason, but at the time, we weren't looking at the Cincinnati Reds as a team that was going to beat us. And they lost the first 2 games of that series, and it's like, yo, we can't be dropping games like this.
Yes. The one time we went to the World Series, the road to the World Series was through Yankee Stadium. They need to realize that these wild cards, obviously you want to get in anyway, and if you get the wild card, you'll take it. But every loss matters.
Yeah.
You got to win the division. You got to have the best record in the American League. I'm not taking anything from Toronto. They've done a fantastic job. But it's been within our reach multiple times, and we just haven't gone out and grasped it because there's no urgency or accountability.
You're right. Thanks for the call, Mike. You must be a Yankee fan. You must watch these games. And now I'm going back because I was like, when was that Red Series? It was in the Boone-June swoon. They had 2 6-game losing streaks. It shouldn't happen. You got 2 good talented players, right? They got swept by the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Oh, they didn't get swept. But that was in the losing streak. They got swept by the Boston Red Sox, and then that bled into losing the series, the first 3 to the Angels, and then they were able to salvage 1. But then the next day lost to the Orioles. And I'm sure if I look at these box scores, there's something in there that was just like stupid. Like that first game to the Angels, you lose 1-0 in your building in 11 innings. Why? How? And then there's always something that they could have done differently. There's always something that you would look at as a fan trying to manage the team and say, I wouldn't have done this or I wouldn't have done that. Let's see, who pitched that? Clark Schmidt pitched this game 7 2/3. He gave up 4 hits. You would think that would be all right, right? That would be enough. Oh, Loizaga. I remember this game. That's another thing. Remember Loizaga could not get right? But got to keep running them out there. This is another thing the Yankees do. They rely so much on like the back of the baseball card or the history or, this is what our analytics and numbers say that this player was, and this is what we believe he will be again, so we're going to try it again. Loizaga lost that game. And it's demoralizing for the team because they fought the whole game. It's a tight game, and you go to somebody in the bullpen, and it's like, doesn't have it. Little mistake. In extra innings. Let's see. How did that go down? Jason Dominguez. No. And I don't even really want to go back. I keep getting feedback on the mic. I got to position this mic differently. I think it's my headphones. I've been dealing with this all week. Maybe I need different headphones. But yeah, the Yankees, if there's one thing that I hope Boone changes in his last 2 years, because I don't know if he's going to get he's got 2 more years. I don't think he gets another contract if he doesn't win the whole thing in these 2. It's going to get too loud. But I would hope that there is a sense of urgency as far as hey, all of these games matter, especially division games, where this isn't a participation trophy league. This isn't a participation trophy franchise. We're not just going to play Little Billy because Little Billy's dad wants him in the game and paid for him to be on the rec team and he deserves a shot. And it should be all based on who's your best option. And I know there are some nights, because we would do this all season. There were some nights where it's like, who else were they going to go to? But the Yankees too many times are yeah, we're going to go to Zach Britton. Zach Britton don't want to be out there, bro. We're going to go to Clay Holmes. Clay Holmes has blown 13 saves. Yeah, we're going to start Luis Severino. Again? How many starts from Luis Severino do you have to see? He's batting practice. He can't get out of the first inning. Same thing with Devin Williams this year. Same thing with Luke Weaver. I don't think I'll ever get over the fact that Luke Weaver had such a roller coaster year, up and down, up and down, up and down. But when we get to the postseason, they think that Luke Weaver is the closer from last year's postseason. And you're not using him in a closer role. And it ain't 2024, where the only reason Luke Weaver became your closer in 2024 was because you kept saying you believe in Clay Holmes. There was a whole campaign, a united front from the captain, the manager, the GM. Last year, go back to last year with Clay Holmes. Brian Cashman, Aaron Boone, and Aaron Judge were all vocal about how they believe in Clay Holmes. He's the guy. He's going to get it done. I was coming on the fan saying, if you think that Clay Holmes is going to close games for you in October, then you're not serious about the postseason. They waited until the very last weeks to go away from Clay Holmes and say, okay, well, we have Luke Weaver. And Luke Weaver became the closer, the ferocious jungle cat, yelling and screaming. Coming off the mound, he looked like he had the intestinal fortitude for it. Remember? Okay. That was last year, though. You changed his role, and you had to change his role because, and it doesn't make any damn sense. You didn't even believe in him to be the closer. That's why you traded for Devin Williams. And then when Devin Williams couldn't do it, and it's funny how everything comes back. It was against the Toronto Blue Jays. I was at that game. And it was Jimenez and Springer. And I remember Devin Williams hadn't recorded an out. I think Springer might have singled, and then maybe Jimenez was hit by pitch. And the fans start chanting, "We want Weaver." And I had a take on Yankees Twitter, and I also had a take on air that people didn't like, where I was saying, if you're a Yankee fan, you're rooting for the Yankees, how are you heckling our closer before he records an out? How are you chanting you want somebody else on the mound before he gets an out? He could have got out of the inning. And And now as I scroll back to that one, let's see here. Yep. Top of the ninth, George Springer singles on a line drive to center to left field, Cody Bellinger. Andre Jimenez hit by pitch. Alejandro Kirk doubles. Toronto takes the lead 3-2. That was so early in the season. That was a Friday night, my favorite night to go to the ballpark, April 25th, 2025. So they didn't believe in Luke Weaver to be the closer. They traded for Devin Williams to be the closer. Not long after that, Devin Williams can no longer be the closer. Luke Weaver assumes that position again. But then Luke Weaver gets hurt. And I think it was the Dodgers series about a month after that where Luke Weaver strains his hamstring. And he wasn't right ever since. He had spurts, he had moments, and that's another thing too. Like, do their numbers and analytics not take into account that, like, Luke Weaver can look good against the Twins, the White Sox, and the Orioles? That's way different than the Red Sox in the wild card series, the Blue Jays in the division series. Make it make sense, man. That's all I'm asking for the Yankees. Make it make sense, man. Make your decision making make sense to us. Because it seemed like you tried to turn Luke Weaver into this, like, first reliever out of the bullpen. Like, he was the first guy to take the ball and give it to after Max Fried. And they did that twice in the postseason, and it cost us both times. Both in game one. They did it in game one against Garrett Crochet in the wild card. They did it game one in the ALDS versus Kevin Gossman. And to me, is wild arrogant. To me, it smells like you're managing the game like it's the regular season, and you should be managing the game like it's do or die, because it is. This is the end of the season. This is it. Like, you can't play with fire like that. I don't care if it's the bottom of the order. I don't care. Like, it's like those decisions cost you. Look at how Dave Roberts is. he's so scared and careful with his bullpen because he knows he can't trust any of those guys. They got to stretch Yamamoto. They got to stretch Ohtani. They got to stretch Blake Snell because he knows any of those guys coming out of bullpen are going to light fire to the game. And this is the last series, the World Series. You can't do that. 888-808-1019. Okay, we're going to queue up the rest of this audio. We played Pat Boyle. We played Pat Boyle's Megan Thee Stallion rap for Trey Savage. When we come back, we will queue up the Giants audio as well as Mad Dog's take on Halloween. I see the calls coming in. 888-808-1019. This is my last hour. Everything's on the table. If you want to talk Yankees, I'd rather go back in time and look at the season that was than to do Hot Stove, because I'm telling you, that is going to be the next 2 months. Like, it's Friday. The Blue Jays could beat the Dodgers tonight, and then as soon as the season is over, that conversation starts, and it is nonstop, especially if you're listening at night to myself, into Big Mac. What do you think we're going to talk about? Yankees Hot Stoves. 888-808-1019. Let's take this break. We'll be right back.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Fresh off of this NBA,
that's great timing.
Thing,
yes,
is horrible.
Yes.
I'm sorry, because a lot of people already put their bets in, including worked out. I picked the freaking Ravens on Friday,
and it still worked out. And it still worked out.
It worked out, but still.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/life.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
Tune in after every Giants game for the Giants Drive of the Game, sponsored by New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety, reminding you to look out for pedestrians. Safety is a shared responsibility.
Wake up with Boomer and Geo, mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 1 o'clock. I'm Justin Rock. This report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, ChefIQ.com. All 3 local hockey teams on the ice tonight. Out in Edmonton, the Rangers came from 2 down in the third period. JT Miller, the winner in overtime. Blue Shirts topped the Oilers 4-3. No Matt Barzal for the Islanders Thursday. He was a healthy scratch for disciplinary reasons after arriving late to the team's morning skate. Matthew Schaefer scored, but the Hurricanes handled the Isles 6-2. Dawson Mercer, a pair of goals, but the Devils fall to the Sharks 5-2. To the NFL, Thursday Night Football, Ravens beat the Dolphins 28-6. Giants and 49ers coming up on Sunday. Former Jets head coach and current Niners defensive coordinator Robert Saleh with high praise for Jackson Dart.
He is uber talented. I understand why Dayball went to the blue tent. I probably would have went too. I mean, kid's good, man. He's a really, really, really good kid. I think New York hit on this one big time.
Knicks and Nets were idle. The Knicks will be in Chicago to play the Bulls later tonight. New York getting healthier. Miles McBride set to return after being out the last 2 games for personal reasons. And another good sign, Mitchell Robinson, a full participant in practice on Thursday. Fan weather brought to you by Roto-Rooter Plumbing and Water Cleanup. Roto-Rooter, that's the name, and away go troubles down the drain. It's 58 degrees and partly cloudy in Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Justin Rock.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Yeah. Let's do it. So you just heard Justin Rock with the update and a little bit of Rob Saleh. Let's run through the audio. Let's play the full clip of Rob Saleh talking about Jackson Dart. Let's play the full clip of Mac Jones talking about Brian Dable. And we'll get back to the phones at 888-808-1019. So here's Rob Saleh in his, regular media availability out in San Francisco. This was posted by 95.7 The Game out there. Shout out to them. They've had me on a couple times. Here's Rob Saleh, former Jets head coach, talking about young Jackson Dart.
He is uber talented. I understand why Dayball went to the blue tent. I probably would have went too. I mean, kid's good, man. He's a really, really, really good kid. I think New York hit on this one big time. But he's dynamic. He's decisive. He's accurate. He's been a joy to watch over these. Just studying his tape over the last. He's been 5 starts now. So. And they're doing a really good job with him. They're asking him. There's certain things they're asking of him, but they're doing a good job hiding it within their weekly game plans. And I've always thought Dayball's done a really good job. Him and Kafka, and they put a lot of strain on defenses. And this kid he's going to be special.
So there you have it from Rob Saleh. Obviously, you guys are all familiar with him. Positive energy, all gas, no brakes. Commander, competitor, contenders, and all that stuff that he brought to the Jets. He was keeping receipts and all that, and Woody fired him after 5 weeks last year, and he landed on his feet. He's just fine. Woody's still paying him, and he's with the 49ers, and that's where he came from, right? It's crazy how, we saw him with the 49ers, and he looked like the next great head coach, just the fire intensity that he had, and then the Jets sucked that all out of him, and he went back to the 49ers, and he's right back. So the 49ers defense is currently ranked 8th in total defense, allowing an average of 317 yards per game. They're ranked 15th in rushing defense with 107 yards per game, 7th in scoring defense, 19.7 points per game. So this is going to be a challenge. Now, I don't think he was, buttering up Jackson Dart, because everybody has said it from I think I've been pretty consistent going to get these clips of players, coaches, and people talking about Jackson Dart, and Jackson Dart, if you watch any of the games, you get it, right? There's enough film on him where everybody's in agreement that he's a hell of a player already. He makes a lot of plays. He has been the difference, and he's done it with less. He's done it with a backup center. He's done it with out Malik Neighbors. He's going to have to do it without Cam Scatterbo. And now I'm going to really look at Brian Dable and Mike Kafka to see how they scheme and call plays, especially this week, because there's a lot of noise around, Jackson Dart makes so many plays off schedule. Jackson Dart makes things happen out of structure. The coaches aren't scheming guys open. It isn't like, they're calling the right plays. It's Jackson Dart making something out of nothing. Well, if I was Brian Dable, if I was Mike Kafka, I'd want to fight that a little bit. And again, tonight we've been talking about Brian Dable as a coach. Maybe he is better suited as an offensive coordinator, a quarterback coach, whatever, but he's the Giants head coach. And here's Mac Jones, who was a freshman at Alabama with him. And if you recall, he also coached Jalen Hurts. I believe he was also there when Tua was there, and Mac Jones came up right after them. But Mac Jones is going to start this week. So maybe Brian Dable has some intel on him, some tells on him, watching film on him that can help the defense. But here is Mac Jones talking about your head coach, your Giants head coach, and giving you some insight on, again, what we don't see, the relationship that he has with players and how they feel about him in practice, in the film room, behind the scenes. Here's Mac Jones talking about Brian Daboll.
You overlapped with Coach Daboll at Alabama.
Yeah.
Your first year. What was he like as a coach? And
oh, he was awesome.
What did you learn from him just in that first year there?
Yeah, he was the best. I think we spent a lot of time together. Just I was third string and freshman, and he was installing a new offense, so I didn't really know much. So he was trying to see if I could learn the offense that he wanted to install, and he did just such a good job of innovating for the player that was in. So when Jalen played, he had quarterback runs and things like that, and then when Tua played, he had a lot of RPOs and over the middle passing. So I learned as a young player how good he was at building his plan for the offense at the time, and learned a lot about coverages and footwork and all that stuff. So we obviously still talk and stuff, and he's a great coach, and got a lot of respect for him.
Sounds good to me. Sounds similar to me. Sounds like he had a set of plays and a plan for Russell Wilson, and then when he got tired of seeing Russell Wilson get sacked and not be able to make plays, he knew to go to Dart, and he knew what to call for Jackson Dart to make plays and show his ability. 888-808-1019. Ross is in Bergen County on the Fan. Ross, you saw that overtime victory by your New York Rangers?
Yeah, it's what are you going to say, man? I'd say it's one step forward, 2 steps back.
No, a win is a win, especially an overtime win. It could have been a loss, and you could be feeling different. And maybe this road trip is going to be good for them. So far, so good.
We're lucky Bouchard's one of the laziest MFers in the league, and that's putting it lightly. I mean, you even look at Vancouver, you're not talking about the fact that Jonathan Quick was the one behind I'm talking about Rangers fans between the pipes for that one. Because you remember I was calling you up talking about it's just going to be just like the Mets. When the goals start falling, you're going to have Igor crap in the bed yet again. And everybody that was talking about, thank God for Igor. I put out a tweet. I said, well, thank God for Igor, because if it weren't for him, this may be 8-1. And that's when the score was sitting at 3-1. You saw the goal, of course, in typical Ranger fashion. We gave a first career goal to Matt Savoie. But, all in all, if JT Miller finally pops one, it's about damn time. You see everybody and their mother talking about him at TL or Lafreniere. Lafreniere being the unluckiest player in the league. I'm glad Taylor Radish is, and that's tongue-in-cheek. He stinks. Taylor Radish, on the other hand, I'm glad he's finally getting his flowers. He's been one of the bright spots of this team. I think he leads us in goals currently, or he's right up there, and he was kind of like a last-second kind of depth piece in a way. Him and Connor Sherry off of PTL were kind of, two of the main contributors, believe it or not. But, hey, I mean, if you're, you take 2 or 3 out in Western Canada, I don't know how you didn't take the game against Calgary. That was like the low-hanging fruit. But I guess you take the last 2 out of 3. I guess it's something to hold your head high about.
Better than the Devils did, better than the Islanders did, and you got to start winning some games here.
Well, I mean, you guys are still atop the league standings, right? I think you're first overall.
You rip off 8 out of your first 9, you're in a good spot. You can afford to, lose a couple. But they just lost 2 bad ones back to back.
That's how 2023 started. I remember your boy Brett Pack. Every game was the sorry Lindy, the little meter, and what a 180 that wound up being. Now I don't know. Everyone talk about full circle here. What we're seeing with Toronto, one of the best sports markets in the league. They love their basketball. They love their baseball. They almost hate their hockey more than they love it up there. You see, Mitch Marner was in tears, and not in a good way, when he finally asked out. Nylander Matthews are stuck there, and Sheldon Keefe is one of the many names that never won it with that core. Now he's behind your guys' bench, and who knows if this is going to be different here. But you can't even use last year's like a litmus test just because of the injuries. You know what I'm saying? Like Hughes going down, Luke Hughes going down eventually. Once the playoffs got going. How about Dougie Hamilton? Talk about a little bit of a resurgence. People almost thought he was like on the little not last leg of his career, but kind of with Nemec and Seamus Casey being on the cusp, maybe he was like the odd man out, and all of a sudden I think he's like right up there with you guys in terms of points, even goals as a defenseman, which is nuts.
Good start for Dougie Hamilton this year. I think most Devil fans, Dougie Hamilton's a fan favorite for most Devils fans.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no doubt. I'm just saying, if I look at us, just kind of like circle it back to the Rangers. I need to drop Lafreniere. I mean, look, it's the same old BS with him. He gets all like the let off the hook because of the potential and all that. He's been pitiful. That's nothing new with him. I think you kind of got to expect the veterans to step up too. You saw Miller tonight getting the OT winner. That's a step up. Meek has actually been solid, prior to what he's been these last couple of years. Panarin just looks completely just dejected. He doesn't look like he gives a damn out there. But overall, I think we're already at the point 12 games in for me specifically. I'm at the point where, no exaggeration, I trust Quick out there more than Igor. And I know I'm in the minority with that, but the last couple of years I felt that, obviously Igor's more skilled and all that, but for Quick, North, wrong side of 30, what he's able to give you as a backup, pretty much this being all but his final year of his career, he's posted more shutouts than Igor so far this year. So,
yeah, but bro, it's almost 40. Obviously it's Igor's team, and you might feel more comfortable, but there's no way he'd get more playing time than Igor in the net.
Hey, one last thing. I heard those Pat bars. I think I remember with Carton throughout that rap too, and I remember you were giving that a little bit of life too.
Yeah.
I forgot what that was about.
There was a Giants rap, and I think that Giants rap inspired me to rap because I heard it and they were hyping it up. And I think I was listening to Carton and Roberts that day, and I remember exactly. I remember I was on at 7, and I heard that at 3, and I'm like, by 4 o'clock, I'm like, if I can write something between 4 and 6, I'm going on air and I'm going to kick a rap tonight. Just to be like, nah, this is how you actually can rhyme. Like, there has to be a cadence, rhythm, delivery, bars, not anyway. Yeah, that actually, and then Craig came up with something. He was like, rumble in the jungle, I got humbled.
Bro, it's hilarious. All I'm going to say is us Met fans, we got them playing Pink Pony Club and Dancing Queen. Then we wonder why we got City Field looking like a spear of Halloween, bro. Happy Halloween, man. I'll talk to you.
Thanks for the call, Ross. Yeah. Speaking of the Make It Happen Mets, CC Sabathia was talking about the Mets. And CC's a baseball guy, and CC keeps it a bean. He keeps it a buck. There's an article on Yankees.com about CC Sabathia feeling like, CC said he thinks the Mets are closer to winning a World Series than the Yankees. Yes, Sabathia did say this on a recent episode of Boardroom's Network with Rich Klein. And shout out to the Boardroom and Rich Kleiman. I like how much, that's KD's group. I like how much they are involved in baseball and trying to create content with baseball. And they show up at every All-Star game now, and they do things with baseball. But CC said the Mets are going to be super motivated next year because they didn't make the playoffs. It's going to be tough for the Yankees to get by after what they just went through, and even last year going to the World Series. The deeper you get into the playoffs, the harder it is to reset and get ready for the next year. The Mets still have a lot to prove with a great roster and a lot of talent. He said, I actually think they're closer than the Yankees are. And, Rich Kleiman asked him on his perspective. He said, get pitching, veteran pitching. That's going to help those 3 young starters that you've got. They've got 3 young stars in the making. Jonah Tong, McLean, Sproat, they're great, but you can't expect those guys to be 4 or 5 starters, or make 4 or 5 starts into their. I'm reading from this video. He said they're being set up for failure. You can't expect those guys to be full-time starters after only seeing 4 or 5 starts from them. He's like, they need pros to teach them. He said, I think they're kind of set up though to be good. But if the Mets address their pitching, they bring back Pete. Juan Soto was damn near 40-40. They got off to a slow start or whatever, or they got off to a hot start and slowed down. But basically what CC's saying in this video is that he feels like the Mets, if they just prioritize pitching and bring in some veteran pitchers and pair them with their younger pitchers to help those guys along, that their reset could potentially be better, quicker than the Yankees, because the Yankees, it's a lot to overcome, right? The Yankees have to overcome, the Blue Jays, in my opinion, are winning the World Series. So let's jump to that conclusion that they win 1 out of the next 2 games. That looms large. That hangs over the New York Yankees. What's hanging over the Mets? The Mets' own failure is hanging over them. And we all know why they failed. Down the stretch, David Peterson didn't have it. Sean Manaea didn't have it. Kodai Senga didn't have it. They literally didn't have it as far as having starters and even the bullpen, right? Guys that they went to get like Ryan Helsley. Trash. Fix that, David Stearns. Fix that, and you have the hitters. You have the position players. You know, I started talking about Pete Alonso. Nowhere did you hear me say that the Mets should give him 7 years. I don't think that's happening at all. But why can't they give him 5? Steve Cohen can afford it. Even if when Pete is 36 years old, if that it doesn't matter. I don't know. I think you have to bring Pete back for his production and also how clutch he was. And like we were putting him in MVP conversation in the beginning of the year. 888-808-1019. I know. Oh yeah, we got to get younger, but like last year going into the season, there was a thought that Vladdy could be a Met, right? Because the conversations with the Blue Jays, they were far apart. But now that that's not going to happen, you can't sell me on who's going to play first base for the Mets. Vientos? I think it would be foolish. He's your guy. He has the home run record. That is going to make money itself every time he hits 300, 350, 400, whatever. You need him in that lineup with Soto. That was a big conversation last year. You have to bring Pete back. When you went to Amazing Day, fans were saying, we want Pete, and you were disgruntled with the owner because you felt like, okay, we just spent $800 million on Soto. Who else is in the lineup? Who's protecting him in the lineup? I think they bring Pete back. Honestly, don't know who else in baseball is going to bid and try to beat Steve Cohen. One, they know they can't beat him money-wise, AAV-wise. And then a lot of times you see, I used the example of Max Fried last night, like the Yankees going the extra year to get Max Fried, where that contract could be stupid in a couple years. Like it could literally be like, come on, you went there, but it was a win-now move. And it was smart because with Garrett Cole going down, Max Fried ended up being the ace. But what I'm saying is somebody might go 6. I don't see anybody going 7. 6, 7. Somebody might go one more year, but I think the number for Pete is 5. And I know Boris and them came out so early saying he's seeking a 7-year deal, and he's talked about wanting to play until like, okay, if you want to play until you're 38, 39, 40, you might have to do that on 1-year deals. But as far as the Mets are concerned, I think the Mets give him a higher AAV than other teams, and they give him a 5-year deal, and he's going to take it. He's going to want to stay. He's going to want to stay in the same uniform, in the same place, and continue on with these fans in that building and this team. I don't think he's going to run away if the numbers are close. I don't think, even if somebody does offer him a year more, he's going to be more inclined to stay with the Mets. Rob is in Jackson, New Jersey on the fan. What's up, Rob?
Hey, how you doing, Keith?
Good.
First of all, I got to say I've been listening since you took over for Schmooze, and you have been killing it, man. It's been a pleasure to listen to you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so my opinion is that Steve Cohen has made a lot of owners in MLB mad, and they don't want to deal with them. So free agents are one thing, but trade-wise, they want a king's ransom for mediocre players. So I think it's a little bit tougher for the Mets to get these players as it is for the Yankees because, like I said, Steve Cohen has made a lot of owners mad. I just wanted to get your opinion.
Yeah, I honestly thought they overpaid for Rodgers. I remember seeing the return with the Giants, and I'm like, yo, why would they do that? Like, they
overpaid for a lot.
They gave him Tidwell. They gave him Buto, and they gave him why am I blanking on the outfielder's name now? He was like the main piece because he kind of ignited
from Tampa.
He ignited the Giants.
I know you're talking about the same thing, drawing a blank.
I named Tidwell, Buto, Drew Gilbert. Drew Gilbert.
Yeah. But that's my opinion that like free agents are one thing, and a lot of free agents, when it comes down to it, they just don't want to play in New York, period, anymore. But
yeah, it's hard to play here.
And all that stuff, the owners do not like Steve Cohen. So for a mediocre 4.25 ERA pitcher, they want your best prospects. And, I love the way he pivoted with Verlander and Scherzer. And
I'm thinking about in my head the trades with Billy Epler. He was able to finesse a lot of moves at that deadline where it seemed like people were open for business. Now, with the combination of David Stearns and Steve Cohen, I don't know how much, these other teams are going to be inclined to just give them players for less.
So far, not really a fan, but when it comes down to even trades, both teams getting what they want, need. I just don't feel like
this trade deadline for the Mets was an absolute L. Like Cedric Mullins,
disaster.
Ryan Helsley, Soto, Gregory Soto.
On paper, it wasn't bad.
Oh, well, I remember being on. We celebrated it. It was the day before the deadline. We thought that Stearns had won. We thought that he built the super pen. We were raving about it.
We thought he won when they got Verlander and Scherzer.
Yeah, and that was money. So, like, going into this offseason, like, okay, Tarek Skubal. And a lot of people have been saying, because I was saying, go get Skubal, give him whatever you want. And a lot of people have been countering, saying they're going to want everyone. They're going to want everything. They're going to want, like, 5-6 guys and your top prospects.
Mediocrity.
For a rental.
Yeah.
But I counter that by saying he doesn't have to be a rental because Steve Cohen has the money to pay him whatever he wants, and he's worth it because he's arguably the best pitcher in the game.
Yep, and the only thing he's really going to be good for is to drive up his value to get more money from other teams. But it is what it is. But I just miss the guys that are like I don't know if you're a major league fan, but Rube Baker, the guys that are just happy to play the game. You just miss guys like that. But comes down to it, they're just all about
there's an interesting dynamic here. Thanks for the call, Rob. I listened to last night. I talked about it. Keith Hernandez on the show podcast with Joel Sherman and John Heyman. I listened to the whole podcast, and Keith Hernandez talked about the clubhouse dynamic. And without saying so much, he talked about how big of a presence Juan Soto is coming into that clubhouse where it was already Lindor's clubhouse. And how different those two guys are. I think the word he used was like, Lindor is very aloof, but meanwhile Soto is very serious and focused and dialed in before games. And how their styles didn't necessarily mesh. They have to, though, because for the next part of the decade plus, they're going to be here. They're under contract. Pete might not be here. Is Edwin Diaz going to be here? That's another talking point. Have to bring Edwin Diaz back, even if he opts out. Edwin Diaz has to be a Met. He's one of the best relievers in the game. And just getting him how you got him in the trade and then paying him and then the whole trumpets thing and then like how you're able to use him, like that, he's too much of a weapon to not be on the Mets. Like he's the one guy you can rely on in that bullpen no matter what. He's closing the door on games. If you are able to figure out how to get some starting pitching, you need Edwin Diaz to be able to finish the game, close the door. But yeah, Keith Hernandez was talking about the dynamic between Juan Soto and Lindor, and I think that's just a first-year thing. So that's over now. I think they're going to be set up for success next year, and they're going to be super motivated, and they got to be. I think Stearns is going to be more at the mercy of Cohen. I think in the beginning, it's like Stearns kind of inherited what he inherited, and then he chose to do less in the second year because they had so much success in the first year. Now it's kind of mandated, like, hey, you got to go get pitching, you got to go get this, do that, whatever. I think they're going to work in more of a tandem, and that's how they should. It should be the brains of David Stearns and the wallet of Steve Cohen. That's how I felt they got Soto. And I know it was mostly Cohen, but that was a masterful contract. I don't think Steve Cohen drafted up that contract. That was done with Boris and Stearns as well. Like the bonus money, the opt-outs where they can match them and raise the money over the years. But Soto can't pitch. You can pay him more than Ohtani, but he can't pitch like Ohtani. So you got to get the pitching. You cannot skimp on it. 888-808-1019. It's already 1:30. I'm running out of time. But Met fans, call me up. Tell me your wish list. Tell me who you want. Tell me who you have your eye on. Wouldn't it be nice to have games where Tarek Skubal pitches 8 innings and hands the ball to Edwin Diaz 10 times in a year? I could see it. Wouldn't it be nice to bring Pete Alonso back? And then, Pete Alonso, I've been talking about for years on this station, watched everybody hit the mega millions around him. Pete Alonso watched everybody come in here and get paid, as we're talking about Scherzer and Verlander. He watched those guys count $43 million a year. Where's my money? What about me? He watched The whole pursuit of Juan Soto, they made a whole movie for YouTube about signing this big-time free agent. He watched Steve Cohen give him a sweet security detail and a clothing allowance for his mom. You think Pete Alonso's like kind of wanting to get his turn? He got a little bit of it last year. But now it's time to actually give him the 5-year deal. Not 7. Give him a 5-year deal that's solid. Can't lose another forever Met. You lost DeGrom because you didn't want to go. And that you lost DeGrom before David Stearns was here. I'm ranting. We got a break, but we'll get back to it. And then also I see Dave, we'll get to you. We'll continue with the Yankees talk. It's already hot stove because it's already a foregone conclusion that the Blue Jays are going to win the World Series. And so what are we left to do here but come up with all these different machinations of how do we get better and what do we add to this team to fix the team from last year so that maybe this next year the parade can come to New York. Keep McPherson on the fan. I got 24 minutes left. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back.
Kick on its way. End over end and good!
The Scarlet Knights got a huge Big Ten win last week against the Boilermakers.
And the Scarlet Knights win it!
Next up, the Fighting Illini, kicking off at 2:30 tomorrow. The home of Rutgers football, powered by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers athletics. Let's be healthy together. And The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and Odyssey app.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Cash App is built for this city. You got built-in security that's rock solid. Face ID, scam warnings, 24/7 chat support. It's like having a bodyguard for your money. You work too hard to let anything slip through the cracks. Download the Cash App today. Use code WFAN10. Send $5 to a friend within 14 days, and Cash App drops $10 right back into your account. Terms apply. That's money. That's Cash App. Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partners. Prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. Overdraft coverage provided by Cash App, A Block Inc. brand. Visit cash.app/legal/podcast.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer. Now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Talk New York sports on WFAN 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Here we go. Right back at it on the fan, man. C-Mac is in the bullpen warming up. Shout out to everybody holding in the chat. I see you guys. Appreciate you guys. Pedro in there. Pedro Medina, what's up? Jonathan from Los Angeles in there. The Lone Silencer says, what's up, Keith and the KM to AM crew? My guy JW Kim in there. James in there. Scrolling back up, we had a lot of good conversation in the chat. There was a hater in the chat, and he must have went to bed, though. Shout out to Lou from earlier, Peter from earlier in the chat, Joseph Clark. You know, it's funny, right? You know, there's always so many haters on the internet. I appreciate them. You need haters. If you don't got no haters, you ain't popping. But it's like, you can't hate on somebody that's getting paid to do what I'm doing, or Big Mac coming up next that I'm sure somebody's going to say something stupid in the chat. But like, how are you hating on us, our appearance, or what we're saying or what we're doing? This is our job. We're at work. You're willingly choosing to watch and listen. We appreciate that. 888-808-1019. You know, it turned back in the hot stove. But before we get back to the Yankee calls and the Met calls, I was doing some research because I wasn't sure about a couple things. I wasn't sure about, you know, like I read you the Giants injury report. Here's something from Pat Leonard that came out today as far as notable Giants practice observations. Dexter Lawrence, whose name has been talked about a lot all week, wasn't wearing his elbow brace for the first time in a while. So that elbow's feeling a little better from last November. Dexter might be a little fired up to show he's not hurt. He's not trying to get traded. He's not being disrespected. And, you know, he's ready to wreak havoc. Good. Giants wide receiver Ray McLeod ditched number 39 for number 88. I believe that reflects where his role is headed Sunday. So Ray McLeod is going to make his debut wearing a Akeem Nicks jersey. Good. Cordell Flott was jogging on the side as he ramps up in concussion protocol, but it's TBD whether he can clear. They need that guy, man. They need him. Jermaine Illuminor was running on the outdoor field, so it appears he's not practicing. Daniel Bellinger was working with the strength coach, doing some jogging, stretching, but moving gingerly. He's probably out. Didn't see Paulson Adebo. He might have been outside with Illuminor. No real changes to yesterday. And Greg Van Roten and Jalen Hyatt, No real changes to yesterday other than Greg Van Roten and Jalen Hyatt being back at practice. Javon Holland moved well. Seems like he's trending towards playing. And that's good. You need more of your starters and your talented players to be able to compete. It's a home game. Guys have been out. They need this game. I think this would go a long way for the Giants to find a way to beat Kyle Shanahan's 49ers in their building. There will be planes flying above. The last thing I was wondering, so this kid that was flying the planes before the Dart era began, he rescheduled it. Right. Joshua Reynolds, 16-year-old high school junior from Bergen County, rescheduled the September 28th home game against the Chargers because that's when, Dart came out. So it's like, we're not going to do it then. Sunday marks the Giants' first afternoon home game since, which is the date that he's rescheduled it for. And he said, they asked Reynolds, why did he decide to stick with his original plan message for Sunday's game, right? He was supposed to do this on the 28th, but Dart came in. They won that game. He already paid for it, whatever, so you got to use it. It's crazy, not too much change. He said mostly the fact that the coaching staff has still been the same. Even though every year we've been getting new players, it's the same result. You can't keep trying the same thing that hasn't worked at all. I feel like people gave me the money because they wanted the message flown. Maybe it's better that it got delayed because we could see how the season progressed more. I never really thought about not doing it. So, if you're going to the game Sunday, look up. It's a bird. No, it's a plane. Dave is in Rockland County. Thanks for holding. Dave, you're on.
I have a question. Could you see the Yankees trading for a bigger... I know I might have asked you this. Could you see them trading for a big starting pitcher, then moving like a Luis Gil to the bullpen or Clark Schmidt to the bullpen?
They could trade Luis Gil. And Clark Schmidt, I don't know his timetable to return. Is probably going to be towards the later half of next year. He's not really a factor. Yeah, I could see them trading for a starter, and Luis Gil could be in the trade. Or they could move Luis Gil to the pen. Why not? I don't know what Luis Gil is going to be.
The Yankees need to revamp their pen. That's a fact.
Yeah, but we already can kind of look at it and see that's why Cashman made the moves that he did at the deadline to get relievers with control that weren't rentals because they're going to be in the pen next year. Bednar is going to be back. He's going to be the closer. I really do think they're going to offer Devin Williams and try and bring him back. He'll probably be the setup guy. I think Luke Weaver's gone. But I wouldn't be surprised if you see Camilo Duvall, Jake Bird, those guys back. I'm blanking on other guys.
I don't like Jake Bird.
No one does. No one does. That's another thing. When we talk about how Boone manages games, that game in Miami, he had to pitch every new pitcher. He had every guy that put on a Yankee jersey for the first time. You guys can all collectively go out there and blow the game together.
To be fair, even Bednar, his first game, did not do well. His first game as a Yankee.
If in hindsight, if it seems like it's not working with Jake Bird and Camilo Duvall, maybe you go to somebody that has done it in a Yankee uniform. But at the time, they had a plan, and they don't deviate from their plan and their script. They just went straight with all the new guys.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It made sense until it didn't make sense, and then you're losing a game to the Marlins, and then you lose all three to the Marlins. And if you would have taken that series, your fate might have been different. But whatever. It is what it is.
Yep. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for the call, Dave. Yeah, I don't know. Fernando Cruz. I was blanking on some of the names. Fernando Cruz. Expect him to be back. I got to see who's not. I think Mark Leiter Jr. might be done, which is perfectly fine. I don't need to see him come back. Yeah, he had a 1-year deal. This is all stuff that we'll start researching and tapping into literally this weekend going into next week because Major League Baseball is going to end, and it is going to be time for hot stove and who's staying and who's going, and then the Major League Baseball calendar and decisions being made on these guys. And Honestly, I'm not there yet. I'm thinking about Yamamoto. And do I bet on Yamamoto to throw a complete game? Do I bet on the Dodgers to win and force a Game 7? I think they do. I don't expect them to go out like this. Like, I had made the statement, I don't think anybody could beat the Blue Jays 3 games in a row. The Dodgers can't go down losing 3 in a row. Like, they can't lose the last 2 in their building, go to Toronto, lose that game, season done. Like, that would be pitiful. For the almighty Dodgers, the almighty deferrals, down in Miami. Nick, you're on the Fan in New York. What's up, Nick?
What's up? So, obviously, the first thing Yankees got to do is bring back Bellinger. But the most important thing is besides the added the last starters are going to be out, Cole, Don, and Schmidt be out, and also besides fixing the bullpen, how do the Yankees fix the offense? You look at the Blue Jays offense. Now they're going to hit home runs, but they put the ball in play. Why can Yankees find hitters like that? Like Stephen Kwan. Trade for Stephen Kwan, a good leader hitter. Just get on base, hit the ball, exactly what you need. And it puts pressure because he gets on base, and you have to pitch the Dodgers when people are on base. The Yankees don't have the Dodgers have those kind of hitters. The Yankees don't have the hitters, and you wonder why they don't hit them in the postseason. They could mash, but they can't in the postseason, and I want them to win for Judge. Judge has to win. I'm a diehard Yankee fan. I can't see my team lose every single year. Cashman got to step up his game.
Great call, Nick. Great call. I'm with you, man. I'm a diehard Yankee fan, too. We got to do it for Judge. Judge came through. We didn't do it. How come we don't have more Ernie Clements? How come we don't have more Dalton Varshaws and Addison Bargers and David Schneiders? I mean, I'm getting tired of it, man. I'm not going to hold you. Like, it's so corny how, like even, like, Yankees Twitter now, all of a sudden, it's just like, why don't we have what they have? We have a bunch of guys that hit home runs and that got it done in the regular season. They didn't get it done in the postseason. And, yeah, they also relied on guys like Volpe and Wells in the bottom of the order, Trent Grisham, who turned back into a pumpkin. It sucks. It is what it is. They built that team. They developed that team. Good for them, you know. Hard to know that Andres Jimenez was going to be what he is with them this year. But, like, not for nothing, George Springer's hit, like, literally series-winning bombs. Vladdy's hitting bombs. I think he's got 8 homers in this postseason. Alejandro Kirk hits home runs. Like, David Schneider led the game off with a home run. So you need the home run too. But yeah, no, I mean, I don't know how the Yankees figure it out because they rather die on the guys that they have than go get, like you mentioned, Stephen Kwan. Yeah, sure, everybody would want a Stephen Kwan. Honestly, I want a leadoff hitter. Who's the Yankees' leadoff hitter? I don't need Trent Grisham back on this team. I wouldn't give Trent Grisham the qualifying offer anyway. Like, after what I saw, like Trent Grisham, for 2 reasons. Trent Grisham, what I saw in the postseason, not interested. How are you so clutch in the regular season, postseason, dud? And then I would believe that he can't duplicate what he did in the regular season again. That was just a product of betting on himself, walk year, kind of under the radar on a team with all these other guys, and boop, here comes Trent Grisham. You know, caught some pitchers sleeping and caught some, like, weaker competition. Like, you know, wasn't able to homer off of guys like Crochet. Wasn't able to homer off of guys like Kevin Gossman. Like, I don't know. I have soured on Trent Grisham. Even his defense. When you talk about the laissez-faire country club Yankees, he's the definition. He's out to lunch. He's chilling. And like, he had a hamstring issue all year from spring training, and it kind of lingered. I mean, we've seen him track the ball down, but, like, nah, I'm not paying Trent Grisham. Who is the Yankees' leadoff hitter? That is at the top of the list for me. That's at the top of the list for me. They went from Gleyber Torres to this year figuring it out with like Austin Wells. Austin Wells, Paul Goldschmidt, Trent Grisham, Ben Rice. Like, we never had one. That's the thing. If you got that many leadoff hitters, you don't truly have one. And then when you get to the bottom of the order, like, we're going to be relying on Jose Caballero, bros. Get ready for it. And, like, Ryan McMahon. Austin Wells, when Volpe comes back, like it's not good enough. I don't know, but like I am getting tired of like the glazing that is going down with this roster and these guys that the Blue Jays have. It's like I don't know. Nobody wanted Miles Straw, right? Ty France was with the Mariners. He became available to them. Nobody wanted IKF. IKF was on our team. Wasn't good. So like I think the biggest thing too with the Blue Jays that, and I've been saying it, but people have been leaving it out. It is a team and they have team chemistry. Those guys are pulling the same rope. They believe in each other. One guy goes down, next man up. Like they have just caught lightning in a bottle. They're on a magic carpet ride from Trey Savage to just any of these guys. Like I said, these guys have become household names. Ernie Clement, Addison Barger, Dalton Varshaw, Davis Snyder. Nobody was talking about these guys. You had to like do research on them. I did. When I was talking about Davis Snyder's from Jersey. He's one of the better players to come out of Jersey in recent time. Ernie Clement looks like a young Aaron Boone. But he's like, Ernie Clement has been around. He's just having a hell of a year. I don't know. I can't put my finger on it, and I don't think that in one offseason the Yankees are just going to be able to turn into the Blue Jays. And I also don't necessarily want them to be. You got to mash. You do got to hit home runs. You can't tell me that they're just going to what they do is have to, they do have to limit some of the striking out, and they do have to find some guys to hit for average. But where? Judge is going to be in right field. Let's assume Belly comes back as in center. Dominguez is in left. Ben Rice is at first base. Jazz is at second base. Caballero Volpe at shortstop. Ryan McMahon at third. Like, that's your team. That is your team. Austin Wells is going to catch. Get me a right-handed catcher that can hit and platoon with Austin Wells. Where do they find that at? They had Augustin Ramirez, but you give him up to get Jazz Chisholm. I don't have the answers. Mario's in Elmwood Park, New Jersey on the Fan. My last call of the night. You got it, Mario.
Yes, thank you, Keith. Listen, I believe that the Yankees aren't going anywhere if they don't move on from Rice, if they don't move on from Chisholm, if they don't move on from Volpe, and Wells. And they have to get Tucker, and they have to re-sign Bellinger. And they have to put on Ahmed Rosario, and they have to play Caballero more often, because all these guys that could hit, they were on the bench all the time. Boone didn't use them. He didn't even use them in the playoffs.
Well, they'd have to sign Ahmed Rosario. He was on a 1-year deal. He was a rental. Like, his contract expired.
It doesn't matter.
I know. They can bring him back. It's not like he's going to be a hot commodity. If he wants to come back, sure.
When Rosetta Mario played, what did he do? He hit.
Yeah, and I don't know. Even there was a narrative that if they were going to start him in game one of the wild card, why didn't they give him more run? I remember having a show after that Minnesota series where a caller was out there and was like, he was sitting away from the team. He was disgruntled. And I'm like, yeah, because he's watching Caballero start all these games and he's not getting any opportunities to play. I can almost guarantee you they will not get both Kyle Tucker and Cody Bellinger. I can almost guarantee you they're not gonna do it.
Well,
it's gonna be one or the other.
Win.
Yeah. Sure.
That's why they don't win, Keith.
They could offer them both. They could afford them both. But I think they will go Cody Bellinger because he can play all three outfield positions in first base. He just did it in pinstripes, and he's going to be cheaper.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope they get Bellinger.
I think so. I think Bellinger wants to be here, so I think ultimately he's going to tell Scott Boras get it done with cash.
They never had a ball player with multi-dimensional play, like Bellinger has.
Yeah, he is a ball player.
What more can the guy do?
He could have done a little more in the postseason, but like his two-strike approach, putting the ball in play, his defense, his knowledge of the game, they need him.
By the way, in the postseason, I believe
he was hurt.
Bellinger's heel was hurt.
I was at the game.
Did you see that last at bat?
Mm-hmm. Thanks for the call, Mario. He was hurt. But what's he going to say? I can't go? Play Dominguez? I do expect him to be back, but that's not enough. And I don't expect them to also get Kyle Tucker. So. Jason Dominguez, be ready to be an all-star this year. Spencer Jones, be ready to be, I don't know. This is going to be fun, but not really. It's going to suck. They got to sign Alex Bregman. Any interest in the Yankees getting Pete Alonso, Keith? Why don't we go get JT Realmuto? There's your catcher to platoon with Austin Wells. Big Mac's coming up next. Thanks for listening to my show and watching on YouTube. Stay there. I'm out.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN, New York.
It's BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2 on the Fan. 101.9 FM.
To me, I think Jackson Dart is real. And I think that you do as well. I think most people look at Jackson Dart and say he's the real deal.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always go the extra mile when you're hurt in a car accident. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Are you searching for a warm and welcoming community for mom or dad? River Spring Living just may be the right option. Set on a 32-acre campus right there along the beautiful Hudson River, there are plenty of chances to engage in activities, wellness programs, and so much more. From independent living to assisted living and memory care, specialized teams are dedicated to making everyone feel right at home. I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living so special. Visit riverspringliving.org today.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-848-2299. 800-848-2299. Again, that's 800-848-2299.
We're your official station to talk Yankees and Mets. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 2 o'clock. I'm Justin Rock. This report is sponsored by Chef IQ, Precision Cooking, Effortless Results, ChefIQ.com. A trio of local games on the ice Thursday night. The Rangers come from 2 goals down in the third. They beat the Oilers in overtime 4-3. JT Miller, the game winner. Meanwhile, it was a tough night for the Isles in the Carolinas.
Here's a long shot. Tipped down. They score. On the rebound, it's Martinook. A point shot got blocked down before it arrived at the net. Top of the crease, Martinook on the rebound, and the Islanders are down 3-0. This game is not quite 10.5 minutes old.
Call on the Islanders radio network. Matthew Schaefer with a goal, but the Hurricanes cruise to a 6-2 win. No Matt Barzal for the Islanders. He was a healthy scratch after he arrived late to the team's morning skate. Devils get a pair of goals from Dawson Mercer, but suffer a 5-2 loss to the Sharks. Both local hoops teams were off. Knicks and Bulls, though, set to square off in Chicago later tonight. New York getting some reinforcements. Miles McBride will be available after missing the last 2 with personal reasons. Mitchell Robinson closer to returning. He was a full participant in Thursday's practice. And in the NFL, less than 1 week from the trade deadline, NFL media reports the Giants have no plans to deal former first-rounder Kayvon Thibodeau. Fan weather is brought to you by PoliceOfficersRightToSue.com. It's 57 degrees and mostly cloudy in Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Justin Rock.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan. WFAN.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We made it. Friday morning. How we doing? 2:02. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. I got you for 3 hours. As we take you to 5 o'clock in the warm-up show, 888-808-1019. We got Fleegs on the other side. And we have made it to a Friday morning. As we get ready for a big weekend, we'll get to the World Series coming up. We got Nick news. Hopefully we'll have some guys back from injury and they can begin coming back from this dreadful 4 games that we can't get over. But we got to start with the New York Giants as they play a big game. Yes, at 2-6. Normally, the great nature of having a franchise quarterback, the benefits of having a rookie franchise quarterback. Normally, it's Halloween. Oh, happy Halloween. I forgot that. Happy Halloween. I know a certain someone, his name is Hot Rod. He wants to dress like me for Halloween. It's easy. Hoodies, glasses, and what did Marash say? A picture of Brian Cashman. Just walk around with him. It's good. That's if you're watching the live stream on YouTube. You could chat there. But, yeah, on Halloween, normally 2-6 over the last handful of years, which is about as good as the Giants get 8 games through the year. We're typically not that invested in the game. It typically doesn't matter, and I'm sitting here doing the conversation that nobody likes and everybody hates me for, the tanking, and they're better off losing and all that. Not now, not today, not this weekend against the San Francisco 49ers. This game is important for many reasons because I have sat here all week long, and I've talked about the coach, and I've talked about his relationship with the quarterback and Brian Dable. And obviously, I want him back at this point. I still want the growth with the young quarterback. We can get to that. I've done it a ton. We all know how I feel about it. But as much as I say that, and as important as the relationship between the young quarterback is, it is not lost on me that games need to be won. Games still do need to be won. Nobody hears that when I say it, but I acknowledge they can't lose forever. They can't lose the rest of the year, no matter how Jackson Dart plays. At some point, they're going to have to win football games. They've played well enough to win some football games. He's been here for 5 games, and they've won 2 of those 5. 2 rather impressive games against very good head coaches, against very good teams. They've also lost 3. Turned the ball over against a lousy team, heartbreaking fashion in the fourth quarter against a very good team on the road. And then, of course, last week, just getting beat by the Eagles. And, yeah, all the penalties and all the different, bad calls from the ref and the fumble on the tush push and everything else that led to it. But they pretty much got beat by the defending Super Bowl champs. And when you look at this game, specifically, it is a big game for the Giants and the coach. First off, it's a winnable football game. Right? When we were doing it at the beginning of the year and the schedule was so impossible, you figured the 49ers, well, that's a loss. And hopefully it's not, very well maybe, but this is a winnable game. This is a defense that has lost a ton of guys. They got beat up last week by a Houston team that hasn't been very good offensively and was down wide receivers. Their pass rush is hurt with Bosa. Fred Warner is their defensive heart, play caller, leader. Without him, they're just not the same. This defense has had a real tough time getting a pass rush. This Giant team, despite not having any weapons, and we'll get to the Jalen Hyatt stuff as well, despite not having any weapons, despite losing Scadaboo, Tracy is a good running back. He is more than serviceable. Last year, there was a lot of enthusiasm for the way he played last year. And there was high hopes for him coming into this year, and then they draft Scadaboo in the 4th round, and he became, along with the injury to Tracy, really emerged as and especially his relationship with Jackson Dart, became the guy. But Tracy can run the football. This is an opportunity to go play well and win a football game, and this coach needs it. And there's a lot of talk around him, obviously, losing these last 2 games. A lot of talk about his decision to keep the defensive coordinator. A lot of talk about whether or not his job relies on winning football games or developing the quarterback. And tomorrow, or Sunday rather, is an opportunity to do both. It's an opportunity to do both. He's going up against a backup quarterback defensively, backup quarterback that he knows well, that he coached in Alabama. This is an opportunity for the defense. It's a big game for Dexter Lawrence, obviously, with all the noise surrounding him during the week and the message from Carl Banks and defending it in the way he did and kind of brushing it aside and calling it, delusional. It's not delusional. He's not played well. He has not been the same guy. Our team still respect him. Is he still getting double teams? I don't really care. I really don't care whether or not everything that Carl Banks said, to the word was precisely accurate or not. What I care about is that it's obvious that their best defensive player has not been their best defensive player, and he needs to be. And it's a defense that, yes, is still probably going to be missing a Debo. It sounds like Flott isn't practicing. You might miss him as well. That defensive backfield is banged up, and it doesn't have great depth. They are going to need that front 4. They are going to need those guys to wreak havoc in this game. They are going to have to stop the run against a very good, running back, and they're going to have to go get after a lousy backup quarterback in Mac Jones. But to me, it's about this offense, and it's about this coach and this quarterback, because I can tell you till I'm blue in the face that they're working well together. And I think that's obvious. He just won Rookie of the Month or whatever, and he's doing it with no one. He's doing it without Neighbors. Bellinger is tight end. He's not practicing either. Might be without him. He's now doing it without Scadaboo. And it's up to this coach and this quarterback to go out there and perform and find a way to win the football game. This is a winnable game at home where they haven't lost yet. I could argue the Chargers are a better team. I could argue the Eagles are a better team than the 49ers. Certainly right now with the injuries they had to the defense, they won against both of those teams at home. This is a game that is winnable. And right now, considering they blew a winnable game with a 19-point lead in the fourth quarter, despite they blew a winnable game against the New Orleans Saints, where they were up 14-3 at one point and had 5 consecutive turnovers, the losing winnable games needs to stop. It does need to stop. And when you look at this matchup, they have every opportunity to go out there and play the game. And we're hearing everyone add the 49ers to the list, add the head coach, add the defensive coordinator, to guys who have gushed about Jackson Dart. Gushed about Jackson Dart and how well he's playing and how he's able to see the field. Elite eyes, incredible talent, making plays off script. This is a game that the coach needs to find a way to scheme up against a very good defensive coordinator in Saleh, a banged-up defense that they absolutely can go take advantage of, but figure out a way to get these guys open. You get adding Ray McLeod. Like, these are the guys that they're going to have to find a way to win with, but they can. And this is the kind of game that the coach is going to be judged by, right? Moving forward, I think a lot of this, and it's important to make the decision on the head coach. And it's important for the future, because you can give me all this crap, and I've heard it since I've been, making this point about keeping the coach. Oh, it's, we've seen it before. We've seen it this year. Drake May lost his coach last year, and look at him this year. Like, that's the same thing. Like, Mayo is an offensive head coach who banged the drum to draft him. Mayo's a defensive coordinator who wasn't ready to be head coach. They brought in one of the better head coaches, proven head coaches in the NFL over the last decade, and one of the best offensive coordinators, McDaniels, that we have seen in the last 20 years. Has not worked out as a head coach, but we know how good that offensive coordinator is. You want to go find next year a proven head coach? You think John Harbaugh is going to shake free? Look at the way they just played last night with Lamar Jackson back. They're going to get into the playoff mix. There's no doubt. They're probably going to the playoffs. The Baltimore Ravens. I wouldn't be so quick to assume he's being, jettisoned from Baltimore, or Mike Tomlin, or whomever. Okay, I'm open to that kind of proven thing with a great offensive coordinator. That's what Mayo got. That's what Drake May got. Like, the idea that, it worked with Drake May. Completely different situations. The quarterback-coach relationship is important, whether you want to believe it or not. And this is one of those games that you can start to define. Like, the rest of the season now is going to define whether or not that relationship is working, whether or not that relationship is working well enough to keep, and whether or not he's able to win games and justify to anyone inside the organization, because they might not think like I do. I don't know how John Mara views it. We heard him talk at the end of the year that he better be in a better mood. I don't know exactly what that means. He didn't put a playoff mandate or a win mandate. I better be in a better mood. And we all assume that meant winning football games. And at 2-6 today on Halloween, typically the season's over. It's not, because finding out who Jackson Dart is and whether or not this coach needs to be by his side moving forward next year is on the table for the next 10 games. And this is one at home against a banged-up 49er team that struggled against a lousy passing attack and offense really completely in the Texans. This is an opportunity for this coach, this quarterback, to go out there and have a scheme. And I'll tell you this, if they do it, because I think they have a really good chance to win this football game. These are the games they go win and they go prove it. If they go against this team, find a way to scheme it up and do it without any wide receivers after losing Scatterboo, with a defense that's banged up in the defensive backfield, if they go find a way to win this football game, it is going to start adding up in the favor of this coach. That's what you're looking for. And I like the matchup. I do. I think they've got a really good opportunity to win this football game. And it's a big one. And Brian Dable can't afford to lose it. Brian Dable can't afford to look bad. Things can't break down because Scatterboo's lost. Can't break down because no one's going to feel sorry for the Giants. No one cares that they're down 2 defensive backfield players and their defensive backfield depth sucks. They're going to have to find a way against the 49er team that they are right there with. I'm sorry, they are. Especially now with all the injuries they have. No Bosa, no Fred Warner. No, backup quarterback. This is a game to go win because I can scream till I'm blue in the face that the New York Giants should keep the coach and that the relationship's important. But at the end of the day, he does have to show an ability to win some football games. He does. And this is a winnable game. And I expect him, again, I talk about it a lot. I want the trajectory to still be there. I want to leave this 49er game, as well as every game the rest of this year, feeling like the team is going in that upward trajectory where he keeps getting better, things keep pointing in the right direction. And that's hard to do even if the quarterback's playing well, if there aren't wins sprinkled in. And this is a home game. This is a 49er team now playing back-to-back road games across the country, down their quarterback, down their defensive heart, down their best edge rusher, going up against the quarterback who's going to give them problems with his mobility. I expect the, RPOs and the Jackson Dart run attack to be a major part of the game plan, considering there's not a lot of wide receiver talent to throw to. But this is a game plan that this coach needs to come up with. This is a football game the New York Giants need to go win. There's no doubt about it. And they're capable of it. And if this coach wants to continue on, and if he wants to have more than just me in his camp, he's going to have to go win some football games. And this is a winnable football game against the San Francisco 49er team that's banged up, coming across the country, back-to-back road games against the quarterback who right now is playing at an extremely high level, who presents problems for them, and who right now is justifying hope in this franchise. But the hope will fade if the losses continue. Bring me a win. Bring me hope. Bring me less people screaming for your job, Brian Dable. This is a big win for the New York Giants. 888-808-1019. So we'll open with the Giants. We'll get to Jalen Hyatt and his trade request and just really why that entire situation is so bizarre that I just, from the minute he was drafted, it's felt like something's wrong. And right now, it is very odd what's going on with that situation. So we'll get to that. We'll get to more on the Dexter Lawrence situation. We'll get to the baseball as well as tonight. We will watch Game 6 of the World Series in Toronto as the Blue Jays, those pesky Blue Jays who now suddenly everybody wants to emulate. And we'll get to that too because I talked about it last night. The Blue Jays are playing extremely well. The Blue Jays are playing their game. They're also hitting a ton of home runs. They're hitting more home runs than everybody. They're hitting home runs. Yes, they're grinding. They're hitting home runs. They also have every player in their lineup outplaying their regular season numbers. They are on I know people don't like to hear this. They're on a magical ride. Yes, it started in early April or early May, really, because they didn't get out the gate as well. But it's been one hell of a magical ride. But to look to them as everything you need to win a championship, or now they're going to be the next dominant team in Major League Baseball, they're one win away from one of the more impressive World Series championships in a long, long time. Let that be enough before we start crowning them the exact way you need to handle a team, the exact way you go about winning championships, and the exact way you build a dynasty. Because we said that about the Los Angeles Dodgers 2 days ago. 2 days ago, we were saying that exact same thing about the Los Angeles Dodgers. Now they've lost back-to-back games to the Blue Jays, and suddenly the Blue Jays are everything you need to be a champion. Certainly working out for them this year. 888-808-1019. Quick break. We'll come back with your calls. McMonigle here with you on The Fan on this Friday morning. As we take you all the way to 5 o'clock, we'll have picks in the 3 o'clock hour. All the trimmings of a Football Friday right here on the Fan in the Overnights. McMonigle here with you. 888-808-1019. We'll come back with your calls next right here on the Fan.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
I think what's happening in New England is legit. I think now they can win the AFC East.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunities to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
If you're tired of dealing with neck pain, backaches, even sciatica, stop messing around and go see my guys at Samwell Institute for Pain Management. That's Dr. Shah, Dr. Koh, and Dr. Siddhapara. They've got offices in Colonia, Inglewood, and Livingston, and here's the best part. They focus on non-opioid, minimally invasive, non-surgical treatments. Real solutions that can actually get you back to feeling like yourself again. Don't take my word for it. Thousands of 5-star reviews trust Samwell. So turn to Samwell Pain for relief. Go to SamwellPain.com. That's SamwellPain.com.
This is Alex Shulman.
And this is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm.
We'll always fight for you when you're injured at work.
If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will.
At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family.
We'll always go the extra mile for you.
New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill.
Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Okay, girls, ready to go?
Yeah! Mom, I'm hungry. Can I have a snack? Me too, Mommy.
You want a snack?
Yeah!
Got it?
Children learn from our behaviors.
Mommy, can you open this,
All right, hold on 1 second. Okay. Okay, here.
Thank you.
They learn what is okay from the adults they see.
Mommy, are you on your phone?
If you're a distracted driver, chances are they will be too. What kind of driver are you raising? Funded by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Have something to say? Dial us 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
All right, 224. McMonigle here with you on the fan. 888-808-1019. Interacting with the chat right now. Some Paul McCartney fans. They're playing to my vanity. They know exactly how to get me going. So maybe we'll accommodate the chat and play a Paul McCartney song coming back from break. I'll sing a little bit. 888-808-1019. That's what we do here in the overnight. So we'll have the picks in the 3 o'clock hour. Last night we saw Lamar Jackson return as they took down the Dolphins 28-6. He threw, 4 touchdown passes, looked really good. Incorporated the tight ends. They got Likely back. The defense, early on, Miami was kind of, moving the ball, and then they kind of broke and had turnovers. And the defense looked better for the Ravens, obviously held them to 6 points, but, the Dolphins can't get out of their own way. A terrible end of the first half. Clock management, play management, just a disaster. But
you see it now at 3-5, the Ravens are on FanDuel -145 to win the division.
How about that? We were talking about that 2 weeks ago. You nailed that. The big win was last week without Lamar. They needed that win. But now
I bet it when we thought Lamar was coming back for that game.
Yeah.
Then when we heard he was not going to play, I was furious.
Yeah.
And then they won. Okay, that bet's still.
No, I know. I was
riding that for the next 9 weeks.
We had both picked it in our pick segment, and I was thinking, I'm like, we're gonna have to do something. That's not right. But they ended up covering anyway. And now, the way the Pittsburgh Steelers are playing, obviously still no Joe Burrow. It sounds like Flacco's banged up too for the Bengals. He might not play. So they have every opportunity to go win that division with Lamar Jackson. You could just feel it coming.
The Steelers have to beat the best quarterback ever on Sunday?
Yeah, the Steelers have to beat the best quarterback ever on Sunday. We'll get into the games as well. There's obviously the next version of Bills-Chiefs should be a good one. Chiefs kind of getting back on track. Rice back the last couple weeks has been immediately incorporated into the offense and playing well. So that should be interesting. It's it's one of those, a lot of favorites. I think the favorites were 11-2 last week against the spread. It was something like that. It's kind of been a stretch there with these big numbers. A lot of big numbers have covered over the last couple weeks. Got more this week. We'll get to the picks in a little bit. But again, this Giant team, and I was talking about Jalen Hyatt, and the Jalen Hyatt thing, obviously right now, a couple things, kind of jumped out this week, right? Trade discussions with Thibodeau and for the Jets, Breece Hall. But the Thibodeau trade things and a lot of this, just a lot of guys who need to prove themselves. Think about this game in particular. Guys you're looking to see certain things from, right? It always starts with the quarterback right now. Jackson Dart trying to develop. You want to see something from him. Obviously the head coach. Obviously the defensive coordinator. You could even argue Tracy without Scadaboo, if he can show up and still be that running back everybody had high hopes for last year and had a really good rookie year. Dexter Lawrence. Baker, I don't even know if that's even still a question. He's been so bad. But, there's a lot of guys going into this game who are looking to prove themselves. And I would think that Jalen Hyatt would be one of them. And that's why I don't get it. I really don't get it. This kid was the most was as productive as you can be in college his senior year before he was drafted. Now, we knew he was limited and he was a third-round pick, not a first-round pick, but he had really good numbers, a lot of production in college. And you knew he was fast and you knew he could take the top off the defense, but you worried about, inside the offense and what routes he could run and the same stuff we've heard about him this entire time. It has felt like I know he hasn't played well. And that's what is the conundrum for me on this whole thing. Because Brian Daboll's fighting for his life right now. Brian Daboll is literally coaching to save his job. How the quarterback plays, how many games they win, will dictate whether or not he's back as head coach of the New York Giants next year. They need all the help they can get. They're going out and getting Ray McCloud to see if he can bring a spark and a little bit of something to this offense. And they have a third-round pick who at the beginning of the year during training camp, and I know we hear all the time about, the best shape of your life. We hear that argument all the time. Everyone shows up to camp, spring training, best shape of your life. I remember Paul Dottino going on and on one of the Giant shows here on The Fan about the incredible shape that Jalen Hyatt is in. He put on 15 pounds of muscle. He's still running just as fast. And there was talk that he looked good in camp. And yet, right now, this is a third-round draft pick. A third-round draft pick. The GM also has something to prove, by the way. And so his third-round draft pick in a week and in a stretch here since losing Neighbors where they have no one. They're moving up Ray McLeod from the practice squad. They moved up Little Jordan Humphreys from the practice squad. And their third-round draft pick can't see the field. And now he wants a trade, and it's felt like for whatever reason he's been in the doghouse. For whatever reason, it's felt like it wasn't a mix. Maybe it was a GM and a front office who drafted a player the coaching staff didn't like, or maybe the way he practices or the hustle he shows or the attitude he's expressed or whatever the case. I don't know. But there's been a little bit of a feeling like he's probably in the coach's doghouse, and that's fine, and I'm not saying that narrative doesn't have some merit to it, but here's my only question. The coach is fighting for his life right now. The coach doesn't have an opportunity to have a doghouse. He's got to put the best players out there. And so I have a hard time believing that if he felt Jalen Hyatt was someone who could really help this team by playing him, that he wouldn't do it. So I don't know what's going on, but Jalen Hyatt, it feels like to me right now that he's got no one to blame but himself. Maybe early on there was some sort of, doghouse thing, or him and the coach just didn't mesh, or whatever the case may be, and maybe he didn't get a completely fair shot, or we're not seeing him because of more than just his inability to run other routes, or whatever the case may be. But right now in particular, after losing Neighbors, he can't make an impact on this team. The coach isn't playing him to the point he's something's up. Something is up with that situation. I don't know what it is, but I tend to just think he's not very good. I tend to think right now that this coaching staff doesn't believe he can help the team, because I can't imagine them willfully keeping someone on the sidelines who could help the team. They're clutching at straws. They're doing everything they can to bring a weapon in here. They're out there big game hunting, according to the report a couple weeks ago from Connor Hughes. Now they're bringing in Ray McLeod. They have a third-round draft pick who was a very productive player in college, who is, a fast wide receiver who could take the top off a defense, and he's a scratch last week. Something is weird with that situation. Something is going on. Because Brian Dable is fighting for his life. There's no doubt about it. These games are important. This is everything. And what I will say is people, because I got a lot of calls through the course of the week about, well, it's the same thing every week. It's the same thing every year. It's the same thing with Brian Dable, same thing. I don't know. You don't feel different on this Friday, Halloween, heading into the game on Sunday at 2-6. You don't feel different than you did last year at 2-6? It feels completely different to me. It feels completely different. And not just because the quarterback, I want to watch him, but because of the success that the quarterback has had, because of how the offense has looked, because of the way they've played the game. Even at 2-6, I don't really care about the first 3 games. These last 5, even in the 3 losses, outside of being careless with the football against New Orleans, they've dominated. They soundly beat the Chargers. They dominated Philadelphia. They dominated the Broncos for 3 quarters. And they were on their way to kicking the crap out of the Saints until they started giving the ball to them. Like, I feel completely different about this team. This is not a typical 2-6, and I'm not worried about tanking, and I'm not worried about anything else but trying to win and build a winning culture and get this quarterback playing his best football. That's all I care about. And, you know, there are, when I mention guys who need to prove something, let's also throw in the young 3rd overall pick. You know, Carter needs to start making more of an impact. I've said this a bunch. I think that he's playing better than what people will tell you or what the numbers tell you. But that doesn't change the fact that he's not been the impact player. Like, this is a game and an opportunity against a, you know, pretty much immobile Mac Jones. Go get after this kid. That should be the game plan, especially because, yeah, Holland sounds like he's coming back. But Adebo hasn't practiced. Flott hasn't practiced. This defensive backfield scares the hell out of me. And, you know, I know their weapons are limited as well, but, like, I would be nervous about giving Mac Jones time to throw the football. To me, the 2 biggest elements are obviously Jackson Dart on offense, and on defense, the biggest element is you have to get after this quarterback, because right now the defensive backs stink. That's going to be the problem. And I don't trust this defensive coordinator, and I don't trust this defensive backfield. They're going to have to win at the point of attack. And Dexter Lawrence, and I'm curious to see how Dexter Lawrence plays. Because you know what? I was thinking about this. I don't know if his opponents disrespect him or don't have the same level of respect for him that they did last year. You know, everyone on social media has been putting out clips of highlights in the game and showing double teams or showing, you know, Dexter Lawrence actually winning when he wasn't double teamed, and you know, everyone trying to either defend him or, you know, prove that Carl Banks was right or whatever. And there's been a lot of tape put out there of Dexter Lawrence. I will say this. I don't know if other teams view him differently. I don't know if other teams have lack of respect for him. I would venture to say that he's probably being double-teamed at a similar rate. But I can tell you this. I think Giant fans are looking at him differently. I don't think many Giant fans saw that video from Carl Banks and heard what Carl Banks had to say and thought it was delusional, as Dexter Lawrence called it. Again, I talked about this last night. It's unfortunate that Carl Banks used that wordage of saying other teams don't respect you, because I think it was probably like just one line too far, and it became an easy thing to dismiss, because you could look at how many double teams he's had, and he's had similar amount of double teams. Like, that line was easy to dismiss. That's the line that made headlines. That's the one that's most personal. That's the one that felt like the scathing attack against Dexter Lawrence. And so Dexter Lawrence can say that's nonsense. They are double teaming me. Just go look at the film. He's delusional. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I don't care that he feels that way. It's not the truth. And nobody focused on the other part of it, because everyone was focused on that. And Dexter Lawrence didn't have to ask questions about, you know, his production necessarily. He just said, well, the comments are ridiculous. But I don't think many Giant fans feel like it's ridiculous, because we have gotten used to Sexy Dexy. We have gotten used to the idea that the New York Giants might not have a lot. They might not have a lot. Over the last couple of years, they might not have a head coach they respect or like. They might not have an offensive line that's worth a damn. They might not have anybody besides, you know, neighbors with any skill at the or any talent at the skill position. They might not have any linebackers, which have been a calling card of the franchise when they're at their best. They might not have a lot of things. but they had one of, if not the best nose tackle and defensive lineman in the sport. They might not have a lot. He was injured the last couple of years, but they have one of the better left tackles in the game. Like, those are two things to cling to. And right now, Andrew Thomas is answering that. Andrew Thomas is one of the best left tackles in the game. Andrew Thomas has stepped in, ready to go. He waited the extra couple weeks, made sure he was right, and from the minute he's been in there, he's been excellent. And then there's Dexter Lawrence recovering from an injury. Reports today that he was practicing without the elbow brace for the first time all year. And he has not been that same guy. He has not been the guy who makes life very difficult for quarterbacks and his rush up the middle. He has not been the guy who's helped stuff the run. He's not been the great sexy Dexy that we have grown accustomed to over the last handful of years. And if the Giants want to do things, like he talked about, all he's out there is to help this Giant team win football games, that's what he's got to go do. He doesn't have to answer Carl Banks. He doesn't have to answer anyone at WFAN or anybody in the media or beat writers or columnists or anybody else. He has to answer his teammates, and he has to answer the question of, can he help win football games? And right now, he hasn't. And there's only a couple of guys on the team that we feel have a real huge, just them and them alone, have an impact on whether or not they win football games. Neighbors, he's out for the rest of the year. Andrew Thomas, playing great. Dexter Lawrence, having his worst season since his rookie year, and might even be worse than that. And then, of course, Jackson Dart, who has taken the league by storm. That's it. Those are the guys who directly impact whether or not the Giants have an opportunity to win or lose. The rest of it is scheme. The rest of it is the group of the defensive backs. The rest of it is the group of the linebackers. The rest of it is the rest of the offensive line combined. The rest of it is, can the coach scheme something up? The defensive coordinator. There's like 4 guys on this team that are talented enough where you can say they have a direct impact on their own. I should probably throw Burns in there with his 9 sacks and the way he's been playing. They've all got to answer the bell if this team is going to dig out of a 6-2 hole, a 2-6 hole, and try and prove that this coach is worthy of keeping. And that this team can figure out how to win football games. And, I haven't even mentioned Thibodeau yet because, he's another guy, something to prove. Trade talks have surfaced around him. I don't think they're looking to do it. The reports are that they aren't interested to do it, and I think it makes sense. You don't build a great pass rushing unit only to get rid of it for what? What are you getting for him? The idea is to go out there and rush the passer as well as any team in the league. Haven't done that yet. And mainly that's because, Carter has not been what we thought he would be immediately, although there's promise there, and you hope he can get there. Yeah, early on, you could say Thibodeau was probably playing the best football of his career, but still wasn't making the impact. Burns was making the impact, and Dexter Lawrence is making an impact as well in the negative. He's not been the same guy. That needs to change. So you go into this game, coach, quarterback, Dexter Lawrence, Thibodeau as the other edge rusher, Carter, the rookie, looking to really impact the way Jackson Dart has. Tracy's trying to step up and take the production of Cam Scatterboo. A defensive backfield down multiple guys. A coordinator who every fan wants fired yesterday. A kicker if he can stay healthy. This game has a lot of narratives about who's worthy and who's not worthy of being associated with the New York Giants. This would be a huge win to just calm the storm around this team and go about trying to develop and be a competitive football team at the same time. Because right now, off of the last 2 weeks, there's the entire conversation around this team and the heartbeat from the fan base is, the Wolves are at the door, man. Nobody wants to hear anything about this team. It's amazing to me. I've talked about this. I am shocked. I know there's, anger towards the coach. Fine. Just in general, I am shocked that the entire Giant fan base seems to be furious right now. fed up. And I know there's a lot of losing. I get it. But I am shocked that I'm sure with one side, on one side, if I asked them about Jackson Dart, they would rant and rave, oh, it's wonderful. I love Jackson Dart. He's been great. I think we found our guy. And on the other hand, well, how do you feel about the Giants in total? Screw them. Like, that's what I don't get. I don't get what this quarterback is showing us and the hope that it should be instilling in the fan base. And instead, it feels like, yeah, that's great and all, but I hate them. I don't know why. I don't know why we're not more like, yes, they have their answer. This is what we needed. We have the franchise quarterback. Let's go. Instead, it's like, yeah, no, he's good. Great, Jackson, great. They're all good. Fire everyone. I don't get it. And hopefully, a win against the San Francisco 49ers can and will change that narrative. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Quick break. We'll come back. Continue to take your phone calls. We got you till 5 o'clock, the warm-up show. We'll do picks. We'll get into a Ranger victory as I'm wearing my freshly newly acquired Rangers hoodie. JT Miller with the game winner in overtime for back-to-back wins, back-to-back road wins for your New York Rangers. Hopefully that can calm the seas of a fan base that's, a lot of anger. Now that I think about it, a lot of anger. Right? We all know the Jets, and they're probably more worthy of it than anybody else. But the Jet fan is furious, rightfully so. The Giant fan, despite having a franchise quarterback, is furious. The Ranger fan is ready to declare the season dead, get rid of everybody, get rid of the GM, start from new. Who cares they won last night? This team sucks. The New York Knicks, 4 games in, they're not going to win a championship. They're not going to be the team we thought they were going to be. Brown sucks. Cat can't be the second best player on a team that goes to an NBA Finals. It's all a big freaking disaster. Trade for Giannis. A Yankee team, forget about it. We despise everything associated with them. I'm surprised we haven't, asked them to change the uniform from pinstripes because they don't deserve them. Furious with this 94-win team. I guess maybe the Met fan isn't that furious despite that season. I don't know. See, I haven't heard a lot of vitriol just yet because I think everyone expects
we heard it when they had the horrible collapse.
I understand that, but it hasn't translated into the offseason just yet.
Because the offseason hasn't started.
I know, but it hasn't started for the Yankees either. They're still furious. There's a real feel of anger around the fan base. I haven't got that sense of anger from the Met fan. Fleeg's man immediately gave me the look.
And
like,
because I'm not one of them. But the Met fan, they're out of their mind right now.
You think so? I think they're all expecting a big offseason because that's what this owner. I still think they believe in the owner. I still think they assume the owner's going to go out there and spend a lot of money. I think they're very optimistic they're going to trade for, that's the difference. Right now, the Yankees feel like they're spinning the Yankee fan feels like they're spinning their wheels with no hope. The Met fan's furious at last year, but they still believe in what Stearns and, more importantly, what this owner is capable of and that they expect him to go spend some money.
Wait until, once the World Series is over, when we get to day one of you can actually make moves, the Pete Alonso calls are going to start to come in, and Edwin Diaz calls.
No, I know. I bet you I bet you more. Let's see if we'll have a little, just wager between me and you, not for anything, just to see who's right. Do you think those calls are going to be more negative that they're going to not sign him, or positive that they are going to sign him?
No, negative that they're not going to sign them.
All right, I don't know. I have a feeling the Met fan thinks the owners it's locked that they're going to bring back Pete. You got Keith Hernandez talking about where you're going to get these 125 RBIs from. Obviously broke the record last year. I think I would say that a lot of Met fans think that Pete's coming back and that the owner won't allow it to happen. But we'll see. 888-808-1019. Let's squeeze in one call here. Justin in Philly. What's up, Justin?
Hey, what's up, Chris?
What's up, buddy? How are you?
I'm a big Giants fan, and I got to agree with everything you say about Brian Daboll and this football team because, what we see now with Dart and this whole Dart era with him is it's as bad as the losses are with him. You he went into detail about like, the turnovers, this and that. It's like, but you gotta look like for the good thing. You gotta look for the trees past the forest. Like, this team is coming up now.
Mm-hmm.
This team is actually starting to do some like real deal things, like what we saw with Denver, what we saw with the Eagles the first time. It's like we finally have something good, positive to look forward to, and then the fans, they just want to dismantle it. They just want to dismantle everything that we've been working towards with Daboll and this whole regime.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I am surprised that more fans don't feel like you do, Justin. I am surprised more fans don't feel like, look, I know they've lost. Those first 3 games with Russell Wilson, he was terrible. I know they don't think the defensive coordinator is very good. I think we all feel that way. I think that's fair. Yeah. But besides that, like, I'm surprised the level of play that Jackson Dart has shown. The win against Philly, which, again, the night it happened, Giant fans were elated. Like, I know he's not the only one, but like Marash was crying. Like, it was one of the better wins we have seen in a long time. I couldn't believe they won that game in that manner. Like, that night was an incredible night. We're 2 weeks later, and I know that they got beat by the Eagles again. They lost to the Eagles on the road to the defending Super Bowl champs after they beat them 34-17. I mean, did you really think they were just going to dominate the Eagles in both games?
Like seriously, when's the last time we split the Eagles and it actually mattered? Because last time we beat them, it's like, we're going to rest our guys for the. They
didn't even care. They were falling apart, and they didn't need the game to get into the postseason. And then they fell apart and they got annihilated by Tampa Bay, and they were one of the worst teams down the last 4 or 5 weeks of the season. I'm with you. I am surprised that more Giant fans don't have a positive outlook. I really am. I'm surprised. I'm surprised this quarterback and the way they've played and the 2 games they've won and how they took it to Denver, even in the loss. Because I know wins and losses are obviously what we play the game for. I'm not that fact isn't lost on me. But like, were we expecting this team to compete for a championship? Like, we knew what this season was. We all, and Giant fans were negative going into the season, and I understood it. Like, I mean, we talked about some of the positivity. I was positive. Some people were positive. I thought they would be better. I liked some of the weapons that they had. Obviously Neighbors and Scatterboo, and like, I thought Wan'Dale Robinson would have a bigger role, and he has at times in certain games. I expected the defensive front to be more impactful. So there was some positivity, some of an outlook. But we talked about the schedule. We knew what the over-under was. Like, the idea, I said the Giants were going to win the first 2 games of the year. I got call after call saying, what are you talking about? You're an idiot. And I was. But, like, now all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, we blew that game in Denver. All right. Like, did you think that they were going to go to the postseason or have a real big run? I know it's 2-6. And you want to win more games than like that. They still have 10 more. I am surprised with the way the quarterback has played and the level of play that this Giants team has given you, even in losses, hasn't made you more optimistic. Because the feeling I get from the fan base is, burn it all. Other than the quarterback, burn the whole thing down. Like, I hate everything. I hate everyone. I hate being a Giants fan. I'm embarrassed. This is enough is enough. When's enough going to be enough? I can't take this anymore. When in actuality, they're going up. They're on the rise. I don't know how you can deny that. They're on the rise. They had a fourth quarter collapse. Last year, they wouldn't have had a prayer in hell to be up 19 points in the fourth quarter against a team like the Broncos. They're on the rise. And I'm surprised the fan base isn't seeing it more and isn't at least pleasantly surprised with this team. It sounds like they're furious. I don't get it. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. We'll do picks next hour, and at the end of the 3 o'clock hour. We'll have to do 4 outside of the locals. We'll do the Giants and 4 other picks, Fleegs and I. We'll get to baseball. We'll get to the Knicks a little bit, as finally it feels like and sounds like that Mitch Robinson is going to play, and hopefully, we'll see if that dynamic changes things where Mitch at the 5 and Cat at the 4 can kind of change his game a little bit, see him more on the perimeter, see the 3-pointers fall a little bit more. You're going to have Deuce McBride back from the personal matter that he missed 2 games for. And hopefully, the Knicks can find a way to win and calm the seas there, because even Knick fans are pissed off. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Quick break. We'll come back after the update and take your calls all the way to 5 o'clock and the warm-up show right here on the Fan.
It's Evan and Kiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
It's a good thing to go into a bye week with a win, because you actually now feel like the other 7 losses don't matter. Well, I mean, they obviously do, but you feel like, hey, man, we're good.
Listen to Evan and Kiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If you're tired of dealing with neck pain, backaches, even sciatica, stop messing around and go see my guys at Samwell Institute for Pain Management. That's Dr. Shah, Dr. Ko, and Dr. Siddhapara. They've got offices in Colonia, Inglewood, and Livingston, and here's the best part. They focus on non-opioid, minimally invasive, non-surgical treatments. Real solutions that can actually get you back to feeling like yourself again. Don't take my word for it. Thousands of 5-star reviews trust Samwell. So turn to Samwell Pain for relief. Go to SamwellPain.com. That's SamwellPain.com.
Okay, girls, ready to go?
Yeah! Mom, I'm hungry. Can I have a snack? Me too, Mommy.
You want a snack?
Yeah!
Got it?
Children learn from our behaviors.
Mommy, can you open this,
All right, hold on 1 second. Okay. Okay, here.
Thank you.
They learn what is okay from the adults they see.
Mommy, are you on your phone?
If you're a distracted driver, chances are they will be too. What kind of driver are you raising? Funded by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Sports with Evan and Tiki. Afternoons from 2 to 7. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 3 o'clock. I'm Justin Rock. This report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. All three local NHL teams in action. The Rangers, a wild comeback out in Edmonton. They rally from 2 down to force overtime. JT Miller provided the game winner in the extra session. Rangers beat the Oilers 4-3. Islanders were roughed up by the Hurricanes 6-2. Matthew Barzal did not play, was a healthy scratch after arriving late to the team's morning skate. Meanwhile, the Devils running into some trouble out west.
Sweeps it far side. Puck handled by Wentberg. Centering pass. They score! Off the turnover. The big blast. Kurisev with the goal. And it's 2-0.
Calling the Devils Hockey Network. Dawson Mercer, a pair of goals, but the Devils fall to the Sharks 5-2. NBA, Knicks and Nets were off. Knicks and Bulls later tonight in Chicago. Miles McBride expected to return after missing the last 2 for personal reasons. Mitchell Robinson getting closer to his return. He practiced in full on Thursday. NFL Thursday Night Football. Ravens beat the Dolphins 28-6. Trade deadline less than a week away. NFL media reporting that the Jets' Breece Hall and Quinnen Williams are drawing interest. Meanwhile, the Giants reportedly have no interest in dealing Kayvon Thibodeau. Fan weather is brought to you by Elevate Hydrogen-Infused Water, available at Walgreens and Duane Reade. It's 56 degrees and mostly clear in Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Justin Rock.
Your friends pretend they know sports. WFAN actually does. Get smarter, louder, and way more annoying at watch parties. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 3:02. McMonigle here with you on The Fan on this Halloween. It's already Halloween. It goes by so fast. What, is this daylight savings time as well this weekend? We fall back. Halloween, we are a month away from Thanksgiving.
Your weekend just keeps getting longer and longer and longer. Look at you.
I know.
Although you needed this to be on a different weekend.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, on a different weekend when I would have more time, I'm going to have time. I'm filling in for Keith this week. So, yeah, it's the first time in a while I'm going to have a complete Sunday where I don't have to go in Sunday night after Sunday Night Football. I'm going to be able to wake up Sunday morning, football throughout the day, go to sleep, and not have to come to work right away, wake up, and come Monday. I'm looking forward to that. So, yeah, the idea that I'm getting the extra 2 hours of sleep, it's a weekend that I typically don't need it, but I'll take it. I'll be with you Saturday morning as usual. This Saturday for a couple hours. Rutgers football again at 12:30, so I'll be on with you from 9 to 12:30. We'll talk more football then. Rehash Halloween. Halloween is a lot of fun by me. I've talked about this a lot. It's one of the best days of the year for me. I love Halloween, always have. It has nothing to do with the candy. I know what you're all thinking. Simpletons.
It's not because you get to dress up as Brian Cashman.
No, I wish maybe I'll send out the picture. Again, the best Halloween costume I ever had, and I think it's one of the better ones I've ever seen, to be totally honest with you. I hate to, toot my own horn. But when I was Barf from Spaceballs, I still think that's one of the best costumes ever. It was tremendous. It was really good. Maybe I'll find a picture and tweet that out tomorrow on Halloween. But my neighborhood just does a great job. We have like a party for the kids before we all go trick-or-treating out together. We all walk together. It's like the neighborhood does a great job. A lot of the parents are out in front of their houses. Sometimes they serve drinks. Like, it's just a really nice time. I love the Halloween. We have a bunch of great neighbors, and we do a good job. So I'm looking forward to it this year. Halloween's the best. So yeah, already Halloween though, but it's before you know it, it'll be Thanksgiving. We'll be carving the turkey. Week 8 in the NFL. Amazing. Time just flies. Already week 8. That's a tradition unlike any other. Mike baffled how fast time moves every single Friday, talking about, I would love it, get a kick out of it. Me and Mons would always get a kick out of it. He's still doing it now. The great Mike Francesa in his podcast, he still acknowledges already. Because it's true. It goes by fast. The season just started. It goes by extremely fast. The summer just ended. I was just in Italy. I was just vacationing at the end of August. And we are already at Halloween, getting ready for Thanksgiving. Unbelievable. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Jaden in West New York, New Jersey. Is that a place? I've never heard of West New York, New Jersey. Where's that?
What's going on, guys?
What's up, Jaden? How are you, brother?
Good. You?
I'm good.
West New York is right next to North Bergen, right next to the Lincoln Tunnel. About 10 minutes
that's
out.
what the police were just telling me. West New York, New Jersey. I've never heard that.
Yeah. I just wanted to talk about, I've been a Giants fan for a long time, and, with all the injuries with the Giants, Scatterboo, Neighbors, I was at the Chargers game, got to see about 5 minutes of Dar the Neighbors connection. I honestly think, the Giants need to make a trade for a receiver.
I don't disagree with you. I've been saying it all week. I mean, I understand the pushback on it. The pushback is they're 2-6. Why are you trading assets? Find a wide receiver in the offseason, draft a wide receiver, trade for a wide receiver. Then I think it's important to get this. I understand that Jackson Dart's been playing well, and that you don't necessarily need to see him work with anyone, but I want to give him an opportunity to make plays. I want to give him
exactly.
It's important to give this kid a chance to make plays, and he's got to have better than right now. I mean, you can't just rely on Lil Jordan Humphreys and McLeod and these guys they're going to bring up from the practice squad and find on the scrap heap. Like, go get someone who has a proven track record of being a playmaker in this league, and preferably one that has, is under contract next season, and that, you can continue to build with and go into next year and have a number 2 for Neighbors.
I was thinking, maybe Jacoby Myers, DJ Moore. We're not making the playoffs, but just to develop
100%.
Dart, man.
I'm with you.
I've seen many highlights of Dart dropping it in the bucket, and it's drop after drop.
Yeah, I mean, a couple. Theo Johnson definitely dropped one that was perfect. Tom Brady was just incredulous that ball was dropped. He was very impressed with the throw. He showed the ability to lob it over. I mean, he just looks great. Let's be honest. He looks great. I don't know how you're not more excited. I'm still hung up on that. I don't know how Giant fans aren't more excited. But yeah, Myers obviously was a name. I've heard DJ Moore a little bit, but I don't know. I would think that they're, I don't think Chicago would be interested in doing that. They're trying to develop their own quarterback and win there. I don't know about, Waddle. Sounds like Miami isn't that interested because the contract is so team friendly that they don't want to do that right now. I mean, you'd have to offer I don't know if I was actually watching SNY, and JJ, who's a Dolphins fan, said, I'll give him to you for a first-round pick. I'm like, well, it's not going to trade a first-round pick for him, but I would be interested in Waddle, Myers, right, Olave. Those are the 3 major names that you have heard over the past couple weeks about trading for a wide receiver. But I'm with you. It is about it's not necessarily about winning this year. It's about helping the quarterback in every way. I got to give him weapons. I got to give him someone he can lean on. I got to give him someone he can go to. I got to give him someone with real talent who's proven it in this league before that he can develop a rapport with and feel like he can go to in a big, like right now, there is no one. Like Neighbors is a guy, one-on-one, I'm throwing him the football. That's it. One-on-one, I'm throwing him the football. If I'm in trouble, I'm going to give him a chance to make a play. There is no one in this Giant receiving core that's like that. There is no one. I'll just give him a chance to make a play. There's no one. Slayton knows the offense inside and out. Slayton knows the routes. Slayton does have some speed, but if the game is schemed right, Slayton can get open at times. He's not great at creating separation, but if the game plan is called right, he knows offense in and out. He knows how to read defense a little bit. He can find pockets. He's not terrible, but he's not he's not a great playmaker. Wan'Dale Robinson is shifty. Wan'Dale Robinson, I think, can be better than he's been. He showed it. The Dallas game is so hard to judge him on because, he was running up the seam just wide open. Just wide open. It's almost like Dallas didn't want to cover him. So that's his biggest game of the year. Outside of that, he's had some moments. You can get him the ball, behind the line of scrimmage and feel like he'll make a guy miss and get you 5 or 6 yards, but not an explosive player. So I really don't know. You got to get someone who can make some plays. The Neighbors injury is a killer. Despite the fact I don't know how much better they'd be, but that relationship, missing a full year of building that relationship, it really hurts the Giants not only this year but next year. So I'm all in. I'm all in on the kid. I'm all in on Jackson Dart. I am open to anything that will either improve or make life easier for Jackson Dart. I don't care. I don't care about their record. I don't care about, the idea of that they're not going anywhere and why would you trade assets? Let's see what it looks like. Why would you allow a GM that you're very likely to fire to make a decision like that? I don't care. I don't care. Jackson Dart is now the future of the franchise. That's it. It's not Dable. It's not Shane. It's not anybody else. It's not Dexter Lawrence. It's not Andrew Thomas. It's not even Neighbors. It is Jackson Dart, future face of the franchise. From this moment on, it's whatever makes his life easier, whatever improves his game. Until we get to a position where we know what he is and he's stable and he's a quarterback that, you can count on and he's the guy and we're in this thing and it's about winning. Right now, it's still the development. Despite the fact that we feel like he's answered that question, despite the fact that we know who he is and that we feel good about him being the franchise quarterback, he's still 5 starts in. It's still about developing him. It's still about working with him. It's still about him learning the offense. It's all of that. I am open to moving. If it makes sense, I'm open to anything that improves him and makes his life easier. No question about it. No question. So, yeah, trade for a wide receiver. Bring in someone. Let's go. Al in Oldwick. What's up, Al?
I kind of think that part of the Giants' issue is that they've missed on so many high draft picks.
Oh,
yeah,
without question.
Terrible.
Yes.
Correct. But when you miss on high draft choices, and, Shane got rid of all Gettleman's players. Gettleman was probably a bad guy, but if you look at the players he had, some of them were pretty good, like Danny Dimes, if you will, and even Barkley. But we all know Barkley's talent. It wasn't, again, we don't have to rehash that argument. He went to Philadelphia and had a breakout year. Right now, the offensive line for Philly's not playing as well. I know he just lit up against the Giants, but you look at Barkley's season this year, he's not having a great year. Last year, that offensive line was incredible, and you know what Barkley can do with a good offensive line. It wasn't going to work here. Same thing with Daniel Jones, but Andrew Thomas still here playing at an all-pro left tackle level. Dexter Lawrence. But he didn't draft Andrew Thomas.
Yes, he did.
Gettleman drafted Andrew.
That's what I'm saying. We're talking about Gettleman draft picks. Yes, Andrew Thomas was drafted by Gettleman. He's still here. Dexter Lawrence was drafted by Gettleman. He's still here. I'm agreeing with your point. I just think you're using two guys that, they're talented and everything, and they're having great years elsewhere, but you're still impacted by great players. You're still impacted by Andrew Thomas. They're the two best players on the team outside of Jackson Dart right now and maybe Neighbors, but the two best players still playing right now are Gettleman players.
Correct.
Yeah.
But the point, and I apologize, I understand your point.
Yeah.
The point I make is that his draft choices have been, have been god awful terrible.
Mm-hmm.
They really
have. Not all of them, but yes, too many. Yeah, too many.
Correct, because look, and Scatterbo was a good player. Maybe he wasn't drafted in the 5th round because maybe he had injury questions.
Yeah, he was
I don't know.
in the 4th. That's a great pick. Hopefully he comes back and healthy. But yeah, Scatterbo in the 4th round is a great pick.
Okay, not disagreeing with you, but again, he got injured. Maybe he had injury questions. I don't understand why. Every once in a while you discover somebody in the 4th round, but the other teams can't be that dumb to have passed on him.
Yeah,
right?
I think they are. No, I think they are. I think they're dumb. I think that's where you draft running backs in the 4th round. So I don't know. I love that pick, but again, here's your point, right? You I don't know why you brought up. There is no doubt your initial claim there is 100% correct. A lot of the problems with this team is missed 1st round picks. You can't. I mean, not only Thibodeau is a solid player, disappointing top 10 pick. Right? Solid player, third and, passing downs, he can get after the quarterback. He is a solid edge rusher in this game. He's not a great one. He's a solid player. He's a useful player. He's a helpful player. He's a solid player. He is not worthy of a top 10 pick. At least hasn't proven to be. That hurts you a little bit. You can live with it, but it hurts you a little bit. What you can't live with is Evan Neal. Evan Neal can't see the field. He's a top 10 pick. That's a disaster. That sets you back. People always say you draft the wrong quarterback, it sets you back forever. You draft anyone in the top 10 who can't play, it sets you back. Evan Neal not being a useful player who can't see the field now with an offensive line that has struggled since he's been here, that's a disaster. You're right. Banks is a horrible 1st round pick. That's very difficult to overcome. There's no two ways about it. Even Jalen Hyatt is a 3rd round pick. Jalen Hyatt is a 3rd round pick who can't see the field when they have no wide receivers to play. That's a disaster of a pick. I'm with you, 100% with you. Joe Shane has done an awful job, for the most part. Now, there are good picks. I think last year's first Neighbors is a home run. And before you say, because the only thing I'll push back in, because when you get the first pick right, we dismiss it as, that's easy. When you get the first pick wrong, when you get a 1st round pick wrong, you're an idiot. With Neighbors, right? Let's be honest. The Cardinals could have Neighbors. They chose to go a different way, and he's not nearly as good as Neighbors. At least hasn't been so far to start the career. Marvin Harrison Jr. has not nearly been as good or as productive as Neighbors has been. They could have had him. So Neighbors is an excellent 1st round pick. This year, to get Jackson Dart where they got him. He played the game. He took Carter, got back into the 1st round to take his quarterback. Now, Carter hasn't proven as of yet that he's a 3rd overall pick, best defensive prospect in a couple years, slam dunk player. But he's solid. He's played okay, and you could see a reason to believe that he will eventually become that player. But to have him and then find your quarterback later in the 1st round and have him be as explosive as Jackson Dart, that's a very good 1st round. Again, it takes time to judge these things, but a very good 1st round. And last year, Phillips, Newbin, those were good picks. They had good rookie seasons. Newbin especially has regressed. Phillips defends the ball well, but too many penalties, and he can get beat down the field. He hasn't had a great year. He had a good, solid rookie year. He's one of the better rated defensive rookies in the league last year. So he's had some good picks. He's had some bad picks. But when you take a 1st round pick, worst case scenario should be Thibodeau. Like, you take a top 10 pick, you take a first-round pick, worst case scenario should be, well, he's a useful player, but he's not what we hoped. Like, anything worse than that really sets your team back, and they have two. They have Evan Neal and they have Banks, both who feel like aren't good enough to be on the field. Because they have no choice, Banks is. Evan Neal is a top 10 pick who cannot see the field. That is a killer. There's no doubt about it. And that's why I've said from the beginning, Joe Shane is far more to blame and has far more, cause for the failings of this franchise over the last couple of years than the head coach does. There's no doubt in my mind. This is more on Joe Shane than Brian Dable. 100%. 888-808-1019. Quick break. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. We'll come back. We'll do picks later in this hour, and we'll take you to 5 o'clock in the warm-up show. 888-808-1019. Be back with your calls next on the Fan.
Scadaboo is down and shaken up.
Adversity has presented itself all season in many forms for Big Blue.
Time out for injury. Oh no, it's bad. I just saw his right foot bent completely to the right.
How that adversity is met reveals what a team is made of.
We got to start figuring out ways to win.
Week 9 brings San Francisco to town with Christian McCaffrey looking to wreak some Halloween havoc on MetLife. Will the Giants rise up and get back in the win column? Find out right here Sunday at 1 on your home for New York Giants football. 1019 FM WFAN and always live on the free Odyssey app.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-848-2299. 800-848-2299. Again, that's 800-848-2299.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurren & Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnerman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnerman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
All right, 325. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. 888-808-1019 on this Friday morning. Halloween. You know, we went to, I was talking about this the other day. My kids already had like 4 different events, 3 different events. And one was a birthday party, to be fair. But already before Halloween even happened, 3 different events that they were already in their Halloween costumes for. And the one thing the one thing that's putting a damper on the Halloween thing right now is I'm a little bit in trouble with the wife because, and this is typical, like, you know, just I can do no right. I'm there, we're in this town, walking through the stores, doing a scavenger hunt. It's like they set this thing up. Each store had there was like a scavenger hunt. It was like, you know, floating candles. And outside the store, they were hanging these candles. Oh, you had to go in there and punch your card. And once you got everything on the scavenger hunt, you return the card and you entered a chance to win. I don't know. Who knows what? Something I'm not going to win. So I didn't really think of it or care about what it actually was. So we went through and every place they give you candy to. It's like you kind of trick or treat. You go through the scavenger hunt. It was fun. I guess, for the kids, it was at least. So they're doing that. My little guy is Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. And it came with a great wig and a little goatee beard. But the beard kept falling off. And then it would have grass on it, and every time it fell off, it's harder to stick. So I was like, forget this, you don't need it, put it in my pocket. Walking around. At the end of the day, we get home, blah, blah. About an hour after we get home, my wife's like, so what'd you do with that beard? And I'm like, oh, yeah, it's right. It's right here. I don't know what happened to it. What do you mean you don't know what happened to it? I'm like, I don't know what happened to the beard. Well, you said you picked it up and put it in your pocket. I did. Well, how's it not in your pocket now? I don't know, because I had all these cards, scavenger hunt. You handed me things. I got in a bag, hand me this, I don't know. It's not in my pocket now. She is not happy that beard went missing. I'm like, it is let's just go get another beard. She's like, no worries. We have extras, I guess. But she was mad at me that I lost this beard. Mad. Frustrated with me. I'm doing all this stuff. I got the costume. You didn't pick up the costume. I did this. You said you picked it up and put it in your pocket. I don't understand how you lost it. She's like, I think we have a bag of beards and mustaches from previous costumes downstairs. So I go downstairs today because, of course, I procrastinated and forgot about it. And I didn't go down there until today to go look for it. I can't find it. I can't find the bag of mustaches and beards. We don't know what we did with it. There's a very good chance that Shaggy is going to be beardless tomorrow. And I am in big trouble. It is going. But that's like, it's just like sometimes, like it's just, it's one of those things. It's a beard. It's not even that big a deal. And you know what happened the other day is going to happen again. The beard is not going to stick. We're not going to super glue it to his face. The thing's falling off. No one cares. The wig's coming off, the hair. You know it. That's what happens. It lasts 10 minutes. They're in full costume for 10 minutes, and that's the point, because there'll be pictures taken, and there'll be pictures with no beards. And who's the bad guy? Me. Not the kid who can't keep it on his face. No. It's me. I get it. I'm blamed for everything. Maybe next year I'll go as Aaron Boone, so I can legitimately be blamed for everything. And it'll be warranted. That's a great idea. I should be Aaron Boone so you can blame me for everything. And, I know right now with the World Series and the Toronto Blue Jays winning, again, like I understand the approach of the Toronto Blue Jays, and they have done a great job. There's no doubt. There is no doubt. They've had a great year. But I'm sorry. Like, the idea that they are now the pinnacle of the sport and everything that's right with baseball, and somehow the idea that the Yankees need to be, or have to find a way to be the Blue Jays is just nonsense. This was a last place team last year. They were a last place team with the same players. Every one of these players is outperforming their regular season, and their regular season outperformed their career. They are on an incredible run. They are a good team. They've also hit a ton of home runs. They have hit 27 home runs this postseason. They are not doing it just with bunts and slapping the ball the other way. They have that part of their game incorporated with them more than others, and they've done a good job with it, but they're hitting home runs. They're down a run, and Vladimir Guerrero hits a 2-run home run to change the game. They hit the 2 home runs to get started at the beginning of that game. Home runs. Not choking up on the bat and putting the ball in play. Home runs. And then they're getting pitching performances from kids who have more postseason starts than regular season starts. You can't try and duplicate that. And I'll be totally honest with you. Not only are the Yankees not going to be able to duplicate it, the Toronto Blue Jays are not going to be able to duplicate it. It's not about, like, do they have some aspects? Would I like to see the Yankees, or the Mets for that matter, incorporate contact more into their game? Of course. Of course. Do the Yankees need a leadoff hitter? Yeah, they don't have one. Would I like that leadoff hitter to hit 270, 280 at the bare minimum and have an on-base percentage of 370? Yes. And strike out less than Grisham did this year as the leadoff hitter? Absolutely. And we'll get into some of those moves that I think the Yankees could do when the hot stove season starts. But the Yankees should not, nor should anyone, and this isn't like, again, you don't look at the 2023 Texas Rangers and say, we got to be like them. You don't look at the 2019 Nationals and say, you got to be like them. You want to look at the Astros? Okay, that's fine. They had a long, extended run of being one of the better playoff teams and World Series champions. You want to look at the Los Angeles Dodgers? Fine. Like, if the Blue Jays become that, we'll see. The Blue Jays are a team of destiny, have an incredible year, but they are not some sort of lock to be this every single year. They have guys who are having great years and playing really well right now. We will see. Me and Fleas were talking about it. The difference is, and the other thing about the Blue Jays is, and I hear this a little bit, it's more about the approach and how they play. But let's also not make it seem like they are the little engine that could. They're a top 5 payroll in the sport, or a top 6 payroll in the sport. They spend money. They gave Vladimir Guerrero Jr. a ton of money. They offer everybody they have a legitimate payroll. They paid Santander a lot of money in a contract that really hasn't helped them all that much. Like last night, I talked about how, because I was focusing on the approach, them and the Milwaukee Brewers kind of play the game the same way. The difference is the Brewers don't put money into the team the same way the Blue Jays do. They don't have a Springer. Like, hopefully Churio can become a great player for them. He's on his way to doing that. And they have, a couple of guys who are good at the tail end of their careers and having, still impact seasons. But Vladimir Guerrero, Springer, like they have Gosman's a big contract that they put in. They're playing the same game as the Brewers, but they have a couple of stars who've gone off. That is the difference. I'm sorry. I know nobody likes it. And even the term crapshoot, it's not fair I use it because it gets people upset. But is crapshoot the right term? I don't know if crapshoot is the right term. But there is a level of, I don't know if you want to say luck. You could say any word you want to say. It's not the game they're playing. It's partly the game they're playing. Anyone who goes this far, wins 94 games, goes to, is about to win a championship. What they're doing is right. But it's not necessarily the game they're playing. It's the fact that they're playing their best. That's what it is. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. has gone off. If Vladimir Guerrero Jr. didn't have a good series against the Yankees or didn't have a good series against Seattle or wasn't having a good World Series, they wouldn't be winning. He's hitting a home run a day. He hasn't been a great postseason player for his career. That's why I was calling them frauds, and they hadn't won a playoff game yet. Mookie Betts is hitting 130, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. can't get out. Don't you think that has something to do with it? Like, don't we think that is just as much to the point, or as whether or not, Jimenez chokes up on the bat with 2 strikes? It's not necessarily just a crapshoot or luck. It's about playing your game. Every one of the teams that gets there has an opportunity to win if they play their game, if they play the best of their game. The Yankees didn't play the best of their game. They didn't hit the home runs. Plain and simple, they didn't play their game. They didn't pitch well enough. That was their game. Max Fried and Carlos Rodon led the majors in wins. Max Fried's going to get Cy Young votes. Max Fried got annihilated while Savage was throwing playoff classics. That's the difference. Like, do you think next year Savage is going to be a beast and better than Max Fried and better than every other pitcher in the American League and is going to go win Cy Young after Cy Young? Or is he just on an incredible run? He's got great stuff. We'll see what he is. But, like, you think he's a lock to be, like, the top of the American League next year? You think he's a lock to go into a postseason series next year and dominate like this? Like, they are on a magical run. They are a very good team. They do a lot of things really well, and they're doing them freaking excellent right now. And Ohtani, Freeman, and Betts are doing nothing. Snell has not been as good a pitcher as he was in the previous rounds. The top of the order was 0 for 11 with 6 strikeouts yesterday. Their players aren't playing their game. The Blue Jays players are. That is more to the point than anything else. And for the New York Yankees, they have to find, and I know that, we could say whatever. And I said this, they can incorporate more big spending, and we'll talk about this. Like, the Yankees have a choice ahead of them in this offseason. And I don't know how Steinbrenner is going to do it, like heading into the CBA and everything around it and all the monies he's willing to spend or not willing to spend. They've got assets to either trade or commit to. What do you do with Jason Dominguez? What do you do with Spencer Jones? What do you do with Ben Rice? What do you do with these guys? What do you do with Jazz? Because theoretically, you can trade those guys for, legit. You could trade Ben Rice for legit people. Me and Fleeks were listening to Keith's show in there and Stephen Kwan came up. Would you trade Ben Rice for Stephen Kwan? Kwan's got 2 more years of control. Would you trade him for that kind of player? You could trade him for that kind of player and then go spend money. and attack this thing with money and trade your prospects instead of giving them roles. Trade Dominguez, trade Spencer Jones, trade Ben Rice, get assets back, whether it be an answer or two cheap offensive player or a big-time offensive player or a cheap pitcher or whatever you could, however you want to work it. A controllable pitcher, a controllable outfielder, and then go out and with the holes that you've now created at first base or in the outfield, go spend money. Go trade Spencer Jones and trade Dominguez and sign both Kyle Tucker and Bellinger. But are they going to do that? Or do you commit to those young kids? Like the 90s teams that we all love committed to their young players. But what they shouldn't be doing is trying to emulate what the Toronto Blue Jays are doing. In some areas, sure, they should be trying to be more like the Dodgers in areas, more like the Blue Jays in areas. They should be looking to improve because just being the best team and then playing your best, that's it. They need to ask the question of why they consistently do not play their best in the postseason. And I know that's an easy answer, and that, or should I say, it's an easy cop-out. And there should be more targeted. Like, you want to find the real flaws. Well, they need this. They need a better shortstop. I'm with you. I'm screaming from the rooftops that he shouldn't be the starting shortstop. You need better players in some areas. Absolutely. But we want to look at it and say, it's because they believe in this, and it's because they view the game like that, and it's because they do this and they do that, and that's why they're doomed to fail. I don't believe that. They need to ask themselves why the 94-win team, why the team that was the best in the American League last year, why this team that won 94 games and was one game away from being the division leader and the one seed, they won more games than any other American League team. Not that they're perfect, not that there are no flaws, there's tons of flaws. The Blue Jays have flaws. They're not showing them right now. That's the difference. Why does every postseason with the New York Yankees, why do their flaws outweigh their strengths? Because they have strengths. You don't win 94 games without them. They have to figure out why their failures and their flaws outweigh their strengths consistently in the biggest games, whether it's in the World Series, whether it's in the DS, the ALCS, whatever the case may be. That's it. That's the question. Because I'm telling you, call me crazy all you want. The Blue Jays were in last place last year, and it would not surprise me at all if they win 82 games or are in third place next year. Wouldn't surprise me in the least. Because you're not always going to get Clement to have a great year. You're not going to get Jimenez to have a great year. Springer's going to be a year older. He had 2 lousy years before this one. Like, the Blue Jays aren't going to just be this juggernaut now moving forward because they've, figured out how to play winning baseball. Mark my words, they're not. Build the best team you can and figure out why the hell they don't play well in the postseason. And it's not as clear-cut as you think. Because the Dodgers play the same game. The Dodgers were up there hacking at the same pitcher. They're not as talented as the Dodgers, and they don't do some things as well as the Blue Jays. It's a combination of both. 888-808-1009. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Quick break. We'll get to your calls. We'll do picks in the next segment. We'll come back, have a little fun. Get you till 5 o'clock in the warm-up show. 888-808-1019. Be right back.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan. 101.9 FM.
As far as the defensive side of the ball goes, unfortunately, if I had to look into my crystal ball and say what's going to happen, they're going to be the fall guys if they decide to keep the head coach.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
My dad is bringing home the best birthday cake ever!
It was my 5th birthday, and my dad was bringing home the cake.
Should have been here a half hour ago.
The cake never made it, and neither did my dad.
911, what's your emergency?
That was the day a drunk driver killed my dad. Daddy? Impaired drivers take lives. Think.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. Aired in cooperation with the New York State Broadcasters Association.
Kick off the new season in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. Looking for an SUV with extra space and style? You'll find an impressive lineup of GLC, GLE, and GLS models in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Or take advantage of their exclusive loaner-to-owner program. Buy or lease a 2025 X-Loaner and enjoy the experience of a like-new Mercedes-Benz. Don't wait. Upgrade your drive this fall at Mercedes-Benz of Edison, the Tri-State's premier destination for luxury driving.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-848-2299. 800-848-2299. Again, that's 800-848-2299.
Talk sports hands-free. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Football Sunday, so good to me. All right. That beautiful singing voice gets us started every week as we turn to Week 9 in the NFL. Last week, Fleegs and I were both 3-2. We got the locals right, and we got all 3 games exactly the same. All 3 of our wins were exactly the same. We got both locals in Baltimore, and that was the game I was furious that I had it at -6 or whatever it was, 6.5 even. And then we both lost our other 2 picks. So where do we stand? Last time I checked, I think last week you were 2 games better than me, or 2 games over, and I was 1 game under. So I think you're now 3 games over, and I'm even. Is that where we are?
Look at you with the perfect math.
How about that?
I am 22-18. You are 20-20.
20-20. All right.
No losing records.
No losing records. All right. So here we are, week number 9. We typically we always do 5 games. Usually it's the 2 locals and 3 others, but since the Jets have the week off, we will do 4 other games. So, Fleegs, let's get us started. Where are you going?
I'm going to probably a mistake because I'm kind of riding a theme of last week with the favorites, and my 2 losses last week were with underdogs, or one of them was, and you had 2 with underdogs when the favorites kind of swept the board outside of the Jets and maybe one other. Game number 1. Give me the Lions minus 8.5 against the Vikings. The Lions are just one of those teams that bet them a couple weeks ago against the Bucs at home, and the Bucs are a very good team, and the Lions they like to blow teams out. You know, this is not one of those teams that plays with their food. Sometimes it just feels easy to pick them, and I know the Vikings have been a good team in the past. I'm not impressed at all by this year's Vikings team. The defense and Brian Flores is, like a lot of defenses year to year, taking a step back, and the quarterback position is a mess. I don't care if they're getting J.J. McCarthy back. We have not seen J.J. McCarthy do anything in the NFL outside of that one free quarter, week 1, against a bad Chicago Bears defense. So I get the Lions at home, again, what they do on that track offensively. Why not another 41-24 victory for the Lions, laying 8.5? Game number 2. This is more even of the big spreads. This is which team am I fading? The Titans covered week 1 barely against the Broncos. Then they had that fluky, freaky comeback win that the Cardinals really just gave that game away. I mean, the coaching staff, everybody should be embarrassed. They're getting blown out every week. Home, road, it does not matter. They are not a competitive football team right now. You know, think about the worst games we've seen from the Jets, and then just imagine they did that every week. That's what the Titans are right now. They're already on the interim head coach. It's a guy in Mike McCoy who we know is not a very good NFL head coach. So I don't love betting a big road favorite, but because this is under 10, I'll lay the points with the Chargers minus 9.5. Game number 3, going to go to Monday night here. The Cowboys minus 2.5. Kyler Murray probably coming back for the Cardinals, but we don't know that for sure. I had the Cowboys last week. I don't know if it was in this pool or another one, and to take a chance. Listen, we know how horrible they were in Denver, but the Cowboys are a much better team when they're at home. And they're at home on Monday night. When they're playing in Jerry World on that field, the offense clicks. The defense isn't very good, but the Cardinals' offense isn't that good. And that's even if Kyler plays. And if he does with the foot sprain, first game back, is he really 100%? So I like the Cowboys in this spot. Like, this is a team that still, in theory, is competing for a playoff spot. And I would expect Dak and that offense to really get things going now that they're back at home. That's almost a team all year. You bet them when they're at home, and you fade them when they're on the road. And then the last game, because we agreed to bet the biggest game of the week, the last few times in this regular season matchup, I've taken the Bills. And if you had asked me 2-3 weeks ago, who are you going to be picking Chiefs-Bills week 9, I would have thought, probably the Buffalo Bills, unless it's a crazy big number. The Bills are a 1.5 underdog at home based on the last few years. They should be the pick, but they are not. This Kansas City Chiefs team, they were in the Super Bowl 8.5 months ago. They're significantly better than they were last year. They're not just better than they were last year. They are multiple strides ahead of where they were last year. Now that this offense has all of its pieces back, everybody's clicking. If the offensive line starts to really get healthy and playing together, forget it. I think you have a team on a mission. I think you have a Patrick Mahomes that's kind of focused on reminding everybody, hey, I'm the best quarterback in this league, therefore I'm the best and most important player in this league, and just having one of those kind of revenge tour sort of seasons. And I think that continues in Buffalo. Even though the Chiefs have struggled against them in the regular season, we know what they do against Buffalo when the game really matters. And because the Chiefs are still chasing the division, and maybe they want the 1 seed in the AFC, if they can chase down the Colts, they play them coming up soon. This is a game that matters to them.
Absolutely.
I'm not all that impressed by the Bills bouncing back and beating Carolina last week. The Panthers stink. That Falcons game was really concerning, and I just don't see a lot of weaknesses on this Chiefs team right now. The Bills don't have many, but one or two. That's more than the Chiefs have, so give me Kansas City. And then locally, I like the Giants plus the 2.5. You talked about it a lot. I think the Giants have a quarterback advantage in this game, assuming Mac Jones does play for the 49ers. The Niners defense last week on the road against the Texans offense with no wide receivers. Nico Collins was out. Yep. No running game to speak of whatsoever for the Texans. And the Texans were dominating that game. Scott Hansen was joking about it on Red Zone, the time of possession. The Niners couldn't get off the field. Robert Saleh is a great defensive coach. You can only do so much when you don't have the players. And right now, I don't think the Niners have the players. If the Giants can just do a little bit to contain Christian McCaffrey, this Niners offense, the passing attack, is nothing special. They have Kittle back, but they're thin at wide receiver. Not as thin as the Giants, but not that far ahead of them. So, yeah, I think this is a winnable game for the Giants. They should win this outright, and I hope for Brian Dable's sake that he does win this outright. So give me the Giants plus the 2.5. I could see your face. I know we have almost all the same picks.
I'm with you on so many freaking games. I'm annoyed.
I was looking into your eyes as I was saying my team's like, oh no, oh no.
I'm with you on almost all of them. It's unbelievable. I love the Chargers in this spot against Tennessee. This is a hardball spot, man. On the road against a terrible team, minus 9.5. He knows, like we just talked about Kansas City. I'll get to that. He knows how Kansas City's playing. He sees how Denver's playing. Harbaugh against a bad team with the way Herbert's playing. I know they're a little banged up. I don't care. What has Tennessee showed at all? They are getting annihilated in every one of these games. I know the number's high at 9.5. I don't care. Give me the Chargers at Tennessee minus 9.5. And I've talked to you about this. I've picked Detroit a lot in these big spots. I love this team, especially at home in that building against a Minnesota team that this defense, their run defense is bottom 10 in the league. Going up against this Detroit team with their run game, like this defense has not been the same as last year. And it's J.J. McCarthy returning. Like, I'm totally with you. This is a rookie quarterback practically. Like I have no idea what this offense is going to look like with him. And the Lions beat up on bad teams, a divisional game. They're going to look to run up the score. I think this is my favorite one of the week. I love Detroit minus 8.5. The game we don't agree on is I'm going to take Houston at home against Denver minus 1.5. I think Houston played really well last week, and I know a lot of talk about the Denver defense, right? Who is missing Patrick Surtain in this game, which is a huge, huge thing. You got Collins and Kirk both coming back. I think they've started to find their offense a little bit. And it's going to help not to have Patrick Surtain. And we talk about it. I know the Niners haven't been as hurt by Warner. We saw it a little bit last week. But Patrick Surtain, he is so incredibly important to what Denver does. And if he's going to miss this game, I just think they're in trouble. And nobody's talking about. We talk about the Denver defense. We talk about maybe Seattle's defense, Cleveland's defense, particularly at home. Have you seen what Houston's defense is doing? Houston's defense is quite possibly the best defense in the NFL right now. They have been playing great. Bo Nix, they're on a winning streak. It's tough to win this many games. They're coming from behind wins. They're coming off a blowout win. Like, I just think this is the right spot to fade this Denver team against the Houston team that's getting healthy in the passing game, adding Collins and Kirk back against the Surtain-less Denver defense coming off all of these wins. I just think it's a good spot for Houston. And then we get to Kansas City and Buffalo. So give me, again, Houston at home minus 1.5 over the Denver Broncos. And then Kansas City and Buffalo, I'm totally with you. I know you don't get Allen a dog at home very much. I think it's only 5 times outside of his rookie season. And the only one they've lost is to Kansas City. But I just think this Chiefs team is absolutely on a run. Like the minute Rice came back, he fell right back in line, multiple touchdowns. Like they are complete. I agree with you. They are a better version than what we even saw last year of a Super Bowl team. Buffalo's passing attack feels a little off to me. I agree with you. The Atlanta game was very troubling in how that went down. I was watching something on them and talking about Coleman and how little separation the wide receivers are getting in Buffalo. And I know how great the running back is, and he's a dynamic force. And Cook has had this incredible season, huge game last week. They're able to run the football a little bit, but against this Chiefs defense that knows them so well, and you talk about it, this is a playoff game. I mean, it really is. Both of them in second place in their division. They both desperately need it. The Patriots are, having a great season and playing a really weak schedule. Buffalo needs it. Kansas City needs it. I just think that in those moments, I'll take Patrick Mahomes and this Chiefs team that is surging in the right direction. So give me Kansas City on the road in Buffalo, getting 1.5 points. And then I think I'm going to break my streak because I am all in on Brian Daboll and winning games. And I agree. I'm going to take the Giants plus the 2.5. I know it's going against my Colonel Mustard. Mustard's last stand. I'm going to break it here. I probably shouldn't, but I'm going to break it here. And I was thinking about it, especially because you took them, but I just think the Giants, this is a winnable football game. I do, and I think there's so much going on right now. I think we're going to find out. I think he's going to get this team to respond from the Scatterboo injury. I think they're going to find ways. And again, this defense, you look at the way they played last week, I just think you can't deny the fact that Warner is a huge hit for this defense. I think they can still run the ball, the Giants. I think they can keep it close. You're going up against Mac Jones. Find a way to get pressure. I think this is the game, after all the noise, that we see Dexter Lawrence emerge here. I think the Giants are going to win the game outright. I really do. I think the Giants are going to win the game outright. So give me the Giants minus 2.5 at home against the Niners. So I got the Chargers, Detroit, Houston, Kansas City, and the Giants for week number 9. We'll come back after the update, and we'll do our Take a Chance parlay. We'll take your calls. We'll say good morning, and we'll take you all the way to 5 o'clock in the warm-up show right here on The Fan. Here's the update.
Get breaking sports news here. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 4 o'clock. I'm Justin Rock. This report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. All 3 local hockey teams in action on Thursday night. Rangers and Oilers, the Blue Shirts, rallied from 2 down at tie, setting up heroics from JT Miller in overtime.
2:15 remaining in overtime. Nice move by JT Miller. Down the right side. Moves it, shoots, and scores! It's an overtime winner! JT Miller beating Stuart Skinner. Rangers off the bench. They win the game 4-3.
Kenny Albert with the call on MSG. Rangers now 2-1 on the West Coast road trip with a 4-3 victory. Top pick Matthew Schaefer scored his 3rd career goal, but the Islanders fell to the Hurricanes 6-2. Matt Barzal, a healthy scratch by the team after arriving late to the team's morning skate. Dawson Mercer put home a pair of goals, but the Devils can't stop the Sharks 5-2. Knicks and Nets had the night off. Knicks will be in Chicago to play the Bulls later tonight. Miles McBride off the injury report after missing the last 2 games for personal reasons. Mitchell Robinson, a full participant at practice on Thursday. NFL Thursday Night Football. Ravens beat the Dolphins 28-6. Trade deadline less than a week away. NFL media reporting that the Jets' Breece Hall and Quinnen Williams are drawing interest. Meanwhile, the Giants reportedly have no interest in dealing Kayvon Thibodeau. It's 55 degrees and mostly clear in Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Justin Rock.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Underdogs and parlay them together. The Take a Chance parlay. Fleegs has hit it once this year. I have hit it twice. Let's take a chance. Where are we going? To be totally honest with you, there's not a ton. This was...
There weren't last week either.
I know.
Listen, credit to you last week. You didn't hit the parlay, but you did have the biggest outright underdog winner.
Yeah.
In the Jets.
In the Jets, I did. I had the biggest out. That's right. I took the Jets. I did. That's right. I forgot about that. I knew I didn't hit it. I forgot who I took. But yes, that's right. I took the Jets. This week...
Yeah, your other 2 teams got blown out, but
yes.
the Jets makes up for at least one of them.
Yeah, it makes up for one of them. This one, I wouldn't be surprised if we have the exact same parlay, but we'll see. Where are you going?
I was thinking about that too, because there's really only 5 games you can go with. And so all my lines are 3 or lower, but I'm not giving you either of the 1.5s. So game number 1, I have the Giants in the picks. One thing we talked about off air, we both forgot to say in the pick segment, Jackson Dart hasn't lost a home game yet.
It's true.
So maybe there is some
against
advantage for him in MetLife.
Quality teams.
Right, two playoff teams, we're assuming.
Yeah,
I mean, one the
absolutely.
defending Super Bowl champs. So give me the Giants plus 2.5. This one, if I had to put another underdog in the regular picks, I was leaning towards this team. Give me the Raiders plus 3 against the Jaguars. I mean, the Raiders are horrible. Like, this is a hold your nose, don't watch the game, hope for the best kind of pick. The Jaguars have been shaky, and with the Raiders, I'm really betting on here, if they get Brock Bowers back, and it looks like that could happen this Sunday, then maybe they just give you one good game. If Geno Smith can just avoid throwing the ball to the wrong team for 60 minutes on Sunday, then the Raiders, I think, are alive in this game. And then the third one, I almost feel bad because I know you're including this. Like Daniel Jones, he can't win every game, right? He's going to go into Heinz Field and beat the Steelers in a game that the Steelers now really need. You know, we talked about it. The Ravens are back as favorites to win the AFC North. They're minus 145. The Steelers, it looked like 2 weeks ago, could coast to winning the division. Then they had the bad Thursday night loss against the Bengals. The Packers loss is more acceptable. That's a very good football team, a Super Bowl contender. But right now, they're all of a sudden at risk of falling back to 500. Maybe last week when we thought it was the Mike Tomlin, motivational spot to get that team up to win a game, maybe we were just a week early. I hope we were just a week early. And it wasn't against the Packers because of the Aaron Rodgers revenge game. It's now against the team with the best record in the AFC and the NFL entirely. And we get that this week. So the Steelers plus 3 against the juggernaut Indianapolis Colts led by Daniel Jones.
Yeah, we have the exact same 3. So I can't get off Pitt. So I'll take.
Problem is that the 2 1.5 Pitt numbers
I
go
went
again,
against.
and I would be on the side. Like if I had to pick that game, I would take the Texans too, not the Broncos.
I'll take the Cardinals because if there's a chance that if he plays, this Cowboy defense is so bad. I do agree with you. I think they're going to win the game. I like it as a pick. It was right there on the borderline between it was Pitt, Dallas, and Houston for my final pick. I went with Houston. But I'll take a chance that there's a turnover or something, or that Cardinals team can find a way to score because this Dallas Cowboys team, the defense is atrocious. So I'll take a chance with the Cardinals. But I agree with you. I picked the Giants. We went through that. And yeah, I'm with you on Pitt. You know how I feel? I'm getting points at home. Mike Tomlin and one of the great quarterbacks ever. Like last week, it failed us or failed me against Green Bay. I'm going to take the odds that it doesn't fail twice. Like this is just a Tomlin spot. Traditionally, I have hit this forever. But let's be honest, it's been a couple years since those numbers have really played out the way I expected them to, or the way they have for years. A lot of those statistics that tell you to take Tomlin at home as a dog of 3 points or more are built on years prior. But I still just think this is, I'm with you. If they could just stop the run, I still find it hard to think that Daniel Jones is just going to win all these games. Eventually, they are going to stub their toe. It's a tough place to go play. They're coming off a brutal loss where they were completely outplayed in the second half by Green Bay. I think they stiffen up. And for back-to-back home games to lose, I just think this is a tough spot for the Colts. Give me the Pittsburgh Steelers. So give me the Giants, Steelers, Cardinals for the take a chance play, just because we can't have the same thing.
And it's a weird week because some of the other low spreads, the Bears only a 2.5 favorite over the Bengals, but we don't know about the status of Joe Flacco and his shoulder.
Quarterback,
The Commanders getting 3 points at home against the Seahawks. We don't know for sure about Jaden Daniels, so not a lot of great underdogs on the board.
No. There's not even like a legit take a chance. Like, if that game was in Atlanta, I'm looking for the time to fade the Patriots because I feel the same way about the Patriots that we talk about with the Colts too. I mean, they're playing great football, well coached. May is playing unbelievably well. Are they really going to roll off all these? Like they're going to stub their toe and have a bad game too. And I thought this Falcons team was trending in the right direction. The last 2 weeks have been dreadful. Penix is coming back, but on the road he has looked awful, and especially outside in the elements he has looked particularly awful. If that game was at home, obviously it wouldn't be the same spread, but I would have taken a chance there.
Yeah, my brain says Falcons there, but they did me really dirty last week in this and other polls I think Survivor, so I'm done with that team for a while.
I agree with you. I've had a bad read on the Falcons over the last 3 weeks. To me, it does. I want to take the Falcons at plus 5.5, but I'm going to stay away from it. I'm with you. So, yeah, I mean, look, it's an interesting week in the NFL. A lot of big spreads yet again. A couple of really interesting games, a couple of ugly games. Pittsburgh and Colts, I think, is an interesting game. Obviously, Chiefs and Bills are going to be the big game of the week. No McLaurin, that was another one, maybe Washington, but with no McLaurin against this Seattle team that travels so well. I know it's going on the road across the country, but this Seattle team has been excellent on the road. They've been great. And with no Terry McLaurin, I don't know what other weapons Jaden Daniels has. I mean, Deebo Samuel looks bad. He looks slow. And Jaden Daniels dealing with a knee injury. That's a tough game to go against too. So that'll be an interesting one on Sunday night. And then the Monday night game as well should be interesting. But then there are some real ugly ones. Saints, Rams, 14.5. Bengals, Bears, Tennessee, and Chargers. We'll see a lot of high spreads, but should be a good week. Probably tease both the Chargers and the Detroit will probably be my best. I do like the tease. I'll probably just
money line parlay. Lions, Chargers, Packers, Rams. Who messes that one up?
One more time.
Money line parlay.
Yeah.
Lions, Packers, Chargers, Rams. Who messes that up?
Lions, Packers, Chargers, Rams. If I had to pick one, Packers.
It's a little bit of a sandwich spot for them. They have the Eagles next Monday night.
They have the Eagles next Monday night. And I think this team is a team that plays down to its competition. I think they've had some ugly games this year. They haven't been a dominant team that we thought they were going to be after 2 weeks. I just like the other games so much that I'm for. I don't think the Packers are going to lose, but that would be my guess there. The Lions are my favorite. I think the Lions roll this week. 888-808-1019. So we spent a lot of time on the Giants. There's some picks around the NFL. We spent some time on the baseball as well. Game 6 of the World Series tonight out in Toronto. Yamamoto on the mound against Gausman. See if they can get to Yamamoto, who's been incredible in this postseason. The Dodgers obviously need the game. It would be, I don't know what level of upset. With the way they've played, they were the ones. It's like they're the Blue Jays. We talk about it like it would be the biggest upset in the world. That's more about the Dodgers being unbeatable. The Blue Jays, as much as I'll tell you, I feel like it's a one-off year that I don't expect them to be this good year in and year out. I don't think we've seen the next dominant. I don't think we're looking at the next dominant team in the American League. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't view it that way. They are still the 1 seed. They still won more games than everybody else. They still have a high payroll. It's not some, mid-market team that's having this crazy year. It's not this is a legitimate team. They won more games than anyone else. They've played extremely well in the postseason. They have stars. They've had a young kid emerge as an unbelievable starting pitcher. I don't think it's this crazy, the biggest upset you've ever seen in baseball, but it would be a pretty big upset, and it would be one that the Dodgers would have a tough time living down because they were healthier this year. I know they won last year, but, Ohtani's healthy and pitching there. I know their bullpen's in disarray, but their starting rotation is it's got Snell healthy and pitching. It's got Yamamoto. It's got Glass now. It's supposed to be this team that, supposed to win a championship. So we'll see. Yamamoto's been lights out. I think this is the game you want to get if you're Toronto because anything can happen in Game 7. It's just a tough game to win. Anything could happen against this, at any moment, one of those 3 superstars could emerge and just absolutely explode and take control of the series. So should be a good game. I'm looking forward to it. Still don't know who I'm rooting for, I suppose. I guess I'm rooting for the Dodgers. I don't know. I'll be happy if I see Donnie Baseball hold up a championship, but I don't know. 888-808-1019. Obviously a lot on the Giants and what they need to prove here. A lot of guys. This is a prove-it game for the coach, clearly, who, all I did was say I probably won't fire him at the end of the year, and I've gotten more hate than anything I've ever uttered in the 2.5 years or just about that hosting here in the overnights. So he's got a lot to prove that he can win football games and not just develop a quarterback. The quarterback has to prove that he can make plays with no weapons. Dexter Lawrence has to prove that people still respect him in the NFL. The defensive coordinator has to prove that he can come up with a scheme to stop a run game with Christian McCaffrey. A lot of people have a lot to prove. Thibodeau has to prove that he shouldn't be traded. This is a big game for the Giants, and it's a winnable game against a team that's lost its best edge rusher in Bosa, a team that's lost its heart and soul and its defensive leader in Warner, a team that's most likely, I don't know if they've announced it for sure, but it's going to be Mac Jones the backup quarterback. A team coming off a bad loss where they were outplayed by an offense in the Texans who hasn't been good all year and was missing 2 wide receivers in the game. The Giants are yet to lose a home game with Jackson Dart. They beat 2 playoff teams in the Chargers and the Eagles. This is a game to go win. This is a big game. Because as much as I'll tell you, and I know I spent a lot on it all week talking about Brian Daboll, the relationship with the young quarterback, and how important it is, and I wouldn't jeopardize that with him playing this well. I can tell you that too, I'm blue in the face. I understand he can't lose every game. They've got to get some wins along because of the previous years here, because of the last 2 losing seasons. He's not a rookie coach, even though I kind of view him as that, as a sort of a second chance at a rebuild, not just another opportunity at a winning season. I felt like that should be the mandate when you allow him to draft a quarterback, but still. He's lost the last 2 years. They need to prove they can win games. They lost a heartbreaker against Denver. They got beat up by Philadelphia. They're trying to overcome injuries. They've got they still probably don't have a Debo. They probably don't have Flott, who hasn't practiced all week. Banks has been awful. And this front four is going to have to get after it. That's like, again, for me, the pass rush is going to be huge. Dexter Lawrence, who practiced yesterday for the first time without the brace on his elbow, he's going to have a big game after all the noise with Carl Banks and everything else. This is a big game for Dexter Lawrence, who's having a miserable season. Whether he's respected and double-teamed or not, he's having a miserable season. And this pass rush, a young kid in Carter who has been better than what people will tell you and better than what the stat sheet says, still not a third pick, warranted to justify to ask for Lawrence Taylor's jersey number and someone who's the best defensive prospect we've seen in years and all of the talk coming out of that draft. Thibodeau, who's possibly on the trading block, although the reports are the Giants don't have any interest in it, but it's been a conversation all week. A Dexter Lawrence who's not playing up to his capabilities, and Burns who's dominated, but this was supposed to be a dominant force. This was supposed to be their identity, was getting after the quarterback, and it hasn't lived up to that. This would be a good week to start against this 49ers team, against a backup quarterback who isn't very mobile in Mac Jones, and especially when you look at the defensive backfield that's going to be playing guys who aren't very good, including a first-round pick in Banks, who has been brutal. You got the injuries to the wide receiver, obviously, as well, with no neighbors. You're bringing up players like Ray McLeod, who's expected to play in this game, little Jordan Humphreys. You've lost Scatterbo. This is a difficult game to win, but it's a winnable game. And it's a game at home where they have yet to lose with this young quarterback, and a big game for this head coach, a big game for Dexter Lawrence, a big game for the defensive coordinator. A lot of guys with a lot to prove going up against a 49ers team that is vulnerable, dealing with their own injuries, playing a backup quarterback, missing 2 of their best defensive players. This is a big game for the Giants. Big game. 888-808-1019. And you know what? Everyone says, it's the same thing. It's different. You know why it's different? Because at 2-6 on Halloween, it has not been a big game. We have not given a damn. I've been on the radio telling you they should probably lose it. They should probably lose it and probably tank and probably try and get the best pick and go draft a quarterback and blah, blah, blah. Not today. Not anymore. That's what Jackson Dart has afforded us. It's not a meaningless game. It's a game I want to see them win. It's about winning. It's about building a culture. It's about developing this quarterback. It's about continuing to see the progression that this offense has made the second he took the field. It is meaningful. And that's different than what it's been. The record might be the same, but it feels a hell of a lot different. 888-808-1019. Brett in Long Island, what's your thoughts on it, Brett?
Chris, is Halloween a challenge?
Yes.
Chris, is Halloween a challenging holiday for you and your family?
Challenging? Yes. It comes with many struggles and many challenges. It's a very difficult day. I'd rather not talk about it.
Okay. No, I meant because you're probably going to eat all your kids' candy.
I got you. Fat jokes. Good for you.
Chris, you said that I don't have an opinion on anything.
Correct.
You attack me all the time. Now's your chance. Go for it.
Okay, what's your opinion?
You got? Call me out on anything. No, call me out on anything you want.
I don't rely to name calling like you.
Then don't. No,
my character.
You don't. You call me a dumb idiot every other call. But Chris,
well, I mean, you attack me on every other call.
Now. I made
What?
a joke. Ask me anything right now.
I don't want to
I'm
ask
saying-
you. Listen, this is how it works. You call in, you ask me things, and then we have a
Yeah, and then
discussion
when
where
I-
you give
and
me
then when I-
opinions.
when I
No.
challenge
You
your
don't
opinion,
ask.
you don't like it.
challenge
You don't
me.
like
No,
it.
all you do is say, you said this, and I don't understand. You said this, and you said, how can
So
you
what
say
do you
this
want
and
me
say
to
that?
do?
How can you say that? I want you to call me and say, you know what, Chris? This is a big game because I believe this and I believe that. You have nothing
No,
to
I'm
ever say.
attacking your
All you do
opinion
is
because
say,
I have the
I heard you say
opposite
this, and I heard you say that, and how can you say this, and how can you say that?
Chris,
What do you,
don't
other than Daniel Jones is a great quarterback, that's the only opinion you've ever had. You've also said, and I wanted to ask you about this because you killed the coach. Oh, should have fired the coach. Well, what's changed in the last 2 weeks? Because every time you call me, you tell me how the Giants are going to win and go to the postseason. So how terrible is the coach? You constantly believe they're going to win and go to the playoffs.
Yeah, well, that was part of positivity. Which
Oh,
you
that was
never had.
so it was
You bet
a
against
lie.
them.
You didn't actually feel that way.
No, I do. I always feel that way. I never give up like you do.
I'm not giving up. It's what we think. That's the difference between me and you. I'm able to give what I think.
You say the first few games don't count with
Correct.
Russell Wilson, but yet, then how does it work for all the games that Daniel Jones lost that now he's a proven quarterback?
None of it doesn't matter.
How do we do that?
None of it matters. It's Jackson Dart, AD
How do you?
and BD.
Yeah.
After Dart, before Dart, and after Dart. That's all that matters. Right
The
now,
only thing that's going to save you is if
Save me?
Jackson Dart. You're relying on Jackson. Like it's just. I understand you're going to die on the hill with it, like I do with Daniel Jones. But like Chris, he's not a good coach. I just don't understand your argument. You're trying to argue over one player that he picked. He's not even a GM.
it's about
He gets lucky.
he drafted
He
the
got
quarterback.
lucky.
No, he
Yeah,
got lucky.
Jackson Dart
I know he got
threw for
lucky. Very
100.
lucky.
He threw for. You brag about the Charger game. He threw for 100 yards.
They won the game against the Chargers. They were 3-0.
Their defense stopped them. They won the game. And again,
All right,
and
so then
again, and
Bowen
what
did a
about
great
against
job.
the States?
What are you
How can
talking
you
about?
dismiss that?
Stop it, man. You don't know what you're talking about. Stop. I can't. I don't know what. So the wins don't matter. You call me up every day about the nonsense. The win. Now the wins don't matter. It's about developing the quarterback. Same thing as 2005 with Eli Manning. Does anybody give a damn that they turned a 5-4 team into a 6-10 team? Does anybody actually care? It's about developing the quarterback, and he is integral in that process. Integral. Oh, I can't shake the integral. He is important in that process. The coach is meaningful in the process of developing the quarterback. That's what this season is now mostly about. It's about developing Jackson Dart. So the quarterback didn't play a great game against the Chargers? That's your point? Well, then the coach won the game, you dope. You can't have it either. Then if Jackson Dart didn't play well in the Charger game, then Dable outcoached Jim Harbaugh. Pick which one you want to get behind. Pick which one you prefer. I don't tell me. I guess it's that Brian Dable outcoached Jim Harbaugh. Because Jackson Dart only threw for 100 yards. And what happened when they beat the Eagles 34-17? I don't understand it. I don't know why we're not more. I don't understand why you're not more pleased, Brett. You of all people. I guess you don't like this quarterback now because he's not Daniel Jones. I have no freaking idea why you love Daniel Jones so much. When was the last time Daniel Jones won a game like that? 3 years ago. 3 years ago. Then he was awful. Sorry, it doesn't matter that he's playing well with the Colts right now. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. None of it matters. Brian Dable got his guy, and him and his guy are playing well. The quarterback has changed how we feel about the team. They went on and beat Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers that were 3-0. They beat the Philadelphia Eagles 34-17 in prime time. Go check how many wins Daniel Jones had in prime time, buddy. Even you can count that high. Like, I don't. If he didn't play well against the Chargers, then the coach won the game. So that's a big win for Brian Daboll. I don't care what happened with any other quarterback, man. It doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter. I don't care. I don't care what happened with Russell Wilson. I don't care what happened with Daniel Jones. BD and AD, before Dart and after Dart. That's it. And AD is all that matters. It's all that matters. Now, I agree he's got to win some games. Because even though I view it as year one of a new rebuild, it is year 4. They've lost a lot. You can't just go and lose all these games and win 2 games on the season. And I also don't think it's plausible that the quarterback plays well for the next 10 and you don't win any. Like, if Jackson Dart plays like this, they're going to win some football games. It's hard to win 2 or 3 games. It's hard. They're going to win some games if the quarterback plays well. And right now, he's playing great. And I don't know why nobody wants to give this coach credit for it. I don't know why we refuse to give him credit for it. I mentioned that he helped Josh Allen along. Ridiculous, Chris. You can't give him credit for that. No, that's it. These guys were so good. They're just so good and talented that they did it all by themselves. Nobody helped them along the way. It didn't matter. They just stepped on a football field and became great. And nobody's helped them. Nobody helped them transition. Nobody helped Josh Allen from lousy rookie quarterback who was a turnover machine to a budding superstar year 3. No one helped him along. He just playing games did it. It could have been anybody. I could have been his offensive coordinator. Wouldn't have mattered. Brett could have been his offensive coordinator. Of course, he would have traded him for Daniel Jones, but it could have been anybody. It doesn't matter. Jackson Dart stepped on the field and he's great. Doesn't matter. Oh, because some of the plays happen when the play breaks down. So that means it's not about the coach. Not about the coach. The coach is only important when he schemes open wide, when he schemes blocking so that the quarterback doesn't have to move outside the pocket, and when he schemes the wide receivers wide open. Well, hell, what do you need talent for? If you have a great coach who could just scheme up a blocking scheme so that the D-line can't get to him, and he doesn't have to maneuver or have pocket awareness or do any of the things that Jackson Dart has and what he's shown. And as long as the wide receivers are wide open so he doesn't have to go off script, that's when you can put it on the coach. That's it. If the wide receivers are wide open and he has all the time in the pocket, then you can say, well, the coach is doing such a great job. Other than that, it's just sheer ability from the quarterback, and the coach has absolutely nothing to do with it. It's such nonsense. It's such nonsense, because if you were such a great coach to do that, then what the hell do you need talent for? I can get any quarterback to stand behind a great offensive line, not have to worry about a pass rush, not have to maneuver outside the pocket, not have to run for a first down occasionally, not have to go off script. All I have to do is stand back there and throw to wide open receivers. Otherwise, the coach isn't impactful. Okay, well, guess what? You could do that with any quarterback. You want to know the proof? Daniel Jones is doing it right now. There's the proof. The proof that any quarterback can play behind great offensive line with a great running game and wide open wide receivers. There it is, Daniel Jones. Steichen is doing such a great job that it doesn't matter what kind of talent the quarterback has. It doesn't matter. Because if the quarterback makes off the script plays, I guess, never mind. Have you watched Patrick Mahomes play? I guess Andy Reid's just okay. Andy Reid really didn't have anything to do with Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes is just great. Look at him. He throws the ball while falling down. You can't coach that. So does Andy Reid really even do anything? It's just absolute nonsense. He's the coach. He wanted the quarterback. Against everyone else in the organization, he started the quarterback in week 4. That has changed the team. They are 2-3. Some brutal losses. Some obvious ones. They fumbled the ball 5 times in a row. Otherwise, they were kicking the crap out of the Saints. They lost the game. They gave the game away. The players gave the game away, turning the ball over. They had the Denver Broncos, who are a playoff team right now, in first place in their division. Oh, they were up 19 points on them, And then the defense just completely fell apart in the fourth quarter. And he made one decision to trust his young quarterback, and it blew up in his face. Okay. And then they went on the road and lost to the defending Super Bowl champs. They also beat Jim Harbaugh and the undefeated Chargers, and they beat those same defending champs 34-17 in primetime. The quarterback is literally the talk of the NFL. Everyone can't stop gushing about the dude, including now the 49ers. He won Rookie of the Month, but that's just sheer ability. Coach had anyone could. He would have won Rookie of the Month no matter where he played, who he played for. It doesn't matter. He's better than Cam Ward. He could be in Tennessee right now. He could be with the Titans, and he would have won Rookie of the Month, and he'd be good right now, and they'd be 2-3 with him over the last handful of games, because that's just how great he is. He could step on a field against anyone at any time, at any moment, and just be great, because that's Jackson Dart. We've established that 5 games into his career, that he's just so gifted and with such God-given ability and so incredibly awesome that he can win Rookie of the Month, and it's solely on him. No help from the quarterback coach, no help from the head coach. God knows no. In fact, he's doing it despite the buffoon. All right. If you say so. Eddie in Rockland. What's up, Eddie?
Hey, trick or treat.
Treat.
What's your favorite treat? Baby Ruth?
No, not a big Baby Ruth guy. I also don't like Milky Way.
I'm a Baby Ruth guy.
I think Milky Ways are pointless. I think my favorite.
Pointless? That's a classic, man.
Pointless. I think they have nothing to them. And Babe Ruth and Baby Ruths are even worse. There's nothing to them. I'm a Twix guy. Twix are my favorite candy bar.
Twix is your big bar over Milky Way and Baby Ruth?
Correct,
Man,
100%. You got a problem with that?
Kit Kat guy.
You got a problem with that
also.
too, Eddie? Hold on. We'll wait till next Halloween. I'll make sure I remember it so you don't get me. What else you got?
All right. Okay, now listen. I don't know if you listen to the morning show when you drive home or you listen to your show.
I do.
But Boomer made it very clear, and you killed on it, that the New England format, while you had a first-year quarterback, changing the coach is not a real big deal. And you killed him on it. And
I killed him on it? I disagree with that. I do disagree with that take.
On the premise.
Yeah, I disagree with that take. I do.
Right. And they're doing fantastic. What do you disagree about? You said something about them being defensive coaches.
Yes, Mayo.
What does that have to do with? What does that have to do with anything?
Oh my! What does that have to? What does that have to do with it? What does the head coach, being an offensive-minded head coach, Mayo was, I guess, promised the job. Maybe it was just a holding place for the eventual hiring of Vrabel, but Mayo was a defensive-minded head coach. He didn't pound the table to draft May. He's a defensive-minded head coach. He didn't draft the quarterback. He didn't really help develop the quarterback. He was just the head coach, and he failed. And then they brought in one of the better, more competent head coaches of the last decade in Vrabel and gave him, McDaniels, one of the best offensive coordinators in the last 20 years. If you can guarantee me a Mike Tomlin, Vrabel, John Harbaugh, and then one of the great offensive minds of the last 20 years who's won 6 Super Bowls or 5 Super Bowls, however many he was a part of with Tom Brady and the Patriots, and who invented pretty much the 2 tight end game. Like, if you want to give me those set of circumstances, then I might be willing to move off of Brian Daboll. I'm sorry, I disagree with the idea that you can look at the Patriots and say, well, they change coaches, so you can change coaches. Mayo was not the offense. This is Brian Daboll's offense. The GM didn't turn to Mayo and say, hey, as long as you're good, I know it's your guy, we're going to draft him. Are you sure? That's what they said to Brian Daboll when they took Jackson Dart. The rest of the organization didn't want to start him week 4. The coach did. It's his offense. It's his draft pick. It's his quarterback. That was not the situation with Mayo. And then they went to a great head coach, a proven great head coach, and one of the better offensive coordinators in the last quarter century. If you want to set up those circumstances, by all means. By all means. I don't view it. I don't think that's comparable necessarily. I don't. Do I think that there is validity to the idea that Jackson Dart could still work out without the coach? Of course. I am not saying that Brian Daboll is the only man for the job. I am not saying that anybody else will fail with Jackson Dart. I'm saying, why risk it? Why risk it? It's working with him. They have a built-in relationship that no other coach will have with him. This kid knows that Brian Daboll wanted him. This kid knows that Brian Daboll, with his job on the line, chose him. This kid knows that when the owner and the GM didn't want to go to him week 4, the coach did. The coach trusted him. The coach wanted him. The coach designed an offense for him. The coach, when his job was on the line, said, "You're my guy." That's a bond and a relationship that he won't have with another coach the rest of his career. Now, again, Brian Daboll isn't the only offensive mind in the NFL, and Brian Daboll isn't the only coach that could get really good play or excellent play or help develop Jackson Dart. I'm not saying he's the only one. What I'm saying is, I don't trust this Giants organization to make that choice. I don't trust them to pick someone better. And it's working. Why throw something out that's working and then give it to an organization who hasn't had a good hire in a decade? Like, if you deem Brian Daboll a failure and Joe Schoen a failure and want to fire them, that's Pat Shurmur, that's Dave Gettleman, that's Ben McAdoo, that's Joe Judge, that's Brian Daboll, that's Joe Schoen. That's 6 consecutive failure hires. 6 consecutive. 6 consecutive failings of hiring the right coach and GM. So with this quarterback playing as well as he's playing, working with this coach in his offense, not a defensive former Patriot linebacker, an offensive coach it's his offense. And the kid just won Rookie of the Month. And you want to fire him so that the owner, who has now, by your estimation, had 6 consecutive failures at choosing people to run the franchise. You want Hope Lucky number 7? Look, it worked for my cousin Vinny in the law exam, but I don't really like the idea of Lucky number 7. I don't like the idea that he's going to stumble upon the right guy. Now, if there's a no-brainer out there, which I don't view I know I took a call, I think it was Brett in Long Island, the great Brett in Long Island, last night, told me John Gruden. John Gruden won a Super Bowl a quarter century ago. John Gruden came back to the NFL and failed with the Raiders. Does that mean he couldn't be the right guy? Maybe he could. I don't know. He also kind of made fun of Jackson Dart in that Gruden camp. I mean, I know he's praising him now, but which he praises every quarterback who goes on that show after they leave. But, I mean, I don't view that as a no-brainer. John Harbaugh, Mike Tomlin, Vrabel, Sean Payton. Like, those are coaches who I know are going to come into a situation and make the team better. And I would trust them to hire the right offensive coordinator to work with the young kid. I do not trust John Mara to make that decision when this is going well with the young quarterback. Like, it's really not hard. It's really not hard. And no, I don't view the Patriots situation as the same. That's not a Jared Mayo offense. It's not his pick. It's not his quarterback. He was just the next guy after Bill Belichick. It didn't work. They fired him, and they brought in the offensive coordinator who worked there forever and won Super Bowls. If he wants to come work with Jackson Dart, I'd sign for that. I don't know about his head coach because it's failed, but if he wants to come run this offense with another head coach, okay, sure. But no, I don't view all scenarios of, well, they fired the coach and it still worked out the same. This one is different. Why risk it? 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Quick break. More calls after this.
Kick on its way. End over end and good!
The Scarlet Knights got a huge Big Ten win last week against the Boilermakers.
And the Scarlet Knights win it!
Next up, the Fighting Illini. Kicking off at 2:30 tomorrow. The home of Rutgers football. Powered by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together. And the Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and Odyssey app.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program may only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it could end your debt nightmare and save you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. For free information and to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, simply go online and visit DRA.com or call 800-455-9311. 800-455-9311. Again, that's 800-455-9311.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman Shulman, and Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This city lives and breathes sports. WFAN is where Yankees fans argue with Mets fans, and Giants fans debate Jets fans. Live, loud, and daily. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 4:45. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. I know Eddie likes to always try and pit me against the morning show. This, boom, as I said about Tiki Barber, Boomer obviously knows more football than I do. And I respect his opinion, and I understand the idea that just because you fire the coach doesn't necessarily mean it will turn into a debacle. I get that. But I do think the two situations are a little bit different. I don't think you could just say, well, the Patriots fired their coach, so it can happen here too. But there have been other instances where it was an offense. Like you could probably go through and find another instance where it was an offensive coach who was fired. Again, I'm not saying Brian Daboll is the only guy who can do it. I'm just saying it's working right now. And they've been competitive and they've won. Like, to me, all I care about is what's happened since he took over the team, since Dart became the quarterback. They're 2-3 with 2 really good wins. They're 2-3 with a rookie quarterback. Again, Eli Manning went 1-6 with a team that was 5-4. He took over an 0-3 team. Eli Manning took over a 4-5 team. A 5-4 team, a winning team. And then proceeded to go 0-6 and then won the final game of the year in the 7 games. With a better team than the Giants. He took over a Giants team that was 0-3. And he's yet to lose a home game. Like, let the season play out a little bit. All my point, and people push back on it, so it ends up becoming more than what I intended it to be necessarily, because I got to fight back. All I'm saying is right now, today, I have seen enough where I like Jackson Dart, and I'm not moving. I've seen enough positive where I don't want to make the change, and I haven't seen enough negative where I need to make the change. That might change. Opinions change. There's still another 10 games to play, or 9 games to play, rather. There's another 9 games to play. If they go 0-9 and look dreadful, and the quarterback doesn't get any better, and now they have tape on him and things stop, then yeah. Then I'll change my opinion on whether or not they can fire Daboll. But if it continues to look like this, one, I find it very hard to believe if Jackson Dart continues to play like this, they won't win some games. They will. They'll win some games. If Jackson Dart plays the way he's been playing, I think they're going to win on Sunday. But if they go winless the rest of the 9 games and Jackson Dart stops playing well, or at least stops playing to this level, and it gets worse, then yeah, my opinion will change, and it's more than fair to move on from the coach. But I guess I just view the whole scenario different. I know what John Maris said when he decided to keep them this year, but for me, again, I said it when it happened, I didn't look at it as I'm going to give them one more chance to have a winning season. Like, I didn't view it that way. One, because the team wasn't going to be that good, and the schedule was brutal. Like, I viewed it as I'm going to give them one more chance at the rebuild. When you allow them to stay and draft the quarterback, I feel like it's now a clean slate, and the last 3 years almost don't matter. Why would you keep guys around for only 1 year and they better freaking win, but you'll allow them to make the most important decision of the next 5 years of the franchise? Like, you keep them despite losing. You let them make that pick. Why would you get off them when the pick is working out? That's my only point. That's it. As long as Jackson Dart's playing well, I don't see a reason to move on from Dable. And I do assume that wins will come with the quarterback continuing to play well. They've come already. If they win 2 out of every 5 games, theoretically, he's going to win another 4. Like, if they win 6 games and Jackson Dart plays great against this schedule with a rookie quarterback, with all of the injuries, you want to fire the coach? If they win 6 games with no neighbors, they lost Scatterboo, defensive backfield a mess, no wide receiver weapons at all. Like, if they win 6 games and the quarterback plays great the whole year, I would not move off him. I would not. I don't know why you would need to win 8 or 9 games. Like, I don't know. I'm seeing that all the time. They have to be over 500. Otherwise, like, why? Why do they have to be over 500? Next year then becomes about winning. 888-808-1019. Got a break. Real quick, we're going to get to Brian in just a second, but we'll do it on the other side, rapid fire styles. We take you to 5 o'clock in the warm-up show on this Friday morning, this Football Friday Halloween version of the Overnight. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Be right back.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
Every year for the last 9 seasons, outside of the one where they went to the postseason, the Giants have had fewer than 2 or fewer wins through the first 8 games. And it's just unacceptable. Now, you can go over the reasons why that may be the case, but this was not supposed to be this case this year.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Right now, police are stepping up patrols to make sure drivers and pedestrians obey our crosswalk laws. Why? Because every year in New York, people are injured or killed just crossing the street. So remember, pedestrians, obey traffic signals and use crosswalks. And drivers, yield to pedestrians in crosswalks. If you don't, we will educate you on the law, and you may get a ticket, because tickets get attention, and that saves lives. A message from the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Hey guys, if you're ready to pop the big question, discover why 5 generations have purchased their diamonds from H.L. Gross Jewelers of Garden City. Since 1910, the Gross family has been the place Long Island gets engaged, and where you'll find all the latest styles and rings and a huge selection of GIA certified diamonds. Save yourself all the hassle and come to H.L. Gross, where you'll get the guaranteed best price, as well as the best education and guidance in picking out the perfect ring. H.L. Gross Jewelers, Long Island's premier bridal ring store at 840 Franklin Avenue in Garden City, or at hlgross.com.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
Tell Siri to dial the fan. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
All right, just a few minutes before 5 o'clock in the warm-up show. McMonigle here with you on this Football Friday. Happy Halloween out there. Be safe. Enjoy yourself. Remember, it's about the children. And if you need to feel better, just, if you need to get a pick-me-up on the day, just, make a joke at my expense about eating my children's candy. It seems to do wonders for everyone. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Brian in Milburn. What's up, Brian?
Hey, good morning. How you doing, Chris?
Good.
I'm
How are you, buddy?
fan of yours.
Oh, thank you.
I listen to you every morning. I honestly do. You're one of my favorite guys. I get up in the morning, go to work, and listen to you every day.
Mm-hmm.
I can't. Now, you said something about Mac Jones that wasn't right. I usually agree with everything you say. He was out for Yankees. We Yankee fans, too. He's actually the reason why our season's pretty good. Our defense suck because we lost a couple of pieces on it. We're trying to find our way. Mm-hmm. But he's the real reason why we're like 5-3 with because of him. Because he's been playing lights out. But he's not mobile, so our offensive line is kind of shaky. So that's why he didn't really, not all the time. Especially last week, that defense is great against anybody.
Yeah, no, Houston's defense is very good. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not saying that Mac Jones has been terrible. I'm just saying that, it's not the starter. It's a backup quarterback. It's a guy who isn't that mobile. Go after and make him, put some pressure on him and hopefully get him into mistakes. I never said Mac Jones is a disaster or you're playing some miserable quarterback. I'm just saying he's not the starter. He's not that mobile. Go get him. This elite pass rush should be able to go get him and make his life uncomfortable. Richie in Queens. What's up, Richie?
Hey, Chris, we talked about the World Series. Obviously, stunning how good they played. With your Savage coming out of the woodwork, who is he? Yeah. To look that good. And the timely hitting Guerrero had a pedestrian year. I mean, 82 RBIs.
Yeah.
And he had, for the year, and to do what he's doing really steps up. And guys like Kirk and obviously everybody just the contact. What the Giants had great. Let's see what progress with that and the defense. Just, and I think Dexter Lawrence might step out. I can't believe he's got half a sack in one TFL.
I know.
And,
he hasn't had a full sack since like last October. It's almost been a calendar year since he's got a full sack.
That's amazing. So I think Banks was a little tough with him, but maybe he'll step up. So you just want to see the progress at this point, and that's all you can hope for. Take care, Chris.
You got it, Richie. I appreciate it. Look, the defense has got to be better. I want to see they're going to have to stop the run right with McCaffrey this week. That has been their major issue. They are a terrible team against the run. They're terrible on second and long, terrible on third and long. Too many mistakes. Bigsby on that second and 21, second and 31 to get that first down was embarrassing. So I'm not trying to tell you they've been a great team. I'm telling you it's working with the quarterback, and I deem that as important as anything else, including wins right now. Year one with the quarterback, it's about him. Year two, go win. Year three, go win big. That's the plan. That's the plan. And let's see if it can... Listen, maybe we'll start to feel better if they go out and beat the 49ers, which they're capable of. That's what needs to happen. I'm surprised this fan base isn't just a little bit more excited about how Jackson Dart's playing. They're more pissed off about how the last couple weeks have gone, which I get, but... don't you sense the hope? Everybody, enjoy the rest of your Friday. Enjoy the weekend. I'll catch you tomorrow morning. Thanks, Bleeds. Thanks for calling. Bye-bye.
Radio 101.9 FM.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 5 o'clock. I'm Justin Rock. This report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. All three local hockey teams on the ice Thursday night. Out in Edmonton, the Rangers come from 2 down in the third period. JT Miller, the winner in overtime. Blue Shirts top the Oilers 4-3. No Matt Barzal for the Islanders on Thursday. He was a healthy scratch for disciplinary reasons after arriving late to the team's morning skate. Matthew Schaefer with a goal, but the Hurricanes handle the Isles 6-2. Dawson Mercer a pair of scores, but the Devils fall to the Sharks 5-2. To the NFL, Thursday night football. Ravens beat the Dolphins 28-6. Giants and 49ers coming up on Sunday. Former Jets head coach and current Niners defensive coordinator Robert Saleh with high praise for Jackson Dart.
He is uber talented. I understand why Dayball went to the blue tent. I probably would have won too. I mean, kid's good, man. He's a really, really, really good kid. I think New York hit on this one big time.
Knicks and Nets were idle. The Knicks in Chicago to play the Bulls later tonight. New York getting healthier. Miles McBride set to return after being out the last 2 games for personal reasons. And another good sign, Mitchell Robinson was a full participant in practice on Thursday. It's 54 degrees and partly cloudy in Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Justin Rock.
Good morning, campers.
Alan Jerry. Don't worry, it's only an hour long, and most days it doesn't suck.
Hey, we've reached Friday. Football Friday on the Fan. A couple minutes after the Eddie Schizzeri. What is up? Not going to be saying that too much more. That's kind of weird. Al, what's going on, Al Dukes?
Oh, hi there, Jerry. You got a lot of months left of that. Yeah,
not as much as you think.
Tomorrow's November 1st. All November, all December, all January, February, March, April, most
6
of
months.
May. 6-7 months.
Yeah, 6-7 months.
6-7 months.
Plus, there are going to be days he's going to be out.
Then you won't have Eddie to kick around anymore,
No
Jerry.
one kicks Eddie around. No one kicks Eddie around.
Who's getting that job?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I hope I'm not supposed to do it. I don't know.
Be a solo job in there for you?
Yeah.
That would be hilarious.
That would be like training me to be an air traffic controller. I used to run a board back in the day. I'm sure I could figure it out, but...
I used to as well. I used to enjoy it, as a matter of fact. But what he does in there is, it's kind of like it passed me by.
Yeah.
I would need some pretty good training. I get the concept of it, but I don't understand what he does.
Yeah, plus he's dealing with the commercial logs. He's moving things around. He's communicating with television. It's a whole thing.
There's a lot going on. We all have a lot
in there.
There's a lot that we do. Do you ever think about when you get a job? Well, we haven't gotten a job recently, but like when you get some sort of a new opportunity and they throw all the things that you have to do as opposed to growing in that job and things come at you one at a time, you build up almost a tolerance to being able to do all of it.
Yes.
But then when you jump in to fill in, it's like, all right, you got to do this, that over here. Whoa.
Yeah.
You ever realize how much we actually consume and learn?
Yeah, because you're right. Things get added as you go along, and then when a new person comes in, we just whoosh,
do it all.
Everything you do.
Yeah.
Bam.
So that's whoever gets that job, that's what they're going to step into.
They sure are, Jerry.
Right.
Plus, I'm going to really
ride their ass.
You got that right, Jerry. And if it's some young punk just coming into the business, I'm going to teach them some lessons.
I'm sure you will. I'll give them one little hint of advice.
All right.
Keep your mouth shut. Don't talk for 4 hours. Al might throw you off the roof.
Yeah. Good point, Jerry.
So whoever that guy is.
Jerry, Eddie and I have a nice relationship in there. We're relatively quiet. We talk when we need to talk.
That's it.
You make fun of the other people you work with when you need to make fun of them. Like, it's a thing.
That's it. You just don't need to talk for the sake of talking.
Correct.
Yes, I agree.
Like women do.
Did you hear the story McMonigle told this morning?
No.
His kids being Shaggy for Halloween. So they went on this...
Shaggy from...
Yeah, from Scooby-Doo. And so he tells the story how they went on this Halloween scavenger hunt. And the little shaggy beard kept, it wasn't sticking to his kid's chin. So finally he's just, give it to me, puts it in the pocket. Whatever. In the meantime, you got to take the scavenger hunt cards out. You got your wallet. And so when they get back home, she asks for the beard. He's like, it fell out. I don't know. It's gone. And she's like furious with him that this beard that still isn't going to stick to his kid's chin anymore, that he lost the beard. Who cares?
He lost the shaggy beard.
Man, talk about getting upset over nothing.
I just realized just now that today's Halloween.
It is. I thought you were dressed up as a Blue Point Brewing employee.
No.
That's all right. I'm representing Surfside. So there you go.
Happy Halloween, everybody.
Happy Halloween. Did you do new ones?
What do I do?
Did you do new Halloween tips?
No.
Did you ever do Halloween tips?
I did do Halloween tips. Only about probably
15 years ago.
Yeah, 16 years ago, probably 2008. Those debuted.
Times have changed.
Yeah, probably times have changed on those.
A little bit.
I saw this thing about I don't normally talk hockey, Jerry, unless it's hockey adjacent.
You never talk hockey.
Never talk hockey.
The Rangers' big win?
No.
Down 3-1 in the third?
No.
Okay.
I want to talk about this Islanders situation. So
what is that?
The Islanders lost.
Yeah.
They benched Matthew Barzal. Barzal. I'm going to go with Barzal. Final answer?
No.
What?
It's not Barzal.
What is it?
Matthew Barzal.
Barzal.
Yeah, basically.
Okay. Matthew Barzal. They kept him out of the game, benched him because he was late for the team bus. Or late getting, it depends on which article you read. He was late to the team bus or he was late to the arena for a skate.
Okay. This is news to me, so okay, go ahead.
Here's what, I'm on the side of Matthew Barzal. Barzal?
Just continue, please.
What is this guy supposed? Your team is on Long Island. It is impossible to get anywhere at any time of day.
You leave earlier.
He probably gave himself 19 hours to get there and still was late.
You leave earlier.
I don't blame this kid.
Nope, don't want to hear it. I hate people that are late. Sorry. No excuses.
I was hoping, because I don't know anything about hockey, I was like, I'm going to defend this guy. He probably just got there.
No.
Yeah, he's been there 10 years.
He's one of their best players. You got to be on time.
I just thought if he was a new guy, Jerry, like, hey, he don't know how long it takes.
That's
and
fair.
You hit traffic.
If you told me this was a rookie and this is his first month on Long Island and I still don't like it.
Yeah.
One of the quotes he took a beating for, but I love, was when Tom Coughlin said, if you're on time, you're late. I love that quote. I hate people that are late. That's why I've told you I'd rather be an hour early than 30 seconds late. It drives me crazy. So I'm sorry. I'm not defending him on this one.
Man,
unless there was a family emergency where he's got a real reason. Just being late because of traffic, I'm sorry. Unless someone died in an accident and traffic was snarled up for hours and it was unavoidable, there's no excuse. You got to leave earlier.
What about this? He was late because he's Canadian and doesn't know the road signs here.
Then you would accept that. They do speak English in Canada too, by the way.
I did check his Wikipedia. He speaks French. He might speak English.
He speaks
as well.
English too. I've played his clips. You're trying here.
I'm trying to help this guy out.
I know you are.
Because I just imagine he was like running a little late for whatever reason, gets on the LIE, and it's just bumper to bumper like it is no matter what time of day you get on the damn thing.
Leave earlier.
And this poor guy. Then he doesn't play. Then how about this, Jerry? Because he's not playing and they know this, they call up somebody to come take his place on the roster.
I would say that's pretty standard.
Okay. That guy's name was Cal Ritchie. His flight was canceled and he could not get there.
For real?
Yeah. I mean, we can't travel anymore.
Oh, my God.
If you have to go anywhere, you will be late.
His flight was canceled?
Yeah, flight was canceled.
Stinks.
Are you nervous about these, supposedly because of the government shutdown, the air traffic controllers? There's not a lot of them, and they're on
I just flew
rest.
from the Bahamas. I just flew this week, so no, clearly not. I was fine.
You're not worried about them crisscrossing planes?
I've had 4 flights in the last 3 weeks. I went to Wisconsin, and then I went to the Bahamas, and it's been, honestly, it could not have gone smoother. Does it mean that I'm not going to run into trouble somewhere? For sure, because I've got a lot of flights coming up. But so far, not only have I not had any, well, that's not true. We sat on the runway at Newark for 2 hours when I was sleeping and thought I woke up in Madison, Wisconsin. And then the guy next to me was like, oh, no, we haven't left yet.
Yeah, you're still on the ground in Newark.
But the flights were smooth, and coming home was right on time from Wisconsin, and the Bahama flights were both arrived early. Like they were great. So no, I don't worry about it. No. Listen, if you worry about everything, you're going to drive yourself crazy.
Yeah.
Kind of like how you do.
Yeah, I think about everything. And
you're kind of an
drive
overthinker.
myself crazy, yeah.
The only thing you didn't overthink yourself out of was getting a dog. You overthought yourself into that.
Yeah. That was a weird one.
That is a weird one.
That's the thing that doesn't really compute with my life.
What you should be overthinking yourself into is a different type of chicken to eat. Because if you don't like it, you can throw it out.
Yeah.
You overthink yourself into a 15-year decision and it goes wrong. You got a 15-year decision on your hands.
I regret almost every decision I make. Strangely, every time I've moved, I didn't regret it. Which is interesting.
Because I think you've strategically moved.
Yeah, but I strategically bought cars that I then regretted after getting them. Really only one car.
Yeah, but you can make amends with that. Again, that's not an animal, and it's not a house. The dog, it might cost you a little bit of money. You get out of the car, no problem. Look at me. I had 6 cars in a year once.
That's true.
Which was the dumbest year of my life.
Yeah, that's a good point.
2 years.
That's a good point.
In and around that, I keep cars for 6-7 years.
Yeah, now we do, yeah.
That 2-year window was a weird one for me.
Yeah. All right, so there's no excuse for Matthew Barzell.
There's not for me.
Man.
No. Again, unless there's an emergency at home. That's different.
It didn't seem to be. He should have made one up. Listen, there was emergency at home because you're not allowed to go, really. What was the emergency? That's not allowed.
And then they look into it and you lied. Now you're suspended a month. I mean, come on. Come on.
What's an emergency to one person may not be an emergency to another. For example.
That's fine. Then you're going to be suspended. There are certain emergencies that are non-negotiable. No matter who you are, you let things slide. There are others that are an emergency to you, but are not to the team.
Well, I hope the Islanders were happy with their move. They lost because they benched him.
Well, they've been losing a lot, actually.
Oh. Even in games he was in?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I think if you count the overtime losses, I believe they're 3 games under 500 now.
Oh.
I believe. Something like that.
Well, there goes that idea.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not going well for him.
Yeah. All right. Well, I take it back. Never be late again.
Yeah. Never be late again. The Islanders are 4-5-1, so they're 2 games under 500.
4-5-1.
Yes.
They still have ties in hockey?
Oh, my God.
I thought they did shootouts and things where you had to have a winner. Like where they do shootouts.
They do,
Yeah.
which is why the 1 would be the overtime loss, not a tie. When you heard 4-5-1, you thought
one was a tie, yeah.
No, that was in 1985. The 4-5-1, the 1 is an